The day the world went silent. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. The first sign something was wrong didn't feel dramatic. It felt inconvenient. Evan Mercer stood in his kitchen pouring coffee into a stainless steel travel mug when the radio cut out. Not a fade. Not interference. Gone. 1 second there was a voice talking about traffic on the highway. The next, nothing but flat static. No distortion, no drift. Just a clean break into something empty. He didn't move right away. He just stood there with the mug in his hand, listening. Static wasn't supposed to sound like that. He reached over and tapped the side of the radio. Nothing changed. Outside the window, the street looked exactly the way it always did after a night of rain. Dark pavement, still damp. Low clouds hanging heavy. The kind of gray morning that made everything feel slower than it actually was. Across the street, Mark stepped out of his house wearing his blue work jacket, lunch bag in hand, already halfway into his routine. Normal. Evan took a sip of coffee. From down the hall, his daughter's voice carried through. "Dad, the Wi-Fi's dead again." "Reset the router," he said. "I did." "Do it again." He didn't think about it. That was just how things worked now. Something breaks. You reset it. If that doesn't work, you reset it again. Eventually, something somewhere fixes it. That was the assumption. He leaned against the counter, listening to the static. Then something didn't sit right. He didn't notice it at first. He felt it. Then he heard it. Or didn't. The refrigerator wasn't running. Evan straightened. There was always a sound, a low hum, a vibration behind everything, the quiet background noise of a house that was alive with power. Now, there was nothing. No hum, no airflow, no mechanical presence at all. The silence felt clean, too clean. He set the mug down slowly. The digital clock above the stove was blank. No numbers, no blinking colon. Just a black screen reflecting the pale morning light. That didn't match the radio. The radio failing could be one thing. This was something else. "Emma," he called. She appeared in the doorway holding her tablet, hair uneven from sleep, one of his old shirts hanging loose on her frame. "It won't turn on," she said. He walked past her and flipped the kitchen light switch. Nothing. He waited a second longer than he needed to. Still nothing. Outside, Mark climbed into his truck and turned the key. The engine didn't respond, not even a click. Mark tried again, then again. Evan stepped closer to the window. That truck always started. Evan had watched it through winters where everything else struggled. Now it just sat there. Dead. Mark leaned forward in the seat, turned the key again, like repetition might fix it. It didn't. "Dad?" Evan turned. Emma held up the tablet. "It won't charge either." "What do you mean?" "I plugged it in." He followed her into the living room. The charger was in the wall. He pushed it in tighter. Nothing. No light. No response. Just dead plastic and a wire that didn't matter anymore. Emma crossed her arms. "So, the power's out?" "Looks like it." "Why didn't we hear anything?" "Sometimes it just happens." He said it out of habit. But the words didn't land right. Power outages had a pattern. You lost the house, not everything else. He stepped back toward the kitchen window. Mark was out of the truck now, hood open, staring down into the engine like the answer should be sitting right there waiting for him. Something simple, something normal. But he wasn't fixing anything. He was just looking. 2 houses down, a garage door started to rise. It made it halfway, stopped. The motor struggled once, weak and uneven, then went silent. The guy underneath it stared up like it had betrayed him. "Come on," he muttered. Nothing moved. Another neighbor stepped outside holding his phone up, turning slowly like signal might exist in one specific direction if he found it. Emma came back beside Evan. "Everybody's stuff stopped working." "Yeah." Evan pulled his phone out. The screen lit up. No signal. Not low, not weak. Gone. He tapped the screen. Nothing loaded. No messages. No updates. No connection to anything. Emma leaned against the counter. Is that normal? No. He didn't soften it. It isn't. He stood there another second, staring at the empty signal. Then something clicked. Not an answer. A direction. Too many things at once. Radio, power, devices. That wasn't how random failures worked. Random failures staggered. This didn't. He slipped the phone into his pocket. Across the street, Mark slammed the hood shut and tried the ignition again. Still nothing. The quiet stretched. At first it felt like a delay. Then it started to feel like something else. Dad? Yeah? Everybody's outside now. He looked again. More people had stepped out of their houses, phones in their hands, looking around instead of leaving. Nobody was getting in their cars. Nobody was going anywhere. That wasn't inconvenience. That was interruption. Stay here a minute, Evan said. Where are you going? Outside. The front door opened to cool air and the smell of rain. It should have felt normal. It didn't. Mark looked up. Your place out too? Everything, Evan said. Mark nodded toward the truck. Won't even crank. That wasn't a battery. Evan didn't say it yet, but he filed it. More neighbors gathered. Anybody got signal? Someone asked. Phones came out. Heads shook. Nope. Nothing. Dead. Evan looked down the street. No traffic. That wasn't right. He looked up. No planes. That wasn't right either. Those things didn't stop at the same time, and they just didn't. Emma stepped beside him. What are you looking at? Planes. She squinted. There aren't any. No. There should have been. And if there weren't, that meant something bigger than anything on this street. Mark spoke again. You check your breaker? First thing. Anything tripped? No. Mark exhaled slowly. This isn't just power. No. Across the street, the garage door guy tried lifting it manually. It barely moved. Feels like it weighs a ton. That wasn't how those worked. The woman in slippers paced her lawn. No signal, she said again. Like saying it enough might make it wrong. Emma stepped closer. Everything's broken. Evan nodded. Then he pulled his phone out again. Still nothing. Mark saw it. You getting anything? No. Mark shook his head. That's not good. No, it wasn't. Too many systems at once. Too clean of a failure. Let's check the corner, Mark said. Nobody argued. They moved together without deciding to. Wet leaves clung to the curb. A bicycle lay in the grass like it had been dropped mid-thought. Emma stayed close. Do you think they know? Who? Someone. Evan didn't answer right away. I'm sure someone does. But that answer felt thinner than it should have. They reached the intersection. Cars filled the road, none moving. Some angled awkwardly, some stopped mid-turn, some just frozen like motion itself had been shut off. Drivers stood outside, talking, arguing, looking for someone who wasn't there. No police, no control, no direction. Emma stopped. Why are they all stopped? Because they can't move. A man leaned into his car and turned the key again. Nothing. Another slammed his door. This is ridiculous. A delivery van blocked part of the lane. Move your truck, someone yelled. It won't start, the driver shouted back. Push it! Push it where? Nobody answered, because nobody had an answer. Evan watched the line of cars stretching down the road. Dead engines, dead signals, dead systems, all at once. Emma tugged his sleeve. Did they all break? It looks that way. But how? He didn't answer, because every answer sounded wrong. Someone tried calling emergency. It's not connecting. That changed things. Emergency lines don't fail, and if they do, it's not local. Emma looked up. Shouldn't there be sirens? There should have been. There weren't. The silence wasn't just quiet anymore. It had weight. A man grabbed his bag. Guess I'm walking. He locked his car and left. Then another followed. Then another. Emma watched. They're leaving. For now. What if it doesn't come back? Evan looked down the road, then at the sky, then at the stillness sitting over everything. It's not coming back fast, he said. That much he knew. Harold arrived with a battery radio. Anything? Mark asked. Harold turned the dial. Static. Nothing else. That's not good, Mark said. No, Harold replied. It isn't. A jogger came up. Highway's jammed. How bad? All the way. Accident? No. That wasn't better. Emma gripped his arm. If the highway stopped too, then it's everywhere, Evan said. She looked up again. No planes. Yeah, no planes. No traffic. No signal. No response. That wasn't coincidence. That was a system failure. And systems didn't fail like that without something forcing them to. Dad. Yeah? If nobody can call and nothing's working. She hesitated. Who tells people what happened? Evan looked at the people around them. Talking, guessing, filling in blanks they didn't understand yet. Right now? He exhaled slowly. People tell each other. She didn't like that. Is that bad? It can be. They turned back toward home. Behind them, the intersection stayed frozen. Cars abandoned, people adjusting, no one fixing anything. On their street, things had shifted. Not panic, preparation. Garage doors open, supplies moving, people staying instead of leaving. Mark stopped beside his truck. What do you think? Evan looked down the street, then up at the sky, then at the silence pressing in from every direction. I think this is bigger than a power outage. Mark nodded. Yeah. Emma leaned into him. Something big happened. Evan didn't correct her. He didn't soften it. He didn't explain it away. I think it already did, he said. And saying it out loud changed something. Not outside, inside. Because once you say it, you stop waiting for things to go back to normal. The morning didn't feel delayed anymore. It didn't feel broken. It felt different, like something had already shifted, and whatever came next wasn't going to fix itself. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. By late morning, the neighborhood had stopped pretending it was dealing with a normal outage. No one said it. It just showed up. People stayed outside longer than they needed to. No one laughed much. Everyone kept looking down the street like something might come driving toward them, even though nothing had moved for hours. Evan stood in his kitchen with the tap running into a stock pot. Another one? Emma asked. Yes. She carried a glass pitcher over and held it under the faucet while he moved a mixing bowl out of the way. The counters were filling up. Pots, jugs, a coffee carafe he had rinsed, the camping canteen, old juice bottles he'd cleaned in a hurry. The water still ran, for now. Emma watched the stream. Why are we doing this again? Because if the power stays out, water goes with it. Why? Pumps need electricity. She thought about that. So when the pumps stop, the pipes just run out? Eventually. She nodded, didn't argue. Kids understood more than people gave them credit for when you didn't dress it up. The sound of the water felt louder than it should have been. Everything did now. A car door slammed outside, then another. Voices carried through the open window. Emma glanced toward the street. People leaving? Walking? Evan set the full pot aside and slid another container under the tap. Do you think school knows? She asked. No. How do you know? Because if nobody can call anyone, they can't tell anyone anything either. She let that sit. Then, Do you think Mom knows? That one hit differently. Evan shut off the tap and looked at her. Her mom wasn't far, not by normal standards. Now it might as well have been a different world. I don't know, he said. Will we be able to call her later? I don't know. She nodded once. Didn't push. But he could see it land. He turned the water back on. He didn't like not knowing. Outside, something metallic hit the ground. Voices got sharper. Evan shut off the tap and moved to the window. 3 houses down, 2 men stood at the back of an SUV. One held a gas can. The other was pulling bins out and stacking them on the driveway. People weren't just standing anymore, but they were moving, quietly. Coolers, water cases, tables coming out of garages. Normal things, just used differently now. Emma came up beside him. Are we supposed to be doing more? Yeah. Like what? Evan looked toward the pantry. Food. She followed his eyes. Are we low? No. I just want to know what we actually have. That was enough for her. I'll help. They emptied the pantry onto the table. Cans, boxes, dry goods, stuff that had been sitting there long enough to forget about. Emma sat on the floor reading labels while Evan wrote numbers on the back of an envelope. How long does this last? She asked. If we're careful, a while. That's not a number. A couple weeks, longer if we get annoying about it. She looked up. What does annoying mean? You'd hate me by day 4. I already hate today. That's fair. She smirked and handed him another can. Footsteps passed outside, then a knock, fast, uneven. Evan opened the door. Mark stood there, Harold beside him. Mark looked wired. Harold didn't say anything, which somehow said more. You filling water? Mark asked. Yeah. Good. Harold lifted the radio. Still nothing. Anything at all? Evan asked. Harold hesitated. I caught something. Maybe. What? Someone saying systems were down in multiple regions. Mark shook his head. That could mean anything. Could, Harold said. Evan stepped out onto the porch. What kind of regions? Harold shrugged. Signal was garbage. I only caught pieces. Emma stepped closer behind him. Was it the city? She asked. Harold looked at her. Maybe more. Mark crossed his arms. You're not saying country. Harold didn't answer right away. He looked up instead. They all did. Clouds had broken a bit. Clear patches of sky. No planes. Still none. Harold lowered his gaze. I'm saying too many things stopped at once. Mark rubbed the back of his neck. My brother's in Burnaby. I should have heard from him. Evan didn't answer, because he hadn't heard from anyone either, and that mattered now. Distance mattered again. Real distance. We're heading back to the main road, Mark said. Thought you'd want to know. Why? People are saying the highway's backed up for miles, and the grocery store opened for 10 minutes, then shut when nothing worked. Any police? Mark gave a short laugh. You hear sirens? Evan listened. Nothing. I'll come, he said. Emma looked at him. Can I? No. Why? Because I need you here. That's not a reason. It is today. She didn't like it, but she stepped back. Mark nodded. You're doing the right thing with the water. Harold added quietly. Keep anything unplugged. Evan looked at him. Why? Harold didn't blink. Because I don't know what happened yet. That stayed with him after they left. Emma leaned on the doorframe. You think he knows something. He thinks something. That's not the same. No. She looked out at the street. What do you think? Evan watched people moving, not panicking, preparing. I think everyone's waiting, he said. For what? To see if this comes back. And if it doesn't? He looked at her. Then this is the last normal day for a while. She didn't answer. She just turned back inside. Then we should keep going. They filled the bathtub, stacked water, laid out food, flashlights, batteries, anything that didn't rely on something else working. At one point, Emma held up a box of pasta. How do you cook this? Barbecue. Outside? Yes? That's weird. Yeah. She set it down. A raised voice outside cut through the quiet. Evan stepped out. Two men argued over a case of bottled water. I grabbed it first. You grabbed it after me. It was in my car. You left your car. People were watching now, not stepping in yet. Evan felt it shift. This was new. Not confusion, not inconvenience. Competition. Two neighbors stepped between them. Relax. It's water. For now. That last part hung there. The case got set down. The argument ended, but the feeling didn't. Emma stood behind him. That was stupid. Yes. Over water? Yes. We have water. For now. She didn't respond to that. Across the street, people started bringing things inside. Not showing it anymore, keeping it. The neighborhood was turning inward. Evan felt it clearly. The assumption had always been the same. More was coming, more power, more food, more help. Once that cracked, everything changed. He had just turned back toward the house when a low sound rolled across the sky. Not loud, but deep, wrong. Everyone stopped. Looked up. The sound spread. Not thunder, too smooth. Then the light changed. High above the clouds, something bloomed. Not a flash, not lightning. The sky just lit, wide, silent. Then it was gone. No sound followed, just quiet. Emma grabbed his arm. What was that? Evan didn't answer, because nothing fit. Voices broke out all at once. What was that? Did you see that? Was that an explosion? Harold stood in the street, staring upward. Mark rushed up beside him. What was that? Harold didn't rush it. Then, EMP. The word landed hard. People started talking over each other. That's not real. That's movies. No way. Harold didn't react. I'm not saying I know, he said. I'm saying that's what it looked like. Mark shook his head. Over what? The city? Harold scanned the street. I don't know. Emma pulled on Evan's sleeve. What's that? Something that can knock out electronics, he said. How big? He looked at the sky. Big enough. Mark exhaled. No, that doesn't happen. Harold met his eyes. A lot of things didn't happen until today. No one argued after that. The street went quiet again. But this wasn't the same quiet. This one had weight. Emma held onto his sleeve. So that broke everything. Maybe. You don't know. No. She looked at Harold. He thinks so. He thinks it's possible. That mattered, even if it didn't help. Across the street, someone looked like they might cry. What does that mean? She asked. Harold answered simply. It means help isn't immediate. That hit harder than anything else, because it wasn't theory, it was direction. People moved after that, faster, more focused. Things went inside, doors closed, supplies disappeared. The block shifted again. Evan turned back toward the house. Emma followed. The kitchen looked different now, organized, intentional, prepared. So we're acting like it's real, she said. Yes, like it's not coming back. For now. That's all we can do. She nodded. They kept working. Small things, important things. At one point she asked, Do you think whoever did this knew? Yes. How? Because if you do something like this, you know what happens after. She didn't respond. Later, Evan stepped back outside. Still no planes, still no sirens, still nothing moving. Just people adapting. Emma stood beside him. Dad? Yeah? If tomorrow is worse? She hesitated. Then today was the warning, right? Evan looked down the street, then at the sky, then at everything that had already changed. Yeah, he said. It was. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. By late afternoon, the neighborhood stopped acting like separate houses. No one announced it. No one made it meaningful. It just happened. Doors stayed open longer. People stood outside instead of sitting in front of dead televisions. Voices carried across driveways. Questions moved house to house the old way. Feet, breath. People talking because nothing else could. Evan noticed it while standing in his kitchen, stacking canned food across the table. Soup, beans, tomatoes, pasta, rice, peanut butter, crackers. A few boxes of macaroni and cheese Emma had called essential to morale. He looked over the table. Not enough to feel safe. Enough to matter. Enough that, if things got bad enough, someone else might want it. He didn't like that thought. He liked even less that it made sense. Emma sat cross-legged on the floor near the fridge with a notepad, checking dates. "This yogurt's done," she said. "It was done yesterday." "Then why was it still in there?" "Because your father is not a perfect system." She smirked. First one all day. Then she wrote something down. "What are you writing?" "Eat first list." "That's depressing." "It's organized." Outside, someone called Mark's name. Another voice answered from farther down the street. Without traffic, sound had more room now. Everything carried. Emma heard it too. Everyone's outside a lot. "Yes." "Is that good?" "Right now, yes." "Why?" "Because people being visible is better than people hiding." She nodded slowly, not fully understanding, but enough. Evan moved to the sink and turned on the tap. Water came out, softer now, not obvious, but there. Emma tilted her head. "That sounds different." "It is." "How?" "Pressure's lower." "Why?" "Everyone's filling things." She stood immediately and grabbed another container. "Then we should too." "We are." They worked quietly. Bowls weren't bowls anymore. They were storage, time, insurance. Footsteps passed outside. Then voices. Then the creak of a wagon rolling along the sidewalk. Emma looked toward the window. "People are moving stuff." "Yes." "Leaving?" "Maybe." She let that sit. Then, "Are we leaving?" "No." "Why?" "Because leaving without knowing where you're going is usually worse than staying where you understand things." That sounds like something a teacher would say. It sounds like something a tired father would say. She accepted that and went back to the food. A knock hit the door. Firm, not scared, not friendly either, deliberate. Evan opened it. Mark stood there with Harold beside him. Two more neighbors were with them, Lisa from the corner house, Derek, the mechanic who lived across from the park. Mark didn't waste time. "We're doing a quick block meeting." "For what?" Derek answered first. "Because nobody knows what the hell's going on and people are already starting to act weird." Lisa folded her arms. "And people are walking in from the main road now." That got Evan's attention. "How many?" "Not crowds," Mark said, "but more than earlier." Harold lifted the radio. Still mostly static. Heard one voice say power's out over a wide area, couldn't get details. Evan glanced back. Emma had stopped writing. "You stay inside," he said. "I want to hear." "I know." "That means no. It means inside." She started to argue, then saw his face, stopped. Evan stepped onto the porch and pulled the door mostly closed behind him. The meeting was small. 10 people, maybe 12. Others watched from porches and windows. Nobody wanted to miss it. Not everyone wanted to be part of it. Mark raised his hands. "Okay. Nobody panic." Derek snorted. "You started with that, so now I'm panicking." A few people laughed. Thin, short, gone fast. Mark pointed down the street. We've got dead cars, no signal, no power, no response from anyone official, and Harold thinks that flash earlier might have been an EMP. I said it could have been, Harold corrected. Fine, could have been. Lisa stepped forward. The point is the same. Things aren't coming back quickly. No one argued. They had all lived the same day. Phones, cars, garage doors, internet, lights. Everything normal had stopped. Derek scratched his neck. So what's the plan? That's what we're figuring out, Mark said. Information first. Who's staying? Who's leaving? Who has kids, older relatives, medical stuff, anything that matters if tonight gets worse. Harold nodded. And who has resources people might need? That word changed the air. Resources, not groceries, not supplies. Resources. Lisa spoke first. No generator at our place. Mark shook his head. Same. Derek raised his hands. Wish I did. Harold stayed quiet. Eyes shifted toward Evan. No generator, Evan said. A quiet woman near the edge spoke next. Paula, 2 houses down. My mother's with me, she said. 78. Heart medication. The conversation changed instantly. Now it had a face. How much medication? Lisa asked. Maybe a month. Can she move if she has to? Slowly. Mark nodded. Okay. Good to know. A man near the curb raised his hand halfway. My wife's insulin is in the fridge. Everyone turned. How much? Harold asked. 2 pens left, maybe 3. Nobody spoke for a few seconds, because now the problem had a clock. Evan felt the world shrinking, not all at once, house by house, need by need, timeline by timeline. Lisa said, then cold storage matters. Derek scoffed. With what? Good intentions? No, she snapped. With planning. Mark cut in fast. Keep it simple. Tonight, we stay aware. If anyone hears real information, spread it. If water pressure drops, tell the block. If someone needs help, say so. Derek folded his arms. That's the big plan? Say stuff if stuff happens? Harold looked at him. It's better than pretending nothing's happening. No one had anything for that. The pretending part was over. Footsteps approached from the main road. Everyone turned. A man Evan didn't recognize walked up the sidewalk with a backpack. A woman followed, a teenage girl behind her. They carried grocery bags that looked almost empty. They slowed when they saw everyone gathered. The man lifted one hand. Sorry, we're trying to find Cedar Avenue. Is this it? Mark answered. 1 block over. The man nodded. Thanks. He hesitated. Any stores open around here? Nobody answered right away. Lisa finally said, Not that we've seen. The woman shifted the bags in her hands. The man nodded again, more tired this time. Okay. They kept walking. Everyone watched until they turned the corner. No one spoke, because something had just arrived on foot. The outside world, and it was already looking for things. Derek broke the silence. That's how it starts. Lisa looked at him. How what starts? People moving. They were looking for Cedar Avenue. Maybe. Harold looked toward the corner. Or maybe they were exactly what they looked like. Derek shrugged. That's my point. We don't know. That was the problem. They didn't. The meeting broke apart slowly after that. Not because anything was solved. Because there was nothing else to say yet. People drifted back to their houses. Mark stayed beside Evan. You think more people come through? Yes. How many? Depends how bad it is out there. Mark rubbed his chin. That truck at the plaza earlier wasn't a great sign. What truck? Delivery truck. Someone forced it open. Evan felt that land. How bad? Yelling, pushing. One guy got dropped. Emma opened the door behind him. Dropped? Punched, Evan said. Mark nodded. People took what they could carry. Police? Evan asked. Mark gave a dry laugh. Nope. One word. Heavy enough. Systems didn't disappear all at once. They faded. Then people noticed they were gone. Paula hurried home. The man with the insulin problem left fast, already calculating how long cold could last without power. Lisa walked back toward the corner house, making a list on a phone that still couldn't call anyone. Mark left next. Harold stayed for a moment with the radio in his hand. Mark glanced back at it. Anything yet? Static. That's been the theme of the day. Harold nodded. But static means something out there is still trying. Mark looked up. That's a pretty optimistic way to hear noise. Harold didn't answer. Evan went back inside. Emma stood there with her arms folded. You said stay inside. You opened the door. I was in the doorway. That's a lawyer answer. It's the correct one. He let that go. She tilted her head. Are people coming here? Some are passing through. Will more? Yes. How many? No idea. She was quiet. That man looked scared. He probably was. So are we. Yes. She studied him. You don't sound scared. I am. But you don't sound like it. Evan looked around the kitchen. Water containers. Food on the table. Flashlights. Lantern ready for dark. Fear is useful, he said. Panic isn't. Emma nodded, like she was deciding whether that was true. The afternoon broke into pieces after that. Water pressure dropped again. Evan heard it before he saw it. He turned the tap off. On again, still weaker. Emma, she appeared beside him. It's lower? Yes. She grabbed another container without being told. They filled everything. Then they filled things that weren't meant for water. A roasting pan, a plastic bin. 2 empty pickle jars Emma called disgusting and Evan called useful. This feels weird, she said. What does? Saving water from our own tap like it's rare. He watched the weaker stream. Today it isn't. But it could be. Yes. She didn't say anything after that. Later, Harold knocked. He held up the radio in one hand and a small pack of candles in the other. You got spare batteries? Evan checked the drawer. 6 AA batteries. He handed them over. Harold gave him the candles and a pack of waterproof matches. Neither of them called it trading. Neither pretended it wasn't. The language of the day had already changed. Around 4, Mark came back. He didn't knock. He called from the sidewalk. Evan! Evan stepped outside. What's up? Truck at the plaza got emptied. The delivery truck? Yeah. How bad? Crowd forced it open. People grabbed boxes. Some yelling. Couple punches. Anyone seriously hurt? Didn't look like it. Emma stepped onto the porch. So people are stealing food now? Mark shifted. People are taking food where they can find it. That's stealing. Yes, Evan said. It is. Emma looked at him. Would we? The question came clean, sharp. Mark looked away. Evan took his time. From a person? No. From a store with no workers and no way to pay? Emma frowned. That's still stealing. Yes, but not the same. That sounds like adult cheating. It's adult reality. Mark muttered. Well, that's depressing. No one corrected him. After he left, the house felt smaller. The sun was dropping now. Without electricity, sunset wasn't atmosphere anymore. It was a deadline. Emma stood by the back door looking at the yard. Do you think stores open tomorrow? No. Any of them? Maybe for a little while. Maybe with cash. And if they do, they'll empty fast. So then what? Evan looked at the pantry list. The water. The little pile of ordinary things that now measured time. Then people start counting. Counting what? What they have. He looked toward the window. And what they don't. Outside, someone hammered wood across a window. The sound carried down the street. Emma glanced toward it. Should we do that? Board windows? Yes. Not yet. Why not? Because once everyone looks like they're under siege, people start acting like there's a war. She stared at him. That was weirdly specific. Yeah. You think about stuff like that a lot? Today I do. The afternoon slid toward evening. The neighborhood never went quiet again. Not really. A garage door opened. Something dragged across concrete. Low voices moved driveway to driveway. The block was awake now. Around 5, Evan stepped outside again. Mark stood in his driveway holding a hammer, staring at sheets of plywood leaning against his garage. Derek sat on his porch with a baseball bat against his leg, not holding it, just keeping it close. Harold sat with his radio, turning through static like a man checking empty traps. Every house looked the same. Every house felt different. Emma came out beside him. Everyone's outside again. Yes. Are they watching us? No. Then what are they watching? The street. She looked down the block. I don't see anything. That's the point. That doesn't make sense. It does if you're waiting. For what? Evan watched the empty road. Anything. Footsteps came from the far end of the street. Every head turned. 3 people appeared at the corner. 2 men and a woman, all carrying bags, walking fast. They didn't stop, didn't turn onto any property, didn't speak. They just passed through with the tight, tired pace of people who had been moving too long. Every porch watched. Every window watched. When they disappeared around the corner, the street relaxed slightly. Not fully, just enough to breathe. Emma noticed. That was weird. What was? Everyone staring. That's what people do when they don't know who someone is. They didn't look dangerous. No. Then why watch them? Because right now everyone is deciding who belongs here and who doesn't. She thought about that. That sounds mean. It is. He looked at the empty corner. And it's survival. The word stayed between them. She didn't argue. The sun dropped lower. Shadows stretched across the road. People put on jackets and hoodies. Still, nobody really went inside. Not yet. Then a voice called from the far end of the block. Hey! Mark straightened. What? You see that? The man pointed toward the city skyline, barely visible above the trees. Evan followed his hand. At first, nothing. Then he saw it. A thin gray smear above the distant buildings. Smoke. Not massive, not dramatic. Enough. Emma squinted. What is that? Smoke. From what? No idea. More neighbors came out. Mark stepped into the street. That can't be good. No, Evan said. It isn't. The smoke didn't look like the whole city was burning. That almost made it worse. It looked like one thing had gone wrong, and no one had come to stop it. Emma spoke quietly. It's starting there first. Nobody answered. Cities were systems. Take the systems away, and people became pressure. Harold suddenly turned the radio up. Static snapped through the street. Everyone turned. He adjusted the antenna and moved the dial slowly. Nothing. Then a voice broke through so suddenly people flinched. Repeat. If anyone, not isolated. Water. Preserve. Gone. Static again. The street froze. Harold lifted the radio higher. Another fragment cracked through. Major outages. Stay. Shelter. Gone. Mark stepped into the road. What was that? Harold kept working the dial. Nothing. Only static. I don't know, Harold said. Government. Could be. Military? Could be. Mark pointed at the radio. Could be some random guy with a transmitter in his garage. Harold looked at him. Yes. That answer landed harder than the message, because if it was official, the system was damaged. And if it wasn't, then random voices were filling the empty space where the system used to be. Dusk settled fast. No streetlights came on. No porch lights. No blue glow of televisions through windows. Instead, small lights appeared one by one. Candles, lanterns, flashlights, little islands in the dark. Emma moved closer. It's happening again. What is? The whole street changing. She was right. Morning had made the neighborhood a question. Afternoon made it cautious. Night was making it a border. People weren't just outside anymore. They were watching. Mark dragged a chair onto his porch and sat with the hammer beside him. Derek stayed with the bat. Paula opened her curtains every few minutes. Harold sat by the radio like he was guarding the last broken piece of the world. Inside, Evan lit the camping stove. The small blue flame made the kitchen feel older. Emma set 2 bowls on the table. Is this what it's going to be like now? What? Every day, watching stuff stop. Evan stirred the soup. For a while. Maybe? Yes. That sucks. Yes. She sat down. Do you think Mom saw the flash? I don't know. Do you think she's okay? He poured the soup. I don't know. Emma closed her eyes, not crying, holding it in. When she opened them again, her voice was quiet. Do grown-ups hate that as much as kids do? Hate what? Not knowing. He set the bowl in front of her. More. That seemed to help, like it was easier if adults hated it too. They ate quietly. Outside, footsteps passed. Low voices. Then, nothing. After dinner, Evan checked every window, every lock, every door. Not because he expected something right away, because habits mattered now. When the world stopped being reliable, you had to become reliable. Around 9, a shout came from the end of the street. Not panic, alert. Every porch watcher stood up. Evan moved to the window. 3 figures approached from the main road. 2 men, 1 woman, bags in hand, walking fast. They didn't turn into a yard, didn't stop, didn't speak. They kept moving, but every eye followed them. Known, unknown, that line mattered now. Emma appeared behind him. Who are they? Don't know. The 3 walkers disappeared around the corner. No one sat back down right away. Then Mark's voice crossed the street. You awake? Evan answered from the window. Yes. Me too. That was all. It was enough. Later, after Emma fell asleep on the couch under a blanket, Evan stood at the front window. The neighborhood glowed with candlelight and caution. The smear of smoke still hung over the distant city. Harold's porch lantern burned steady. Mark's silhouette remained in the chair. Derek still had the bat. Above them, the stars were painfully clear. Brighter than he had seen in years, the grid had hidden them. Now the sky looked ancient again. Beautiful, cold, indifferent. Evan rested his hand against the glass. Morning had taken convenience. Afternoon had taken certainty. Night was taking innocence. And somewhere beyond the dark horizon, in houses on streets just like this one, people were learning the same thing. The world didn't end in one moment. It ended in layers. One system at a time, one realization at a time, one neighborhood at a time. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Night arrived without ceremony. The sun slipped behind the rooftops and the street went dark. Not dim. Dark. Normally, evening had steps. Porch lights clicked on. Garage doors opened. Televisions glowed through windows. Cars came home. People disappeared into their houses and let electricity make the night feel safe. Tonight, none of that happened. The daylight left, and the neighborhood became something else. Evan stood at the front window, watching the last gray light drain from the pavement. Across the street, houses turned into shapes, roofs, porches, windows. Shadows, where normal life had been. Inside the living room, one candle burned on the coffee table. The flame bent whenever someone moved. Emma sat on the couch with a blanket around her shoulders. "I hate this," she said. "Me too." Across the street, Mark had dragged a folding chair onto his porch. He sat forward with his elbows on his knees, staring at the road. A flashlight rested in his hand. Every few minutes he clicked it on, swept the sidewalk, then shut it off. 2 houses down, Derek sat on his top porch step. The baseball bat across his lap explained enough. No one had organized a watch. Nobody had to. Everyone understood. Someone needed to stay awake. The silence made it worse. Not quiet. Silence. No highway hum, no planes, no traffic, no distant city noise. It felt like the whole place had stopped breathing. Emma leaned toward the window. Are they guarding the street? Not officially. But they are. Yes. She watched Mark sweep the flashlight again. Do you think something bad is going to happen? I think people are nervous. That's not the same answer. No. He looked out at the dark road. I don't know yet. Mark walked halfway down his driveway and checked the street again. Derek stood and did the same from his steps. The block had slipped into awareness. Quiet, tired, ready without wanting to be. Emma got up and walked into the kitchen. You want water? Yeah. She turned the tap. Nothing came out at first. Then a thin stream started. Evan stepped into the kitchen and watched it, weaker than earlier. Still there, but weaker. Emma filled a glass and handed it to him. Is the water going out too? Not yet, but it might. He didn't answer. The pipes rattled faintly behind the wall. That sound mattered now. It meant something was still alive in the system. Emma turned the tap off. The house went quiet again. Back in the living room, the candle flickered as Evan walked past. Time moved differently without power. No glowing clocks, no buzzing phones, no background noise telling your brain the world was still moving. He checked his watch. 8:52. It felt later. Outside, another neighbor stepped onto their porch. Then another. People emerged slowly from their houses like they were testing the edge of something dangerous, watching, listening, waiting. Emma sat cross-legged on the couch. Do you think the government knows what happened? Yes. Then why aren't they telling people? They might be. How? Radio, emergency systems, broadcasts. But nothing's working. Exactly. She frowned. So they might be talking and no one can hear them. Yes. That seemed to bother her more than the dark. Help could exist and still not reach you. That was a new kind of helpless. Footsteps moved along the sidewalk. Evan turned back to the window. 3 shadows passed the house. Travelers. The same man with the backpack from earlier. The woman. The teenage girl. Mark saw them immediately. His flashlight snapped on. The beam stopped short of them. Not aggressive. Visible. The man raised one hand. No trouble. Mark stayed on the porch. Just passing through? Yeah. Where? Downtown. That word felt wrong. Most people had spent the day trying to get away from the city. These 3 were walking toward it. Mark heard it too. Why downtown? The man shrugged. Family. Mark didn't push. The group kept walking. As they passed Evan's house, the teenage girl looked at the candle in the window. For 1 second, her face changed. Hope. Like maybe someone would open the door. No one did. They disappeared around the corner. Emma watched them go. They looked tired. They probably are. Would we help them if they asked? Evan didn't answer right away. I don't know. She nodded, not surprised. That was the kind of answer the day had earned. Outside, Mark returned to his chair. The street settled again. But the night felt thin now. Fragile. like ice that looked solid until you stepped on it. The street held its breath after the travelers disappeared. No cars, no voices, just small movements on porches, shoes scraping concrete, chairs shifting, flashlights clicking on, then off. The candle in Evan's living room burned lower. Emma curled under the blanket. "How late is it?" He checked his watch. "Just after 10. That feels impossible." Yeah. Minutes didn't move right anymore. They stretched, dragged, sat there. Emma hugged the blanket tighter. "I don't like this kind of quiet." Evan understood. It wasn't peaceful. It was empty. Across the street, Mark stood and swept the flashlight across the lawns. Derek leaned against his porch railing with the bat against his shoulder now. Neither man looked afraid. Neither looked relaxed. The whole street existed in between, waiting for something or hoping nothing came. Emma shifted. "Do you think everyone's staying up?" "Probably." "Why?" "Because if everyone sleeps at the same time, nobody's watching." "Like taking turns?" "Something like that." She nodded. For a while, nothing changed. Then a shout cut through the dark. "Hey!" Every head lifted. Evan moved closer to the window. Mark stood immediately, flashlight on. The beam cut down the road. Movement. 2 figures running toward the block. The first one hit the light. A teenage boy, maybe 14, maybe 15. He had a bag clutched tight against his chest. Behind him, a man stumbled into view, breathing hard. "Stop him!" the man shouted. The boy saw the flashlight and cut sideways. Fast, between 2 parked cars and into the dark space between houses. Gone. The man chasing him slowed in the middle of the street and bent over with his hands on his knees. Another man jogged up behind him. Both looked exhausted. Mark stepped off the porch. "What happened?" "Kids stole food," the first man said. The second pointed back toward the main road. From the plaza, Evan stepped outside. "What food?" "Delivery truck," the second man said. "Got opened up earlier." Derek came down from his porch with the bat in his hand. Not raised. Just there. "You chasing him for what?" Derek asked. "To get it back." The street went quiet. Everybody knew what that meant. The boy probably had almost nothing. A loaf of bread, a few cans, something small enough to run with. But the men chasing him weren't store employees. They were hungry too. Mark lowered the flashlight. "He's gone." The first man stood straight. "Yeah." The anger had already drained out of him. Now he just looked tired. The second man wiped sweat from his face. "Whole place got stripped. People pushing, grabbing boxes, yelling." "How many?" Mark asked. "Too many." The first man looked toward the dark space where the boy had vanished. "Kids probably trying to feed someone," Derek said. "Or himself." The man nodded. "Maybe." No one said anything for a second. Then the first man looked at Mark. "You guys got water?" Mark pointed vaguely at the houses. "Some." "We're heading west. Heard there's a church letting people sleep in the basement." "Good luck," Mark said. The 2 men started walking again, slower now. Within a minute, the darkness took them. No one moved. Emma stood in the doorway with the blanket around her. "What happened?" "Someone running." "Why?" "Food." She processed that. "So people are stealing already." "Some are." "Would we?" The question came again, clean, hard. Evan looked down at her. "From someone's house?" "No." "From a store?" She hesitated. "I guess that's different." "It can be." "That sounds like cheating." "That sounds like survival." She frowned but didn't argue. Across the street, Mark went back to his chair, but he didn't sit right away. He stood at the end of his driveway, looking at the dark gap where the boy had disappeared. Derek returned to his porch, bat still in hand. Something had changed. The quiet from earlier had been cautious. Now it was tense. Food was not an idea anymore. Food was something people chased each other for. Emma moved closer to the window. Do you think the kid got away? Yes. Good. Evan looked at her. You think that's good? He looked scared. He didn't argue. She was not wrong. Across the neighborhood, candlelight flickered through windows. People shifted in chairs. No one went inside. The night held them awake. Far beyond the block, somewhere deeper in the dark, another shout echoed faintly. Then another. Then nothing. The calm had thinned. Everyone felt it. The first day without the modern world was over. The second day was already showing its teeth. The street never fully relaxed after the chase. The quiet came back, but it was different, thinner. Everyone had seen the first crack up close. Hunger had reached the neighborhood. Not as news, not as theory. As a boy, running through the street with food against his chest, as two grown men chasing him for it. Mark stayed at the edge of his driveway for a long time. Eventually, he sat again. The flashlight stayed in his hand. Derek leaned back on his porch steps, the baseball bat against his shoulder. The neighborhood kept watch. But it wasn't the same watch. Emma stayed beside Evan at the window. Do you think the kid got away? She asked again. Yes. Good. You're sure? She shrugged under the blanket. He looked like he needed it. Evan let that stand. Outside, the stars had started showing above the rooftops. Without city lights, the sky looked wrong. Too big, too clear, too old. Emma noticed. Whoa! What? The stars. Evan looked up. She was right. He had forgotten how many there were. I forgot they looked like that, she said. So did I. For a moment, the whole neighborhood sat under that sky. Candles in windows, people on porches, stars above them like nothing had happened. That almost made it worse. The sky didn't care. Emma yawned. You should sleep, Evan said. I can't. Try. She curled up on the couch again. A few minutes later, her breathing slowed. Sleep finally took her. Evan stayed at the window. The night moved in layers. Footsteps passed a few times. Different travelers, 2 people, then 3. Once a man pushing a bike with bags tied to the handlebars. No one stopped. They moved through the neighborhood like water finding the lowest place. Mark noticed each group. Flashlight up. Question asked without words. Passing through? Each time the answer was walking. By midnight, the street had a rhythm. Porch watchers shifted. Chairs creaked. Flashlights moved across sidewalks. Nothing major happened, but the feeling stayed. Fragile, like one wrong sound could change the whole street. Around 12:30, Evan stepped away from the window and checked the house. Doors locked, windows locked, flashlights ready, water lined across the counters. He turned the kitchen tap. Water came out, barely. The stream was weak now, not gone, but close enough to make the point. He filled another container anyway. Every drop mattered. Emma stirred on the couch. You still awake? Yeah. Why? Checking things. Did the water stop? Not yet. Good. She fell asleep again. Evan returned to the window. Mark had leaned back in his chair. Derek sat with his arms folded. Harold's lantern burned steadily beside the radio. The block had become a line of small lights in the dark. Around 1:30, shouting rose in the distance. Faint, too far to make out. Emma moved under the blanket. What was that? Voices. Angry voices. Maybe. The sound faded. Silence returned. But now the silence had distance in it. Whatever was happening out there was still happening. Just not here, yet. Evan stayed awake until almost 2. Eventually, exhaustion pulled at him. He sat in the chair beside the window, closed his eyes for a second. Just a second. When he opened them, pale gray light touched the tops of the trees. Dawn. Emma stood beside him, already awake. Dad? He sat up. The street looked calm. Too calm. Then he saw the end of the block. People, a group, stood near the intersection. 10, maybe more. Some had backpacks. Some pushed bikes. One man pulled a wagon stacked with supplies. They weren't passing through. Not yet. They were stopped. Talking. Looking down different streets. Choosing. Emma stared through the glass. More travelers. Yes. But this was different. Yesterday had been a trickle. This was becoming a stream. Mark stepped off his porch and headed toward the corner. Derek followed. The neighborhood was awake now. Emma leaned closer to the window. Where are they coming from? The city. Why? Because they can't stay there. One person at the intersection pointed down another street. A few followed. The rest stayed, still deciding. Emma squeezed Evan's hand. If more people keep coming... She stopped, then finished it. What happens when they want to stay? Evan looked down the row of normal houses, normal lawns, normal families, a neighborhood that had never planned for anything worse than bad weather and broken appliances. But overnight, the world outside those houses had changed, and desperate people did not always keep walking. Then, Evan said quietly, we find out what kind of neighborhood this really is. The pale morning spread across the rooftops. Day 2 had begun, and the city kept sending people outward. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Morning spread across the neighborhood like nothing had happened. That almost made it worse. The sky was clear. Birds moved through the trees. Wet grass caught the light. At a glance, the street still looked like the same place. Same houses, same driveways, same cracked sidewalks. But it wasn't the same anymore. Not underneath. Evan stood at the front window with a mug of cold coffee in his hand, watching the intersection at the end of the block. The cluster of travelers from dawn had grown while the neighborhood woke up. They weren't just passing through now. They were stopping, thinking, deciding. That was new. Behind him, Emma sat at the kitchen table eating toast warmed over the camping stove. The flame had taken a second to catch that morning, and Evan hated how relieved he felt when it did. One little flame. That was the standard now. You're staring again, Emma said. I know. Anything new? More people. She slid off the chair and came to the window. Down at the intersection, people stood in small groups. Backpacks, plastic bags, suitcases. Bicycles leaned against the curb. Travelers, but not moving the same way they had yesterday. Yesterday had purpose. Today had hesitation. Emma noticed it too. They're stopping. Yeah. That's different. Yes, it is. Across the street, Mark stepped out holding 2 travel mugs. He handed one to his wife, then looked over and saw Evan watching. He raised the mug. Evan stepped outside. The morning air was clean. Too clean. No traffic fumes, no engines, no distant city movement. Just grass, pavement, and quiet. It reminded him of camping. Except camping ended when you wanted it to. Mark walked over. You see them? Yeah. How many you think came through since yesterday? Hard to say. More than a few. Mark took a drink from his mug. My brother got one call through yesterday before everything died. Said traffic lights were out everywhere, cars stuck all over the roads. That fits. Yeah, Mark said. But this morning feels different. Evan looked at the intersection. Nearly 20 people now. One man unfolded a paper map across the hood of a dead car. Others gathered around him. That's new, Evan said. What? Planning. Mark watched. That means they're not passing through. No. A bicycle rolled slowly up the road from the city. The rider looked exhausted. Dusty clothes, backpack hanging low, legs barely doing the job. He stopped at the group and climbed off. More talking, more pointing at the map. Emma stepped out behind them. Are they lost? Maybe, Evan said. Or maybe they're choosing. Choosing what? Where to go next? She looked toward the intersection. Do you think they'll come down our street? Mark shrugged. Depends what they want. Nobody said the obvious. Food, water, a place to sleep. Those were the answers now. Derek came out across the road carrying a small cooler. He joined them near the curb. You guys seeing this? Hard to miss, Mark said. Derek nodded toward the corner. Looks like a bus station. Emma frowned. What's a bus station? Place where people wait to go somewhere else. Mark glanced at the crowd. Pretty much nailed it. They watched in silence. More people arrived, most on foot, a few on bikes. One man pushed a grocery cart full of supplies. The group grew close to 30. Emma shifted. That's a lot of people. Yeah. Too many? Not yet. Across the street, Mark's wife came back onto the porch. Mark. Yeah? The water pressure's lower. Mark frowned. Same here, Evan said. Derek looked between them. You still have water? For now. That won't last. Emma looked up. Why? Pumps need power, Derek said. Backup generators need fuel. How long does fuel last? Derek made a face. Depends. Nobody liked that answer. A shout came from the intersection. Everyone turned. Two men argued beside the car with the map. One pointed down the road. The other shook his head hard. A third person stepped between them. It settled fast, but the sound carried. Emma looked uneasy. They're already fighting. Not fighting, Evan said. Arguing. It sounded angry. Mark nodded. People sound like that when they're tired. Or scared, Derek said. Emma didn't answer. The group at the corner started breaking apart. Some followed the map guy down another street. Others stayed. 3 people started walking toward Evan's block. Evan felt his shoulders tighten. Derek noticed. Here we go. The 3 travelers approached slowly. A man in his 40s, a younger woman, a boy around 15. They stopped a few yards away. Morning, the man said. Morning, Mark replied. You folks still got water here? For now, the man nodded. Good. He looked at the houses. We're heading west. Mark pointed the other way. Highway's that way. Yeah, the man said. That's why we're going west. He gave a tired half-smile. Less people. Derek chuckled once. Fair. The 3 kept walking. Emma watched them pass. Where are they going? Anywhere quieter, Evan said. That's smart. Probably. More movement appeared at the intersection. Another group, another wave. Emma sighed. There's going to be a lot more. It wasn't really a question. Evan watched the steady line of people coming out of the city. Yes, he said. There is. By 9, the intersection wasn't a corner anymore. It was a crossroads. People kept arriving from the city, alone, in pairs, in families. Most carried something. Backpacks, duffel bags, grocery sacks, carts, bikes loaded with whatever mattered most when you had to leave fast. Yesterday had been a trickle. Now it was a flow. Evan leaned against the front of his truck. Mark stood beside him with his arms folded. Derek paced near the sidewalk, watching the road. None of them said much. They didn't need to. The street was saying enough. Emma came out carrying a metal pot. I filled this from the faucet, she said, but it's worse. Evan looked in the pot. The water trembled as she held it. Good call. How long do we have? I don't know. She carried it inside. Across the street, Mark's wife was doing the same thing, moving between the kitchen and garage with bottles and containers. Derek watched her. Everyone's thinking the same thing. Water first, Mark said. Always. Another group passed the intersection. Larger. 8 people, 2 kids. The children dragged their feet beside their parents. moving like they had already walked too far. Emma returned to the doorway just as they passed. The younger child looked at her. "Do you have power?" Emma shook her head. "No." The boy nodded like he had expected that. Then he kept walking. Derek watched the family disappear. "That's going to get harder." "What is?" Emma asked. "Families." Nobody argued. The flow kept moving. Some people walked fast, heads down, trying to cover distance before night. Others stopped at the intersection and asked questions. A few knocked on doors nearby. Water, information, help. Emma noticed one of them. "Dad." Evan followed her gaze. A woman stood at Harold's porch holding a small plastic bottle. Even from a distance, the ask was obvious. Harold went inside and came back with a larger bottle. He handed it to her. The woman looked relieved. Emma smiled a little. "That was nice." "Yes?" Derek rubbed the back of his neck. "That's going to get complicated." Emma looked at him. "Why?" "Because we only have so much." "But they need it." "Yes," Derek said. "They do." That was the problem. Helping one person was easy. Helping everyone was impossible. More travelers came. 2 teenagers on bikes coasted past the houses before stopping at the intersection. Emma leaned against the doorframe. "Do you think the whole city looks like this?" Evan thought about the miles of streets beyond them. Dead traffic lights, stalled cars, apartment buildings, hospitals, grocery stores. People waking up with no power, no water, no cars, no plan. "Probably worse," he said. Mark nodded. "Way worse." Derek kicked a pebble across the pavement. "Grocery stores are probably empty." Emma blinked. "Already?" "Panic buying yesterday. Delivery trucks getting hit. People grabbing what they can. Stealing. Some of it." Mark looked toward the intersection. "Some of it, survival." Emma didn't like that. Neither did Evan, but not liking something didn't make it less true. Around 10:30, a bicycle trailer rolled up from the city. The rider pulled a small cart loaded with water jugs and camping gear. He stopped near the intersection and leaned over the handlebars, breathing hard. People gathered around him fast. He pointed back toward the city, then west, then toward the hills. Directions. Information was moving now, not through phones, not through broadcasts, through people. Emma saw it. "They're trading information." "Exactly. What kind? Where water is, where food is, where trouble is." She nodded. "That's smart." "Yes." The cyclist pushed off again and continued west. Several people followed. Others split different ways. The intersection had become a decision point. Emma stepped down the driveway. "Dad?" "Yeah?" "If more people keep coming, will some stay?" Evan looked at the houses lining the block. Quiet homes, driveways, gardens, kids' bikes. A place that looked safe from the outside. "Some might." Derek nodded. "Especially tonight." Emma looked at him. "Why tonight?" "Because daylight runs out. And they'll need somewhere to sleep." "Exactly." Mark shifted his weight. "If people start camping here, everything changes." "How?" Emma asked. "Crowds bring problems." "Crowds also bring safety," Evan said. Mark looked at him. "That depends on the crowd." Another family passed. A man, a woman, 2 teenage boys. They stopped at the corner, scanned the streets, then kept going. Emma watched them disappear. Everybody looked so tired. Walking miles will do that. "Do you think we'll have to walk somewhere?" "Maybe." "Where?" Evan looked west, toward the hills, away from the city, away from the growing river of people. "I don't know yet." A shout rose from the intersection. Everyone turned. People gathered around one of the cyclists. He was talking fast, pointing. Mark stepped toward the curb. "What are they saying?" Derek strained to hear. "Can't make it out." Emma watched carefully. Maybe they heard news. Maybe, Evan said. But news wasn't news anymore. It was rumor until proven otherwise. And proving anything had become hard. Emma slipped her hand into Evan's. Dad? Yeah? Do you think anyone is fixing this? Evan looked down the road. More people were coming. Someone probably is. But it's bigger than one crew. How big? He watched the tired faces moving through the intersection. Bigger than one city. Emma followed his gaze. This time, she understood. The road wasn't just sending people away from the city. It was sending them everywhere. By late morning, the intersection had become something new. Not a corner, a gathering point. People stopped there now, talked, waited, decided. Evan, Mark, and Derek drifted closer to the curb without meaning to. The farther they stood from their houses, the clearer the view became, and the clearer the truth. The city was emptying, not in one rush, not with sirens or orders, slowly, steadily, like water leaking through a crack. Emma stood beside Evan, watching 4 men study the paper map. Are they lost? No, they're planning. One pointed west, another pointed north, a third traced a route with his finger. The fourth just watched the road. Planning what? Where to go next? Why don't they go home? Derek looked down at her. Because home might not work anymore. That answer landed. Near the curb, 2 women filled bottles from a jug someone had set down. They talked quietly and kept looking toward the city. More people arrived every few minutes. The intersection had become a place where information collected. A tall man with a hiking pack stopped near the map group. City's getting ugly, he said. Everyone nearby turned. How ugly? Someone asked. Stores getting hit. Looting. The man nodded once. Started last night. Emma looked up at Evan. What's looting? People taking things from stores. Stealing. Sometimes. You keep saying sometimes. Because it depends what happens next. She frowned. She hated that answer. So did he. The man with the hiking pack kept talking. Police showed up early, not enough of them. Lights out everywhere. Cars stuck. People are getting desperate. What about gas stations? Someone asked. Empty or broken. Hospitals? Packed. That quieted the group. Mark leaned closer to Evan. That's spreading fast. Faster than I hoped. Emma squeezed his hand. Are those people dangerous? Not yet. But they could be. Anyone can be if things get hard enough. She looked back at the travelers. Older than 12 for a second. The man with the map folded it. We keep moving, he said. Which way? West. Why west? Less city. That had become the logic. Less city, less people. Less pressure. A man pushed a shopping cart past them. Canned food, blankets, a camping stove. His shoulders were hunched from the effort. No one stopped him. No one asked where he got it. Everyone understood too much now. Across the street, Mark's wife called from the porch. Mark. Yeah? The water's a trickle. Mark looked at Evan. That fast? It was already dropping. Derek ran a hand through his hair. That changes everything. Emma looked confused. How? No water makes people move faster, Derek said. Where? Anywhere they think water still exists. Emma looked toward the intersection. Are they all leaving the city? Most of them. Why not stay? Cities need systems, Evan said, and the systems stopped. Yes. Another bicycle came from downtown. The rider looked finished, sweat-dark shirt, stiff legs, eyes that had seen too much already. People surrounded him. Where from? Downtown. How bad? Bad. What happened? Grids gone, cars everywhere, some buildings evacuated. What about the government? Emergency broadcast came through this morning. Emma looked up. That's good. Evan waited. The cyclist continued. Same message. Stay calm. Conserve supplies. Shelter in place if you can. When's help coming? Someone asked. The cyclist shook his head. They didn't say. The crowd fell quiet. Emma looked back at Evan. That's not good. No, it isn't. The cyclist moved on. A few people followed. Others stayed. Low conversation spread. Mark leaned closer. This neighborhood's going to get busy. Already is. We should organize something. Like what? Watch, water, info, I don't know. Something. Evan looked at the block. Normal people. Normal families. Dragged into something none of them asked for. We might have to. Emma listened. Organize what? People helping each other. That sounds good. It is. But it's also work. She nodded. Everything's work now. Evan looked down at her. That might be the smartest thing anyone said all morning. Then someone shouted from the intersection, "More people coming!" Everyone turned. Down the road, under the bright sky, a long line of figures appeared. Not a few. Not another small group. A line, walking, pushing bikes, dragging carts, carrying bags. Too many to count quickly. The flow had become a river. Emma stared. Dad, I see it. That's a lot of people. Yes. And as the line moved steadily toward the intersection, the neighborhood understood what the morning had been trying to show them. This wasn't temporary. The city was emptying. And the world outside their street had started moving in ways nobody could stop. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. By midday, the neighborhood didn't feel like a neighborhood anymore. It still looked like one. Same houses, same trees, same sidewalks, lawns still shining a little from the morning dew. But the rhythm was gone. The street had become part of something bigger now, a route, a corridor, a way out. Evan stood near the edge of the driveway, watching the intersection at the end of the block. People kept coming. From the city, alone, in families, in small groups that looked like they had met somewhere along the way and decided walking together was better than walking alone. Backpacks, rolling suitcases, overloaded bicycles, blankets tied to carts, plastic bags cutting into tired hands. Most of them were quiet, too tired to talk. Emma stepped beside him. There's more than before. Yeah, way more. She wasn't wrong. The intersection that looked busy earlier now looked crowded. People stood in small circles, sharing directions and half information. A man with a paper map had become useful by accident. People kept asking him where to go, and he kept pointing west or north like he had more answers than he really did. The city was emptying. Not fast, not all at once, but enough. Mark crossed the street and joined Evan near the curb. I counted about 60 people in the last half hour. Walking? Mostly. That's steady. If it keeps going like this all day, we'll see hundreds. Emma looked between them. Hundreds of what? People leaving the city, Evan said. Why? Mark looked toward the road. Because the city isn't working anymore. Emma understood that. Sort of. She had seen the dead cars, the dark houses, the empty sky, the dry taps. But scale was different. Scale took longer to land. How big is the city? She asked. Evan looked toward downtown even though he couldn't see it from here. Big enough. For what? For this to keep going a long time. She didn't ask another question. Across the street, Derek came out of his garage carrying 2 plastic containers. Water's dead, he said. Mark turned. Nothing? Barely a drip. Evan felt that settle. The water had lasted longer than he expected. Not long enough. Emma caught the look on his face. That's bad. Yes. Because people need water. Yes. And if they don't have it. She stopped. She already knew. At the intersection, another group gathered around the map. One man pointed back toward the city and talked fast. The map man shook his head, more pointing, more arguing, Emma leaned forward. They're arguing. Directions, Mark said. But why argue? Because everyone thinks their way is the right way. Emma thought about that. That sounds like school. Mark gave a small laugh. Pretty much. The group broke apart. Half went west. The rest went north. The movement never really stopped now. Some people passed through without slowing. Others stopped for information. Some just stood there, too tired to choose. A woman pushing a stroller paused near the curb. Emma saw her first. Dad. Evan followed her gaze. A toddler slept in the stroller. A diaper bag hung from the handles. The woman looked wrecked. Not dramatic. Just done. She looked down the street like she was trying to make one more decision and didn't have enough left in her. Evan stepped forward. You heading west? She nodded. Trying. How far? 3 miles. Water? Her eyes changed. Just a little. If you have any. Evan went back to the house and grabbed a bottle. He handed it to her. She took it carefully, like she didn't fully trust that it was real. Thank you. She gave it to the toddler first, tipping it slowly. Emma watched. That's good, she said quietly. What is? Helping people. Yes. But as the woman kept walking, Derek shook his head. Emma noticed. What? That's going to get complicated. Why? Because more people will ask. Then we help them too. Derek didn't answer. Mark did. We only have so much. Emma looked confused. But they need it. Yes, Mark said. And so do we. Emma looked back toward the intersection. More travelers, more bags, more tired faces. Dad? Yeah? That's a lot of people. Evan nodded. And it's only lunchtime. Then a voice carried from the intersection. Hey! Everyone turned. A man near the corner pointed back toward the city. Military trucks. That word changed everything. Military. People moved closer. What did you see? 2 trucks. Where? Main Avenue. Coming this way? I don't know. Excitement moved through the crowd. Hope. Even the tired people straightened a little. Emma grabbed Evan's arm. See? Someone's coming to fix it. Evan wanted to believe that. He really did. But 2 trucks didn't fix a city. 2 trucks meant something else. Mark crossed his arms. Maybe. Emma looked up at him. Why maybe? Mark glanced at Evan. Because if the army's here. He paused. That means it's bigger than we thought. Emma looked back toward the intersection. The travelers were still coming, still moving, still leaving. If help was arriving, it hadn't changed the direction of the crowd. The word military spread through the intersection like a spark. Within minutes, almost everyone at the corner was talking louder. Hope had entered the street, even if no one knew what kind. Did they stop? Someone asked the man. No. Were they helping people? They just drove through. What direction? Downtown. That changed the sound of the crowd. Not much. Enough. People glanced back toward the city. Some relieved, some not. Mark stepped closer to the travelers. How long ago? Maybe 20 minutes. 2 trucks? Yeah. Soldiers? Couldn't see inside. Derek folded his arms. Probably scouting. For what? Someone asked. Damage, Derek said. Another traveler shook his head. Or trouble. That quieted people fast. Emma tugged Evan's sleeve. If the army's here, that's good, right? Maybe. Why does everyone keep saying maybe? Evan looked down the road. More people were still coming. If things were under control, people wouldn't still be leaving like this. Emma followed his gaze. She didn't argue. Near the intersection, the map man unfolded the paper again. If they're heading downtown, they're securing something important, he said. Like what? Government buildings, power stations, water plants, food warehouses. People started guessing. That was all anyone had now. Guesses. Emma listened. Do you think they'll turn the power back on? I hope so. How long does that take? Depends what broke. She looked at the dead street. If everything broke? She didn't finish. Neither did he. Across the street, Mark's wife stepped onto the porch. Mark, he turned. The faucets are dry now. Mark nodded slowly. The last piece was gone. Emma's eyes widened. So, now, we only have what we saved? That's right. Derek scratched the back of his neck. That'll push people out of the city faster. Why? Emma asked. No water means no staying. Emma looked at the intersection again. Some travelers had already started moving. West, north, anywhere that sounded better. The military rumor didn't make them wait. It made them choose. A tall man in hiking boots stepped near the map group. I came from 3 blocks inside the city, he said. How bad? Power out everywhere. Stores smashed open. Looting? Yeah. How much? Enough. Emma looked at Evan. That's the stealing thing again. Yes. But won't the army stop that? Maybe. She stared at him. There it is again. He gave a tired half smile. Because I don't know everything. She didn't look convinced. 2 travelers argued near the curb. One pointed west, one pointed north. Finally, they split up. Emma watched. They were together. Not anymore. Why? Different choices. Do families split up too? Sometimes. That's sad. Yes. Another bicycle rolled into the intersection. The rider leaned hard over the handlebars. Someone handed him water. He drank, then lowered the bottle. Where from? Someone asked. Downtown hospital. The crowd tightened. What's it like? Packed. With what? People, injured, sick, panicked. Emma squeezed Evan's hand. That doesn't sound good. No. It doesn't. The cyclist kept talking. They're running out of supplies. How? Too many people. Doctor still working? Yeah. Power. Generators. For how long? No idea. That answer moved through the crowd like cold air. Generators meant temporary. Temporary meant a clock was ticking. Emma leaned against Evan. What happens when the generators stop? He didn't answer right away. Some truths did not need to be handed to a child before they arrived on their own. I hope they don't, he said. It was honest. Not enough, but honest. More travelers moved through. Students with backpacks. A man pushing a grocery cart loaded with cans. A family following behind him. Emma noticed something. Dad. Yeah. Some of them are looking at the houses. Evan had seen it too. Travelers slowed as they passed the block, looking at garages, windows, porches, checking, not threatening, not yet. Mark saw it. That's starting. Emma looked at him. What? People checking places. For what? Water, food, shelter, but they're just looking. For now, Derek said. Emma hated that answer. So did Evan. The intersection kept growing. Information moved person to person. The man with the map answered questions like he had become responsible for a place he did not own. Emma watched the flow of people. How many people live downtown? A lot. How many? Hundreds of thousands. Her eyes widened. And they're all coming out here? Not all. But some. Yes. She looked at the road. That's still a lot. It is. And it was only the beginning. By early afternoon, the neighborhood had become something else entirely. The houses still looked calm. Trimmed lawns, porches, kids' bikes leaning against garage walls exactly where they had been left. But the road at the end of the block had turned into a corridor. People kept moving through it. Dozens, then more. Not one crowd. Waves. Walking. Pushing bikes. Dragging carts. holding children's hands, carrying everything they thought mattered until it became too heavy and they had to decide again. The intersection had turned into a checkpoint no one built. People stopped, asked questions, shared rumors, chose a direction, kept walking. Evan stood near the curb with Mark and Derek. Emma leaned against the mailbox. "They all look tired," she said. "They probably are. Do you think they'll walk all night?" "Some will." "Why?" "Because stopping can be dangerous." "Dangerous like what?" Derek answered. "Crowds." Emma looked back at the intersection. More people were gathering. A cyclist tightened a strap on a trailer. 2 teenagers sat on the curb sharing water. A family studied the map while the father pointed west. Mark rubbed his chin. "This is turning into a crossroads." "It already is," Evan said. "And if it keeps growing?" Evan didn't answer. He didn't need to. Crowds brought pressure. Pressure brought decisions. Decisions brought problems. Emma noticed his silence. "That's bad." "It could be." "Why?" "Because crowds attract more crowds." She thought about it. "Like a school hallway." Mark laughed quietly. "Exactly." One traveler stopped near the curb. "Any water around here?" Evan shook his head. "Not anymore." The man nodded and kept walking. A few minutes later, another asked the same thing. Then another. Word was spreading. Water was gone. Emma noticed. "Everyone keeps asking." "That's what people need first," Derek said. "Water." Emma looked uneasy. "What happens when they can't find any?" "They keep walking." "And if they can't?" Derek didn't answer. The intersection buzzed again. Fragments drifted across the street. Heading downtown. Checking infrastructure. No power anywhere. National problem. Evan straightened. "Did he say national?" The traveler near the curb nodded. "That's what I heard near the courthouse." Emma looked up. "What does that mean?" "It means this isn't just here." "How big?" The traveler shrugged. "Big enough the army's involved." Mark folded his arms. "That's what I figured." Emma looked at the line of people. "If it's national..." She paused. "Then everybody's having the same problem." "Yes," Evan said. "That's exactly what it means." The weight of that settled over them. Not city, not region. Bigger. Something large enough to stop the modern world in more than one place at the same time. Emma looked back toward the road. "Where are they all going?" "Anywhere they think might be better." "Is anywhere better?" Evan didn't answer. Because he didn't know. The map man folded his paper and shoved it into his backpack. "We're moving," he told his group. "Which way?" "West." "Why west?" "Less city." That was the new logic. Less city, less people, less pressure. A man pushed a shopping cart past them. Canned food, blankets, small camping stove. Nobody asked where he got it. Everyone knew enough not to ask. Emma watched the map group leave. "They trust him." "Yeah." "Why?" "Because he looks like he knows where he's going." "Does he?" "Maybe." She sighed. "Maybe" is getting annoying. "Maybe" is the only honest word anyone has right now. A low rumble rolled through the air. Everyone froze. Not an engine. Not thunder. Deeper. Farther away. Derek looked west. "You hear that?" Mark nodded. "Yeah." Emma gripped Evan's arm. "What was it?" Evan stared toward the horizon. He knew that sound. Not from daily life. From videos. From air shows. From the kind of thing you usually heard when the world was still organized enough to put machines in the sky on purpose. "Aircraft," he said. "But planes haven't been flying." "No, that didn't sound like a plane." "It wasn't a regular one." Emma's eyes widened. "Military?" Evan kept watching the empty blue sky. No contrails, no flashing lights, nothing visible. But the sound had been there, real, low, moving fast. "Yes," he said. "I think so." The crowd at the intersection had gone quiet. Everyone was looking up now. For a few seconds, the entire road stopped moving. Then the sound faded, gone, and the people started walking again. That said more than the aircraft did. Emma looked at Evan. "Dad?" "Yeah?" "Something big is happening." It wasn't a question, not anymore. Evan looked at the endless line of people leaving the city, then at the quiet houses behind him, then toward the skyline hidden beyond the neighborhoods. "Yes," he said, "it is." Because every hour was making the truth clearer. The world had not paused. It had broken, and the people walking out of the city were only the first sign of what came next. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. The second night without electricity arrived differently. The first night had felt strange. This one felt scheduled, expected, like rain. As the sun dropped behind the rooftops, people moved before the dark could catch them unprepared. Doors opened, doors closed. Candles appeared in windows. Battery lanterns glowed faintly behind curtains. Neighbors finished small jobs while the light still gave them time. The day had taught everyone the same thing. The modern world was not coming back quickly. Evan stood in the driveway, watching the sky turn orange behind the trees. Emma sat on the porch steps. More travelers had passed through that afternoon than he could count. The intersection had never fully emptied. People came, people left. Information moved the only way it could now. Person to person, mouth to ear, mistake to mistake. The city behind them kept sending more. Emma rested her chin on her knees. It's quieter now. For the moment. Why? Only for the moment. Because people will keep walking until they find somewhere to sleep. She looked toward the intersection. Only a few travelers stood there now, studying the map in the fading light. What if they sleep here? Some might. Is that bad? Depends. On what? How many? Across the street, Mark came out of his garage carrying a folding table. He set it near the curb. A few minutes later, he put a small lantern on top. Derek walked over and leaned against the mailbox. "You setting up a check-in station?" Mark shrugged. "Something like that. For travelers?" "Yeah." Derek nodded. "Not a bad idea." Emma watched. "What's a check-in station?" "A place where people stop and talk," Evan said. "About what?" "Directions, information, sometimes help." "Are we helping people?" "Some." She looked back at the house, at the water containers lined along the kitchen counter. "But not everyone." "No." She frowned. "That still feels wrong." Evan understood. But feelings didn't change math, and survival had math. Mark lit the lantern. The glow spread across the table and sidewalk. Small, warm, visible. In a neighborhood without power, a light meant something. The travelers near the intersection saw it right away. One started walking toward it. Emma leaned forward. They saw it. "Yes." The man approached carefully. Late 30s. Backpack slung over one shoulder. Mark nodded. "You heading west?" "Trying." "How far you come?" 6 miles. Mark gestured toward the table. "Take a minute if you need." The man set his bag down and sat on the grass. "Thanks." Within minutes, 2 more travelers joined him. The lantern had become a signal, a place to stop, a place where someone might know something. Emma looked impressed. "That's smart." "It is." "Did Mark plan that?" "Probably not." "What do you mean?" "Sometimes people just do the useful thing before they know why." Derek pulled over another folding chair. The station formed on its own. No vote, no plan, just need. One traveler pointed down the road. "Where's water around here?" Mark shook his head. "Not much left." "That's what everyone's saying. Another traveler spoke. City pumps are dry. Ours stopped this morning, Mark said. The group went quiet. Emma whispered, That's scary. Yes. Why are people still leaving the city if there's no water anywhere? Because there might be water somewhere else. But they don't know. No. That's guessing. That's most of today. The lantern flickered in the wind. More travelers drifted toward the table. Word spread fast now. Someone was talking. Someone was listening. Someone might have a better answer than nothing. By the time the sun disappeared, almost 10 people had gathered around the lantern. Some sat on the grass. Some leaned against bicycles. Some kept their backpacks on, like taking them off might make it harder to keep going. The street stayed calm. But the corner had become something else. Not official, not safe, useful. Emma hugged her knees. Dad? Yeah? Is this how towns used to work? What do you mean? Before phones? Evan watched the circle of people. In some ways, people just talking? Exactly. That seems slower. It is. But also kind of nicer. Sometimes. Another traveler approached. Older man, gray hair, walking stick. He stopped near the lantern. Evening. Evening, Mark said. Any real word from the city? Mark shook his head. Mostly rumors. The old man nodded. Same everywhere. What kind? Grids down across half the country. The group shifted. Emma looked up fast. Half the country? Evan studied the man. Where did you hear that? Near the courthouse. Reliable? The man gave a tired shrug. Reliable died with the phones. Mark leaned back. If that's true, he didn't finish. Nobody needed him to. Emma leaned closer to Evan. If it's half the country. She paused. Who's fixing it? Evan looked at the lantern. That small circle of light in all that dark. That's the question everyone's trying to answer. Darkness settled fully. The last orange faded. Stars came out above the rooftops. Without street lights or the city glow, the night felt deeper, older, like the world had gone backward while everyone was still standing in place. Mark's lantern became the brightest thing on the block. Travelers kept coming, 1 or 2 at a time. They rested, asked questions, shared whatever they had heard, then moved on. The lantern had become an information station. Emma sat beside Evan on the porch steps, watching the strangers in the glow. They looked calmer now. Why do you think? Because someone's talking to them. Evan nodded. Information mattered. Even bad information mattered if it gave people something to hold. Mark poured a little water into a small metal cup and handed it to the old man. Appreciate it, the man said. Don't mention it. Another traveler leaned in. You said half the country? That's what I heard. Why? Massive grid failure. Power grid? Yeah. Derek crossed the street and joined them. That would explain a lot. Explain what? Someone asked. The cars, signals, electronics. The old man nodded. That's the rumor. Emma looked at Evan. What's a grid again? The power network, the system that moves electricity around. So, if it breaks, everything stops. That sounds bad. It is. But if it broke everywhere, how do they fix it? That's the hard part. The group kept trading fragments. A young woman spoke next. My brother works at the hospital downtown. Generators kicked in when the power went. That's normal, Derek said. They're already worried about fuel. Everyone understood that. Generators meant temporary. Temporary meant a clock. Emma wrapped her arms around her knees. If the generators stop, do hospitals stop too? Evan hesitated, then nodded. Eventually, she looked troubled. That's really bad. Yes. Mark leaned back and looked at the sky. Anyone seen helicopters today? Heads shook. Nothing. Same here. Mark frowned. That's weird. Emma asked. Why? Big emergencies usually bring helicopters. Police? News, military, search and rescue. Emma looked up. The sky was wide, dark, empty. Maybe they're somewhere else. Maybe, Mark said, but nobody sounded convinced. Another traveler arrived. Young man pushing a bicycle loaded with bags. He leaned it against the curb. Evening. Evening, Mark said. You coming from the city? Yeah. How bad? The young man wiped his forehead. Busy. Derek gave a dry laugh. That's one word. Crowds everywhere, people walking out every direction. Looting? Some. Police? Not much. Military? I saw a convoy heading south. That got everyone's attention. How many trucks? Derek asked. 4 or 5. Armored? Looked like it. Mark leaned forward. Doing what? Moving. Not stopping. No. That did not help the mood. Emma whispered, why wouldn't they stop? Maybe they had somewhere specific to go. Like where? Important places. She thought about that. That still doesn't help the people walking. No. The young man accepted a small cup of water. Thanks. Any idea where the closest water is? He asked. Derek thought for a second. There's a creek about 2 miles west. The young man nodded. That'll have to do. He stood again. Appreciate it. Stay safe, Mark said. The traveler pushed the bicycle down the road and disappeared into the dark. Emma watched him go. That's a long way for water. Yes. Do you think he'll make it? I hope so. The lantern circle quieted. Wind moved through the trees. Somewhere far away, a dog barked. Then nothing. Emma leaned against Evan's arm. Do you think the power comes back tomorrow? I don't know. Maybe the army fixes it overnight. Maybe. She did not believe that. Neither did he. Across the street, one of the travelers stood and stretched. I'm heading west. 2 others got up with him. Within minutes, the group around the lantern shrank again. That was the pattern now. Move, rest, ask, move, again. Emma yawned. You should sleep, Evan said. I want to watch a little longer. Okay. The lantern kept glowing. More travelers would come. Everyone knew it. The city was still sending them, and the night had barely started. By 10 o'clock, the lantern had become the natural center of the block. Anyone coming from the intersection saw it right away. A warm circle against the dark road. People kept arriving, not big groups now, singles, pairs, small clusters. The daylight rush had slowed, but the flow had not stopped. The city behind them was still pushing people outward. Emma sat cross-legged near the driveway edge, watching. They're nicer at night. Evan looked down. What do you mean? During the day, everyone looked stressed. Now they're just tired. That happens. Why? When people are tired enough, arguing takes too much energy. She watched the circle. The old man with the walking stick still sat on the grass beside the curb. Derek leaned near the mailbox. Mark stayed by the lantern, giving out tiny cups of water when he chose to. Not enough to hurt them. Enough to matter to the person receiving it. The whole thing looked like a roadside camp. Temporary, uneasy, human. Emma tilted her head. It almost feels like an old story. What kind? Travelers stopping at a village. Evan smiled faintly. That's not far off. A new figure appeared at the far end of the street, moving slower than the others. A man with a limp. One arm wrapped tightly around a small duffel bag. Mark saw him first. Evening. The man lifted a hand. Evening. You coming from the city? Yeah. How far? 5 miles. He lowered himself onto the curb like sitting down hurt. Emma studied him. He looked beyond tired. Water? Mark asked. If you have a little. Mark poured a small cup. The man drank slowly. Thanks. Derek leaned against the mailbox. How is it back there? The man shook his head. Messy. Looting? Some. Fighting? A little. Police? Not enough. The lantern flickered in the wind. Emma looked at Evan. Why don't the police just stop it? Too many people. Not enough police. Oh. The man with the duffel kept talking. Traffic's still jammed. Cars everywhere. Anyone moving them? Derek asked. Some people are pushing them off roads. That'll take forever. Yeah, most people figured out walking is faster. Emma glanced down the road. Another pair of travelers moved under the starlight. They're still coming. Yes. The man with the duffel nodded. City has too many people and not enough supplies now. Mark leaned forward. What about the military? Saw a few trucks. Doing what? Moving around mostly. That's it? Pretty much. Again, no comfort. Emma asked quietly, why aren't they helping people? They probably are, Evan said. Just not everywhere. She nodded. That's a big place to help. Yes. The two travelers reached the lantern, a young couple, barely older than college students. Evening, Mark said. Evening, the young man replied. You heading west? Trying. Any trouble back there? Derek asked. The couple exchanged a look. Some, the young woman said. What kind? Crowds. Angry crowds? Mostly desperate. Emma hugged her knees. Desperate. That word had started showing up too much. The couple took directions and moved on after a few minutes. The circle shrank again. People came, people left, always moving. Emma yawned and rubbed her eyes. You need sleep, Evan said. I know. But you want to see what happens? She nodded. What happens tonight? Everything. He laughed softly. That's a lot for one night. I know. Across the street, Mark stretched and looked down the road. Flow's slowing. Derek nodded. Most people probably stopped somewhere. That won't last, Mark said. No. Emma looked up. Why not? Scared people keep moving, Derek said. Even at night? Sometimes, especially at night. Emma looked toward the intersection. The lantern was the only real light now. But beyond it, in the dark, movement still appeared now and then. Silhouettes, slow, tired, still coming. They're still out there, she said. Yes, lots of them. Evan watched another pair appear at the edge of the road, walking toward the lantern like moths to the only flame left. Emma leaned her head against his shoulder. Do you think tomorrow will be worse? He watched the darkness. More people would come. The city still held thousands, maybe more than anyone wanted to think about. People without water, without power, without cars, without answers. Sooner or later, more of them would move. Tomorrow, he said, will probably be bigger. Bigger how? Another silhouette stepped into the lantern light, then another behind it. Evan looked toward the silent city. More people. The lantern kept shining on the dark street. Not bright enough to fix anything, bright enough to pull people in, and that was starting to become its own kind of problem. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Morning came slow on the third day without electricity. The sky brightened behind the rooftops in pale layers. Birds moved through the trees again, hopping from branch to branch, calling to each other like the world had not changed at all. That was starting to get annoying. Nature didn't care that everything people built had stopped working. The street did. Evan stood near the edge of the driveway watching the intersection at the end of the block. Mark's lantern sat dark on the folding table. The grass around it was flattened where travelers had rested through the night before moving on. Now, morning was bringing the next wave. People were already walking out of the city. Emma stepped out beside him with a metal cup. More again. Yeah. The road beyond the intersection carried a slow line of people moving west. Some walked alone, heads down, shoulders tired. Others moved in pairs or small groups, carrying backpacks and bags that looked heavier with every mile. One man pushed a bicycle with 2 duffel bags tied to the back. A woman beside him carried a plastic grocery sack, tearing at one corner. Nobody looked rested. Emma leaned against the mailbox. They look worse today. They've been walking longer. But didn't they sleep somewhere? Some did. And the others? Evan watched a man stop at the intersection, stretch his back, then keep walking. They didn't. Emma didn't like that. The intersection was already gathering people again. A few travelers stood near the curb where Mark's table still sat. Some studied the road. Some talked quietly with people who had arrived before them. The place had become something overnight. Not a camp, not yet. But a place where movement slowed, where questions got asked. Across the street, Mark came out with a thermos and 2 empty cups. Morning. Morning. Mark walked to the folding table and set the cups down. You see the line already? Started before sunrise. Mark poured coffee and handed Evan a cup. Word's getting around. What word? That this is where people stop. Evan looked at the lantern beside the cups. That was your doing. Mark shrugged. Seemed useful. Emma sat on the curb nearby, watching travelers gather around the table. A young couple approached first. Morning, the man said. Morning, Mark replied. You know which way gets out fastest? Depends where you're trying to go. Anywhere away from the city. Mark pointed west. Most people are heading that way. The couple nodded and kept walking. Another traveler stepped forward, 2 empty water bottles in his hands. Any water around here? Mark shook his head. Not anymore. The man sighed. That's what everyone's saying. He turned back toward the intersection. Emma watched him go. They're all asking the same thing. Water, Mark said. Always. As the morning got brighter, Evan noticed the real change. People weren't just passing through. Some were slowing down. A woman with a backpack sat on the curb, rubbing her feet. 2 teenage boys leaned their bikes against a street sign and shared a small bag of crackers. Travelers were starting to linger. Emma noticed, too. Dad? Yeah. Some of them aren't leaving. Evan studied the corner. She was right. A few bags were on the ground now. Not on backs, on the ground. That mattered. Resting was one thing. Unloading was another. Across the street, Derek walked out and joined them. You see the problem? Evan nodded. Yeah. Emma looked between them. What problem? Derek gestured toward the intersection. They're stopping. They were already stopping. Not like this. Emma looked again. More travelers were near the table. Some sitting, some standing. Some watching the road like they were waiting for a reason to continue. What's different? She asked. Evan answered quietly. Yesterday, people were moving. And today? Today, some of them might stay. Emma frowned. A man pulled a folding stool from his backpack and sat beside the curb. Another traveler set 2 heavy bags down and stretched his arms. They weren't pausing. They were settling. Mark saw it too. Well, he said. Derek looked at him. What? Mark stared at the growing cluster. Looks like the crossroads became a waiting room. Emma wrapped her arms around her knees. For what? No one answered, because they all knew. The city was still sending people outward. But the farther people walked, the fewer places they had left to go. Sooner or later, someone would look at this quiet street and decide it was good enough. By mid-morning, the intersection no longer looked like a place people passed through. People still arrived from the city. But the rhythm had changed. More of them stopped. Evan leaned against the side of his truck with his arms folded. Backpacks rested on pavement. Bicycles leaned against the curb. Travelers sat on the grass, rubbing feet, drinking the last of their water, staring at nothing. No tents, no real camp. But nobody looked ready to leave either. Emma sat on the porch steps. They're still here. Some are. Why? They're tired. She pointed toward the corner. That woman has been sitting there for a long time. Evan followed her gaze. The woman with the stroller was back. Her toddler slept under a small blanket while she leaned on the stroller handle, staring down the road like she was trying to find the strength to stand. She probably walked a long way. Do you think she's waiting for someone? Maybe. Across the street, Mark poured coffee for a man asking about the western suburbs. Derek pointed travelers toward the road that led to the hills. For a while, things stayed calm. Then, the questions changed. A tall man with a hiking pack lifted 2 empty bottles. You sure there's no water around here? Mark shook his head. Not from the pipes. What about wells? Not on this block. The man looked frustrated. Everyone keeps saying that. That's because it's true. A dusty woman with a sunburned face stepped closer. What about houses? Mark turned toward her. What about them? Anyone sharing water? The air changed. Small shift, big meaning. Mark answered carefully. Some people helped yesterday. And today? Mark glanced at the homes lining the street. Most people are saving what they have. The woman nodded. I get it. But her face said she didn't like it. Behind her, another traveler spoke. We've been walking since before sunrise. A man beside him added, Kids need water. Emma shifted on the porch. She heard it. The edge, not anger yet, pressure. Derek rubbed the back of his neck. There's a creek about 2 miles west. Still running? Last I heard. A few travelers nodded, but not all of them moved. Some stayed there, looking at the houses. Emma noticed first. Dad? Yeah? They're looking again. Evan followed her gaze. Several travelers were no longer looking at the table. They were looking at the neighborhood, driveways, garages, windows. One man studied the houses slowly. Another whispered to the woman beside him. Emma hugged her knees tighter. They didn't look like that before. No. Before they were just asking questions. Evan didn't answer, because she had already said the important part. Before, they were thinking about where to go next. Now some were thinking about where they already were. Mark set the thermos down. All right, he said, calm but louder. If you're heading west, the road's clear. A few travelers picked up their bags. Several didn't. A younger man with dark circles stepped closer. You sure nobody here has extra water? Mark kept steady. Not much. We'd pay. That's not the issue. Then what is? Derek answered quietly. We have families here. The man looked at the houses. So do we. That stopped everyone. Because he was right. And that made it worse. Emma's voice dropped. Dad. Yeah? Are they mad? Not yet. More travelers arrived. A family of 4. 2 young boys dragging their feet while their parents guided them toward the curb. Another man rolled a bicycle loaded with camping gear into the crowd. The number at the corner had doubled in less than an hour. Emma stared. So many. And more coming, Evan said. The questions kept coming too. Nearest grocery store? Any gas stations working? Any wells around here? Anywhere people can sleep? Each answer got heavier. No. Number. No. Maybe. A man sat on the curb and pulled off his shoes. I can't keep walking today, he muttered. Another man nodded. Me neither. Emma looked at Evan. They're staying. Yes. For how long? I don't know. Derek leaned closer to Mark. If more people sit down. Others will follow, Mark finished. More bags came off shoulders. More people sat on the grass. More eyes drifted toward the quiet houses. The crossroads had stopped being just a place for questions. It was becoming a place to stop, and every minute made leaving harder. By late afternoon, the difference was impossible to miss. The intersection was no longer a pass-through spot. It was somewhere people stayed, not permanently, not officially, but long enough that the street felt it. Evan stood near the driveway with Mark and Derek. Emma stayed close. Some travelers still moved on after a few minutes. Many didn't. Backpacks leaned against the curb. Bicycles rested against signposts. People sat under trees with their heads down. The crossroads had become a waiting room. Emma stepped closer. "There's more now." "Yeah," Mark said. "How many?" Evan scanned the corner. "Maybe 30. 30 people. Give or take. That's a lot." "And it's still early," Derek said. The road behind the intersection kept feeding more people in. Some saw the crowd and came toward it automatically. Some kept walking. Each new arrival made the place feel heavier. A young man with a bicycle dropped his bags beside the curb and sat on the pavement. "I'm done walking today." No one challenged him. Another traveler pulled a blanket from her backpack and spread it across the grass. Emma saw it. "They're camping." "Not exactly, but they're staying." "Yes." Mark rubbed his forehead. This was bound to happen. Derek nodded. When people run out of daylight, they stop. Emma looked at the sky. The sun was already lowering. "So they'll leave tomorrow?" "Some will," Evan said. "And the others?" He didn't answer. Not everyone would keep moving. A man near the intersection stood and stretched before looking toward the houses. "You folks live here?" he called. Mark answered. "Yeah." The man nodded. "Nice neighborhood." He didn't say it like a threat. That didn't make it comfortable. It sounded like evaluation. Emma heard it too. "They're looking again." Yes. More travelers were studying the homes openly now. Driveways, garages, shade, lawns. Quiet, safe. A woman spoke to the man beside her. "Maybe we stay here tonight." "Just one night," he said. Emma's eyes widened. "Dad." "I know." Mark straightened. "If folks are resting, that's fine," he said. "But the road west is still open." Some travelers nodded. Others didn't move. One spoke up. "We're not causing trouble." "I didn't say you were. Just resting." "That's fair." The man sat back down. But nobody believed the moment was simple anymore. People weren't just asking directions. They were deciding whether to stay. Emma watched the bags on the ground, the people under the trees, the growing stillness. Derek leaned closer to Evan and Mark. "This is how it starts." Emma looked at him. "What?" "Crowds. But they're just tired." "Yes," Derek said, "and tired people stop walking." A pair of teenage boys sat beside their bikes near the curb. One opened a backpack and pulled out a half-empty bag of crackers. They shared it quietly. Across the street, Mark's wife stepped onto the porch. "How many now?" 30 or so, Mark replied. She looked toward the road. "That's more than this morning." "Yep." "And if more come tonight?" No one answered. The road answered for them. It was still sending people. Emma hugged her knees. What happens if there's 50? Derek looked down the street. Or 100. The quiet stretched. A plastic bag rolled along the curb and caught near the storm drain. This street had been a normal block 3 days ago. Now it was a checkpoint, a rest stop, a crossroads between a failing city and whatever came after it. Emma leaned against Evan's arm. "Dad?" "Yeah." "Are we going to let them stay?" He looked at the travelers. Tired faces, dusty clothes, people who had walked miles because their world stopped working. Then he looked back at the houses, families, supplies, doors, windows, people who had nowhere else to go either. I don't know yet, he said. Emma watched the corner again. More people were sitting. More bags were on the ground. More travelers had stopped being travelers. The sun slipped lower. Shadows stretched across the pavement. And the neighborhood understood the problem at the same time. The road was still bringing people, but now some of them weren't leaving. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Morning arrived gray and soft. For a moment, the neighborhood almost looked peaceful. Houses quiet, trees moving in the breeze, birds hopping along the sidewalk like they hadn't received the update. But the intersection told the truth. Evan stood at the edge of the driveway and counted. 37. That was how many travelers were still there. Some slept sitting against the curb, some lay on blankets in the grass. A few had leaned bicycles against the street sign and curled up beside them. Backpacks, bags, and small carts were scattered along the sidewalk where people had chosen to stop. They had stayed. Emma stepped beside him, rubbing sleep from her eyes. They're still here. Yeah. Did they sleep outside all night? Looks like it. She studied the corner. Mark's lantern sat dark on the folding table. Around it, the travelers looked like a village that had appeared while everyone slept. A young man stretched and yawned. Another traveler poured the last of a water bottle into his mouth, then tossed the empty bottle into a trash can. Emma frowned. They're not leaving. Not yet. Across the street, Mark stepped out with a thermos. He stopped halfway down the driveway when he saw how many people were still near the corner. Well, he muttered. Derek came out of his garage a minute later. You counted? Roughly, Evan said. How many? Close to 40. Derek whistled softly. That escalated. Emma looked up. What does escalated mean? Got bigger faster than expected. She watched a woman fold a blanket and tuck it into her backpack. Maybe they're getting ready to leave. Evan hoped so, but the signs didn't match. Some were still lying down. Others sat in small groups with bags unpacked beside them. A few looked toward the city like they were waiting for something. News, movement, a reason. The road beyond the intersection still carried travelers, but fewer than yesterday. A few figures appeared every few minutes now instead of a steady line. Mark noticed. Flow slowed. Probably because people stopped here. Exactly. Emma watched the travelers. They look less tired. Because they slept. But they're still here. Yes. Why? Evan looked at the quiet houses along the block. Because stopping somewhere safe feels better than walking somewhere unknown. Emma looked back at the crowd. The gray-haired man with the walking stick was already awake, speaking with a younger traveler over a paper map spread across the curb. Another traveler pushed a bicycle a few feet and leaned it against a tree. They weren't packing, they were arranging. Mark set the thermos on the folding table. Well, he said, guess the lantern station became a campground. Derek rubbed his jaw. Temporary campground. Hopefully. Emma tilted her head. What's a campground? A place where people stop for the night, Evan said. But this is our street. Yes. So they're camping in our neighborhood. No one answered, because she was right. A young couple stood near the curb and stretched before walking to the table. Morning, the man said. Morning, Mark replied. You folks live here? Yeah. Appreciate you letting people rest. Mark shrugged. As long as everyone keeps it peaceful. So far so good, the traveler said. Emma watched. They're being nice. Yes. That was good. But Evan knew nice had limits. Nice lasted longer when people had water, food, sleep, options. The morning warmed fast. By 9, most of the travelers were awake, blankets folded, backpacks reorganized. People stretched sore legs and walked slowly across the sidewalk to loosen up. But very few left. Evan noticed first. He stood beside Mark near the folding table, watching the small village forming around the corner. Anyone moving west yet? Mark asked. Not really. A couple of travelers had walked a short distance down the road earlier. Both came back. Everyone else stayed near the intersection, sitting on grass or leaning against bicycles, talking quietly. Emma joined them at the curb. They're still here. Yeah. Why? Looks like they're deciding something. The gray-haired man had the map spread across the hood of a dead car now. Several travelers stood around him while he traced routes with one finger. Emma squinted. What are they talking about? Routes, Derek said. Routes where? Anywhere better. One traveler spoke loud enough for others to hear. There's a creek west of here. Emma looked at Derek. The one you told them about? Yep. More travelers drifted toward the map. Is it big enough? Someone asked. Running water, at least. That's 2 miles? About that. Within minutes, the creek became the most important thing in the neighborhood. Emma noticed the shift. They're all talking about water. That's what happens when people don't have any. A young man sitting on the curb lifted an empty bottle. This thing's useless now. Another traveler nodded. Same. Mark leaned forward. Creek's not huge, he said to the group, but it's moving water. That was enough for some. A few travelers started repacking. A woman lifted her toddler from a stroller and tucked the blanket tighter around him before adjusting her bag. But not everyone moved. Several stayed seated. One man said, 2 miles might as well be 10 if your feet are wrecked. Another nodded. Same. Emma frowned. They're tired again. They walked a long way yesterday. The intersection got louder as more people joined the conversation. Directions were repeated over and over. West, 2 miles. Past the gas station. There's a small bridge. Water's under it. Each version made the creek sound better than it probably was. But something else was happening too. Emma saw it first. Dad? Yeah? Some people aren't listening anymore. Evan followed her gaze. She was right. A few travelers had moved away from the map talk. They stood along the street, looking at the neighborhood instead. The houses, the lawns, the driveways, the shade. One man leaned toward another and whispered while gesturing at the homes. Emma hugged her knees. They're looking again. Yeah. Mark noticed, too. He lowered his voice to Derek. If too many decide to stay. Derek nodded. We're going to have a problem. Emma looked between them. Why? Because resting turns into camping, Derek said, and camping turns into living. Emma blinked. But they don't live here. No. But they could try. She looked back at the intersection. One traveler walked down the block a few yards, studying the shaded lawn beside Harold's house. Another sat near a mailbox and opened a small can of food. The temporary village was spreading. Evan watched it happen. Question spot, rest spot, camp. That was the progression, and they were already on the third part. The map group finally broke apart. Several travelers lifted their bags and headed west toward the creek, but nearly half stayed. Emma counted quietly. 20, maybe more. Mark rubbed his face. That's not good. Derek crossed his arms. Word spreading. About the creek? Emma asked. About this place. She tilted her head. Why? Travelers tell each other things. 2 new figures appeared at the far end of the road, moving slowly toward the intersection. More people, Emma said. Yeah. The pair reached the corner and stopped when they saw the crowd already there. They spoke to someone near the curb. Within seconds, they were pointing. At the table, at the houses, at the shaded lawns where people were sitting. Emma watched the exchange. They're telling them. Telling them what? That this is a place to stop, Evan said. And for the first time, the intersection didn't look like a crossroads. It looked like the beginning of a camp. By early afternoon, the heat settled heavy over the neighborhood. Evan counted again. 48. Almost 50 people near the corner. Some had left for the creek. More had arrived from the city. The balance had shifted, more in than out. That was the problem. The intersection wasn't a resting point anymore. It was a camp. Backpacks lined the curb in uneven rows. Blankets covered patches of grass under trees. A few travelers had small cooking stoves out, heating cans near the sidewalk. The quiet suburban corner had turned into a temporary settlement. Emma stood beside Evan, staring. They're really staying? Yes. For how long? I don't know. Across the street, Mark stood by the folding table with a troubled look. Derek joined him. You counted? Derek asked. Almost 50, Evan said. Derek let out a slow breath. That's not temporary. Not if more keep coming, Mark said. The road still carried travelers. Not as many as yesterday. Enough. Every few minutes, another pair or small group arrived. When they reached the corner, many stopped. Some went west toward the creek. Others saw shade, people, the table, the quiet houses, and stayed. Emma watched a family spread a blanket on the grass. They're unpacking. Yes? That means they're not leaving today. Probably not. At the corner, a man poured creek water from 2 plastic jugs into a small pot. He set it on a portable stove and lit the flame. Steam rose. Emma's eyes widened. They're cooking. Looks like it. That's like camping. Evan nodded, except it wasn't. Camping meant you chose it. Camping meant home still existed somewhere safe behind you. These people were not camping. They were displaced. Mark saw it too. Well, he said quietly, that escalated faster than I hoped. Derek folded his arms. If 50 people decide this is a good place to stop. He didn't finish. No need. Emma looked uneasy. They're not hurting anyone. Not yet. But they might? Anyone might, Evan said gently, if things get bad enough. Emma looked back at the camp. 2 teenage boys tossed a small rubber ball near the sidewalk while their parents rested nearby. A man with a bicycle trailer tightened a loose strap. Several travelers sat around Mark's folding table like it belonged to everyone now. That was the part that worried Evan. The camp was starting to look normal, and normal had a way of becoming permanent. Mark lowered his voice. We should talk to the neighbors. About what? Derek asked. What happens if this grows? Derek nodded. Because it will, Emma heard. Grow how? Mark looked down the road. Another group of 4 had appeared. They slowed when they saw the crowd. That's how, he said. The group approached cautiously. A woman near the curb waved them over. Waters west, 2 miles. The newcomers nodded, then set their bags beside the others. They didn't keep walking. They stayed. Emma counted under her breath. That makes... She stopped. More than 50. Evan felt that number. 50 strangers, sleeping, eating, resting at the edge of their street. Mark looked toward the houses. You know what this is starting to look like? What? Derek asked. A town. Derek shook his head. No. Mark looked back at the camp. A refugee camp. The words settled over everything. Emma heard them. What's a refugee camp? Evan hesitated. A place where people stay when they can't go home. Emma looked at the travelers again. Blankets, bags, tired faces under the trees. Are they stuck here? Maybe for a while. And if more people come? Evan looked down the road. More figures moved slowly under the afternoon sun. Then he looked back at the camp. 50 people. Maybe more by nightfall. Every traveler who stopped here would tell the next one what they found. A place to rest. A place where someone talked. A place where people stayed. Emma squeezed his hand. Dad? Yeah? Is this still our neighborhood? Evan watched the camp growing around the intersection. Backpacks, bicycles, families, strangers, and the houses that had never expected to become part of anything like this. "I think," he said, "we're about to find out." Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Morning came slow over the block. The sky turned pale gray before the sun showed itself, soft light spreading across quiet houses and trees like this was still a normal street. It wasn't. The intersection told the truth. Evan stood in the driveway with a mug of coffee that had already gone cold and counted again. 53. That was how many travelers had slept there overnight. Blankets still covered the grass near the curb. Backpacks and duffel bags sat in small piles beside bicycles and carts. A few people were awake already, moving quietly through the camp while the rest slept in uneven rows beneath the trees. The quiet corner had become something else. Emma stepped onto the porch and looked down the street. "They're still here." "Yes." "All of them?" "Most." She studied the scene. A man rolled up a blanket near the sidewalk. Another stretched beside a bicycle loaded with gear, but no one was packing like they meant it. Emma frowned. "I thought they were resting." "They were, but now they're camping." "Looks like it." Across the street, Mark stepped out of his house and stopped halfway down the driveway. "Well," he muttered. Derek came out of his garage a few seconds later. "You count yet?" Derek asked. Mark nodded toward the intersection. "More than 50. Derek let out a low whistle. "That's a crowd." Emma walked down the driveway and stood beside Evan near the curb. "Do you think they're leaving today?" Evan watched the camp. Several travelers were already awake and talking in small groups. A couple sat near Mark's folding table, studying the paper map again. But the road west stayed empty. "No," he said. "I don't think they are." "Why?" "Because they found somewhere safe to stop." She looked back at the camp. A young man knelt beside a small stove and lit a flame under a dented pot. Another traveler poured water from a plastic jug into a cup and handed it to a woman beside him. "They're cooking breakfast." "Yeah." "Where did they get water?" "Probably the creek." Mark crossed his arms. "This is turning into a real situation." Emma looked at him. "What kind of situation?" "The kind where we need a plan." Derek nodded. "Because if they're staying, that affects everyone here." Emma watched the travelers. "But they're not doing anything bad." "No," Evan said, "but they're still here." A traveler approached the folding table. "Morning," he said. "Morning," Mark replied. "You folks know where we might find food?" Mark paused. "Not much around here." "Stores?" "Most were emptied yesterday," the man sighed. "Figured." Another traveler stepped closer. "What about trades?" Mark looked at him. "Trades?" The man reached into his bag and pulled out a small flashlight. "Got extra batteries." He held them up. "Anyone got food?" The question moved through the camp fast. Heads turned. Bags opened. People started checking what they had. Emma watched. "What are they doing?" "Trading," Derek said. "For what?" "Whatever they need." A young woman stepped forward with 2 cans of soup. "I'll trade for batteries." Just like that, the intersection changed again. Travelers began offering things from their bags: batteries, canned food, blankets, a pocket knife, a lighter. People gathered in small circles, comparing what they had against what they needed. Emma looked fascinated. "It's like a market." Evan nodded. "That's exactly what it is." Mark watched the trades with a tired look. "Well," he said, "that didn't take long." "What?" Derek asked. "The first marketplace." Emma tilted her head. "What's a marketplace?" "A place where people trade. But we have stores." "We used to." She looked back at the camp. A traveler handed over a small bag of rice for batteries. Another traded a blanket for 2 cans of beans. The camp had started organizing itself, not because anyone planned it, because need organizes fast. Evan watched it happen and understood something important. These people weren't only resting anymore, they were building something. Small, temporary, maybe, but real enough to work. Emma leaned closer. Dad? Yeah? Are they staying here today too? Evan looked at the marketplace forming around the table, the blankets still spread across the grass, the steady trickle of travelers still arriving from the city. I think this might be where people stop for a while. By late morning, the intersection felt less like a camp and more like a settlement trying to figure itself out. The trading had started with one flashlight. Then it spread. Evan stood near the curb, watching travelers gather in loose circles around the folding table and the grass beside it. Backpacks were open now. People pulled items out and held them up. A man raised a small box of batteries. Anyone got food? A woman nearby lifted 2 cans. I'll trade. They met halfway between curb and sidewalk and examined each other's items like cautious shopkeepers. Then the exchange happened. Simple, clean, no receipt, no register, no system, just need. Emma watched with wide eyes. They're really doing it. Yes. Just trading stuff? Whatever they have. That's kind of smart. It is. Derek didn't look impressed. He stood beside Mark with his arms crossed. This is getting bigger. Mark nodded. I see that. A young traveler approached the table with a small solar charger. Anyone got water? A woman near the curb lifted a half-filled bottle. I could trade. Emma noticed fast. Where did she get water? Probably the creek, Evan said. The trade happened quickly. A few minutes later, another traveler stepped forward holding a small bag of trail mix. Food for batteries? A teenager offered 2 AA batteries from his pocket. Emma leaned closer to Evan. It's like a little town. Something like that. Across the intersection, 2 men knelt beside a bicycle trailer filled with supplies. One opened a container of dried beans and started counting them into smaller piles. Derek muttered, Trading portions now. Emma looked at him. What does that mean? It means people are already running low. More travelers arrived from the city. That had not stopped. Now, when new people reached the intersection, many stopped right away when they saw the activity. Some went to the table to ask questions. Others walked straight toward the trading groups. Word was spreading. Emma noticed how quickly newcomers understood. They know what to do already. What do you mean? They start trading right away. Evan nodded. When stores disappear, people improvise. A tall man with a dusty backpack stepped into the crowd holding a small camping stove. Anyone got canned food? I've got soup, someone answered. What do you want? Batteries? Done. The stove changed hands in seconds. Emma watched carefully. They're figuring it out. Yes, that's good, right? Evan didn't answer right away, because something else was happening too. The crowd had grown again. More travelers, more bags, more bicycles, more people sitting along the curb. Emma counted quietly. There's a lot more. Yes. How many now? Maybe 70. Her eyes widened. That fast? Yes. Mark stepped closer to Derek. If this keeps growing. Derek nodded. It won't stay peaceful. Emma heard. Why? Derek pointed toward the marketplace. Because trade turns into competition. But everyone's being nice. For now. At the far edge of the crowd, an argument started. 2 travelers faced each other beside the bicycle trailer. That's too much, one said. I'm not giving 3 cans for that. Then don't trade. You're asking too much? The voices weren't loud. They carried anyway. Emma noticed. They're fighting. Not yet, Evan said, but they're getting close. The tension ended when one man walked away, but it left something behind. People began watching each other more carefully, counting, comparing, Measuring, Emma hugged her knees. Dad. Yeah? What happens when someone doesn't have anything to trade? Evan looked across the growing camp. Some people held items, others sat quietly with empty hands. That, he said, is when things get harder. Emma followed his gaze. Near the curb, a man sat alone with his back against the street sign. His bags were empty beside him. He watched the trades with tired eyes. He wasn't the only one. More people were realizing the same thing. The marketplace worked, but only if you still had something left. By early afternoon, the heat settled heavy over the street. The marketplace had grown into something no one planned and everyone could see. People were not just trading quietly anymore. They were gathering. The folding table had become the center. Around it, small groups sat on curbs and blankets, comparing what was left in their bags. The crowd had grown again. Evan counted. 78, nearly 80. Emma sat cross-legged near the driveway, watching. That's a lot more. Yes. How many? Almost 80. That's bigger than my whole class. Across the street, Mark rubbed his forehead. This is getting out of hand. Derek stood beside him. It's still calm. For now. The trading continued, but the tone had changed. Earlier, trades were quick, polite, almost careful. Now the conversations were longer, sharper. A man held up a small flashlight. 2 cans of food. Another traveler shook his head. That's too much. Then don't buy it. Nearby, a woman held a bag of rice while talking to a young couple. I can trade half. For what? Batteries or water? Emma noticed something new. Some travelers were not trading. They were watching. A few stood along the edge with their arms folded, studying the exchanges, waiting. Dad. Yeah? Some people don't have anything. Evan had noticed. The man with the empty bag still sat near the street sign. A few others looked the same. Quiet, tired, empty-handed. Derek lowered his voice. That's the dangerous part. What? Emma asked. Running out. She looked back at the marketplace. But they can still trade later. Only if they find something to trade. What if they can't? Nobody answered. Another argument started near the bicycle trailer. 2 men stood face to face. That's not what you said. You changed the deal. I said 1 can. You said 2. A small circle gathered. The voices rose. Not violent, not yet, but louder. Emma shifted. They're really fighting now. Arguing, Evan said, but even he heard the change. The first cracks were showing. Mark stepped away from the table and approached. Hey, he said calmly, let's keep it easy. The men quieted. The one with the flashlight lowered it. Forget it, he muttered. The other man walked away. The tension eased, but not completely. It stayed in the air, a nervous awareness. Emma leaned closer to Evan. They're not happy. No, some of them aren't. Another group arrived from the city, 6 more people. They slowed when they saw the marketplace. Emma watched. They're stopping. Yes. Because of the trading? Probably. One of them held up a small bag of dried food. Anyone got water? Immediately, several travelers turned. The crowd thickened. Emma counted under her breath. 80. Maybe more. Mark watched the same thing happen. Well, he said quietly, that's official. What is? Derek asked. Mark gestured toward the crowd. This isn't a rest stop anymore. Emma looked curious. What is it? Mark gave a tired half-smile. A town square. Emma turned back. More trades, more arguments, more arrivals, blankets on the grass, bicycles lined along the curb, strangers trading supplies under the afternoon sun, and the road from the city kept sending more. Emma squeezed Evan's hand. Dad. Yeah? Is this going to get bigger? Evan looked down the road. More figures were already walking toward the intersection. "Yes," he said, "I think it is." The marketplace had solved one problem. People could trade, people could rest, people could share information, but it had created another one. Now everyone leaving the city had a reason to stop here. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Morning came with a different weight. The sky still turned pale gray. The light still spread across the houses and trees the same way it always had. But the street didn't pretend anymore. Evan stood in the driveway with a mug of coffee that had gone cold again and counted. 53. That was how many travelers had slept there. Blankets still covered the grass. Bags and carts sat in small clusters. A few people were already awake, moving quietly through the camp. Most were not. Emma stepped onto the porch and looked down the block. They're still here. Yes, all of them. Most. She watched a man roll up a blanket. Another traveler stretched beside a bicycle. No one looked like they were packing. Emma frowned. I thought they were just resting. They were. But now they're camping. Looks like it. Across the street, Mark stepped out and stopped halfway down his driveway. Well, he muttered. Derek came out of his garage a second later. You count yet? More than 50. Derek let out a low whistle. That's not nothing. Emma walked down and stood beside Evan. Do you think they're leaving today? Evan watched the camp. People were waking up, talking, looking around. But no one was moving west. No, he said. I don't think so. Why? Because they found somewhere that works. Emma looked back at the camp. A small stove lit. Someone pouring water into a cup. Steam rising from a pot. They're cooking. Yeah. Where'd they get water? Creek. Mark crossed his arms. This is a real situation now. Emma looked at him. What kind? The kind where we need to decide something. Derek nodded. Soon. Emma didn't like that. But they're not doing anything bad. No, Evan said. But they're still here. A traveler approached the table. Morning, he said. Morning. You folks know where we might find food? Not much around here. Stores? Empty. The man nodded like he already knew. Another stepped forward. What about trades? Mark glanced at Evan and Derek. Maybe. The man pulled a flashlight from his bag. Got batteries. Anyone here got food? That was all it took. Again. Heads turned. Bags opened. Hands started moving. Emma watched. They're starting again. Yes, already. That's how it works. Two teenagers laid items on the sidewalk. A knife, a flashlight, batteries. No hesitation. They knew the system now. Within minutes, the quiet street shifted again. More travelers arrived. More items appeared. More people gathered. The market rebuilt itself. Emma leaned forward. Dad. Yeah? It's happening again. Yes. But this time, it didn't feel the same. More people stayed. A man dragged a chair out. Another spread a tarp. Someone sat down and didn't move again. Emma saw it. They're not leaving. Some aren't. Why? Derek answered. Because this works. For them? For now. Mark watched the crowd. If they stay... He didn't finish. He didn't need to. Evan already knew. And so did Derek. Emma looked between them. What happens if they stay? No one answered. Not yet. By late morning, the intersection felt different. Not chaotic, not dangerous. Organized. People moved with purpose, not randomly. That was new. Evan stood near the curb watching it. The trading had started early, but now it looked planned. Emma noticed. They brought stuff out. Yes. Not just what they had. What they want to trade. A man laid a blanket down, 3 cans of soup, A flashlight, duct tape, neat, intentional. Another stacked batteries into small piles. Another lined up dried food. Emma leaned in. It looks like a store. That's what it's becoming. Mark moved the table closer to the curb. The lantern sat there, even though it wasn't needed. The table was now a marker, a signal. Derek dropped a box beside it. What's that? Cups. For water? Yeah. Emma frowned. But we don't have much. Doesn't matter, Derek said. A little still matters. More travelers arrived. They didn't hesitate. They walked straight into it. Emma noticed. They already know. Word spreads fast. Two men approached a blanket trader. What do you want for the soup? 2 batteries. Too high. Make an offer. They negotiated. Emma smiled slightly. They're figuring it out. Yes, they're adapting. But not everyone was. At the edge of the crowd, a few people stood still. Watching. Not trading, just watching. Emma saw it. They're waiting. For what? Better deals. Or something else. The crowd had grown. Evan counted again. 90. Close to it. Emma tried. Gave up halfway. That's too many. Yes. More than yesterday. Yeah. Mark saw it too. If this keeps growing. Derek nodded. It won't stay calm. Emma heard. Why? Because more people means more pressure. But they're being nice. For now. At the far side of the crowd, voices rose. That's too much. I'm not giving 3 cans. Then don't. That's not fair. Emma looked over. They're arguing. Still just arguing. But it was sharper. More eyes turned. More people listened. It mattered now. The trade stopped. One man walked away, but the feeling stayed. People started watching each other differently. Closer. Emma hugged her knees. What happens if someone doesn't have anything? Evan looked across the crowd. Some had supplies, some didn't. That's when it changes. How? People stop playing fair. Emma didn't like that. Near the curb, a man sat alone, empty bag beside him, watching everything, waiting. He wasn't alone anymore, more like him now. By early afternoon, the change was obvious. The market wasn't small anymore, it was a center. The folding table sat in the middle. People gathered around it, not just trading, talking, staying. Emma sat on the pavement watching. That's a lot more. Yes. How many? Almost 100. Her eyes widened. That's huge! Across the street, Mark rubbed his face. This is getting out of control. Derek shook his head. Not yet. Give it time. The tone had changed again. Trades took longer. Voices were sharper. A man held up a flashlight. 2 cans. That's too much. Then don't. Nearby, someone split rice into smaller portions. Emma noticed. They're dividing it. Yes. Why? To stretch it. And that means? They don't have much left. Emma looked around again. People watching, people waiting, people with nothing. Dad? Yeah? Some people have nothing. I know, Derek said quietly. That's where this breaks. Emma looked at him. What do you mean? When there's nothing left to trade. At the edge of the crowd, another argument. You changed the deal. No, I didn't. You did. A small circle formed. People watched. Closer now. Mark stepped in. Hey! The voices dropped, but the tension didn't. Emma leaned closer. They're not okay. No. They're getting worse? Yes. More travelers arrived. 6 more. They slowed, saw the crowd, walked in, stayed. Emma counted again. Over 100. Mark exhaled slowly. That's it. What? Derek asked. This isn't a stop anymore. Emma looked at him. Then what is it? Mark looked around. The table. The blankets, the traders, the watchers, the center. Emma turned back. More people, more movement, more tension, and the road still fed into it. She grabbed Evan's hand. Is it going to get bigger? Evan looked down the road. More figures coming, always more. Yes, he looked back at the crowd. And it's about to change again. Emma looked up. How? Evan watched the watchers, the empty hands, the shrinking piles. Because trading only works. He paused. While people still have something to trade. Emma followed his gaze. The first cracks were already there, and this time, they weren't going to close. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Morning came with noise, not loud noise, not chaos, but more sound than the street had heard since the power went out. Voices, footsteps, movement. The quiet had changed again. Evan woke before sunrise and stepped onto the porch, already knowing the intersection down the block would not be empty. He was right. The marketplace was still there, but it had changed overnight. Yesterday, some people had packed up and moved on before dark. Others had stayed near the lantern, sleeping wherever they could find space. This morning, nearly 30 people were still there. Sleeping bags, backpacks, bicycles leaned against mailboxes, blankets spread on the grass. A few travelers had slept right beside the curb like the sidewalk had become a hotel nobody wanted, but everyone understood. Emma stepped outside a moment later, rubbing her eyes. They stayed. Yes. How many? Evan counted quietly. About 30. Her eyebrows lifted. That's a lot for sleeping outside. They didn't want to keep walking in the dark. She watched as one traveler rolled up a blanket near the curb. Another man was already rearranging items on a tarp beside the sidewalk. They're setting up again. Yes. But this time it looked different. Yesterday, trading had happened because people needed something in the moment. This morning, people were preparing for it. The man who had traded canned food the day before now had a bigger spread across the grass. Emma noticed immediately. He has more stuff. Yes? Where did he get it? Evan looked over the piles. Different brands of canned food, 2 unopened boxes of crackers, a bag of rice, a jar of peanut butter, a few loose batteries. That probably came from the city. Emma's face changed slightly. From stores? Maybe. She didn't ask the next question. She didn't need to. Across the street, Mark stepped out of his house carrying a mug of coffee. He stopped halfway down his driveway and stared toward the intersection. Well, he muttered. Derek came out of his garage a moment later. He looked at the corner, then at Mark. Looks like we've got residents. Emma looked curious. What are residents? People who stay, Evan said. Oh. She looked back at the travelers. That word bothered her. It bothered Evan, too. The people who had slept there moved differently from the ones who had only passed through yesterday. They were not asking where to stand anymore. They knew. One man dragged a folding chair closer to the curb. Another set a small camping stove beside the grass and began heating water. Emma's eyes widened. They're cooking. Yes, that smells good. The faint smell of oatmeal drifted through the morning air. It should have felt comforting. It didn't. Mark walked toward the intersection. Curiosity pulled him first. Concern followed. Morning, he called. A traveler nodded. Morning. You folks staying a while? Probably. For how long? The traveler shrugged. Depends how things go. Mark glanced at the supplies spread across the grass. This place is getting busy. The man gave a faint smile. Busy means opportunity. Emma whispered to Evan. What does that mean? It means people think they can get what they need here. More travelers appeared from the direction of the city. The morning wave had started, but it wasn't the same as yesterday. Yesterday, most people approached the intersection carefully. Today, many walked straight toward it. No hesitation, no confusion. They already knew what it was. Emma noticed the confidence. They're not even asking questions. No. Why? Because someone told them about it. Travelers talked. Word spread, fast. Within an hour, the crowd had doubled. People stood, people sat, people opened bags. People laid items across blankets and tarps like they had done this before. The man with the canned food completed 2 trades before breakfast finished cooking. Emma watched one of them closely. 3 cans for batteries. That's expensive. Why? Batteries are getting rare. Across the crowd, another traveler lifted a small hand-crank radio. Food or water? Several people stepped forward immediately. Negotiations began before he had even lowered his hand. Emma leaned closer to Evan. They're serious about this. Yes. More serious than yesterday. She was right. Yesterday had felt like improvising. Today felt like structure. The travelers who had stayed overnight seemed to be guiding the flow now. They knew where to stand, where to place their supplies, where people walked through, where the best attention gathered. Almost like shop owners in a street market. Derek noticed it too. They're setting up permanent spots. Mark nodded slowly. I see that. What do we do about it? Mark didn't answer. Because technically the intersection still belonged to the neighborhood. But it no longer felt like the neighborhood controlled it. Emma followed their gaze. Is that bad? Evan looked at the growing marketplace. At the travelers cooking breakfast, at the piles of supplies being arranged on tarps, at the people arriving from the city and walking into it like this was already known. It depends. On what? Whether it stays peaceful. Emma looked around again. Dozens of strangers now moved through the quiet suburban corner, trading, cooking, talking, staying. Do you think it will? Evan watched the first argument of the morning start near the curb. Nothing serious yet, but louder than yesterday. No, he said quietly. I think it's about to get more complicated. By late morning, the intersection no longer looked temporary. It looked structured, not officially. No rules had been posted. No one had voted. No one had appointed anyone in charge. But people had started organizing themselves anyway. The same travelers who had slept there overnight had taken the best spots along the curb and grass. Blankets were laid out in careful rows now. The folding table still stood near the middle of it all, but the marketplace had spread beyond it. What had been a cluster yesterday was now a layout. Paths formed between tarps. Travelers moved through narrow gaps, stopping to examine supplies, talking in low voices while they compared what little they had left. Evan stood near the driveway watching the patterns form. Emma sat beside him with her legs crossed on the pavement. They made aisles. Yes, that's like a grocery store. People organize things when they need them to work. Emma watched a man push a bicycle slowly through the narrow gap between 2 blankets. On one side, a woman had arranged small piles of rice into plastic bags. On the other, a traveler displayed tools across a canvas sheet. Screwdrivers, a small hammer, 2 adjustable wrenches, a coil of wire. What do you think those are worth now? Emma asked. Probably a lot. Why? Because broken things matter when you can't replace them. Across the street, Mark and Derek stood quietly watching the same thing unfold. This is getting serious, Derek muttered. Mark nodded. I know. You see the layout? Yeah. They're setting up like they plan to stay. Mark didn't argue, because it was obvious. The traders who had arrived yesterday had turned the corner into a working market. Everyone else was adapting to it. More travelers continued arriving from the city. The road delivered them in steady pairs and small groups. Some walked straight through, but many slowed the moment they saw the market. Then they stepped in. Emma noticed the change in behavior immediately. Yesterday, people asked questions first. Yes. Now they just start looking, because they already know what this place is. One traveler crouched beside the rice trader. How much for one bag? 2 batteries? That's steep. Then bring water. Another traveler stepped forward holding a small bottle. I'll trade. The exchange happened quickly. Emma followed the bottle with her eyes. Water's getting more valuable. Yes. More than food? Sometimes. Nearby, a trader lifted a small bundle of candles. Candles for canned food, he announced. A young man stepped forward. 2 cans. 3. 2.5. Emma blinked. 2.5? They'll split the difference. Oh. Across the crowd, another negotiation moved slower. A traveler held up a compact camping stove. What do you want? Someone asked. Rice or canned food? How much? Enough. Emma leaned closer to Evan. That's not even a number. No. Why? Prices are changing every hour. She watched the stove trader carefully. Several people circled him now. The small crowd around the blanket stalls thickened. The aisles narrowed. Evan counted again. At least 120 people. The intersection had never held this many strangers before, and the road from the city was still sending more. Emma noticed something else. Dad. Yeah? Some people aren't walking anymore. What do you mean? They're sitting. She pointed toward the far side of the marketplace. Several travelers had settled against the curb or on the grass, watching the trading but not participating. One man held an empty backpack. Another woman sat beside 2 small children. Neither of them approached the traders. They just watched. Evan followed Emma's gaze. The watchers had grown, not many, but more than yesterday. People who had run out of things to trade. People who were waiting. Emma's voice lowered. They don't have anything. No. So what do they do? Evan didn't answer. Across the intersection, traders continued calling out offers. Food for batteries, batteries for water, water for tools, tools for food. The market buzzed with quiet negotiations, but the watchers stayed still. Emma noticed one of them staring at the canned food trader. He wasn't blinking much, just watching the supplies. She shifted closer to Evan. Dad. Yeah? Some of them look hungry. Yes. And they're watching the food. Yes. Across the street, Derek noticed the same thing. He leaned closer to Mark. You see the edges? Mark nodded slowly. Yeah. They're waiting. For what? Derek watched the traders making exchanges. For the moment, trading stops working. Mark didn't reply, because everyone could feel it. The marketplace was functioning, for now, but the balance inside it was fragile. Every hour brought more people from the city, and every new person seemed to have less in their bag than the last. By early afternoon, the intersection was louder than it had ever been. Not chaos, not yet, but crowded enough that quiet conversations had become a steady hum. The narrow paths between blankets and tarps were constantly moving now. Travelers squeezed past each other while they examined supplies or negotiated trades. Bicycles leaned against street signs and mailboxes. Backpacks sat in small piles beside the curb. The market had become the center of the street. Evan stood near the driveway, watching carefully. Emma sat beside him again, though now she had pulled her legs up onto the porch steps so people walking past would not bump into her. There's way more people, she said. Yes. How many now? Evan scanned the crowd slowly. He counted heads moving through the aisles, people sitting along the grass, travelers standing near the curb watching. 150, he said quietly. Emma's eyes widened. That's like a whole school. Across the street, Mark and Derek had moved closer to the folding table. They had pulled it slightly back from the curb earlier in the afternoon so people wouldn't block the street completely. It didn't help much. The intersection was packed. Travelers continued arriving from the direction of the city every few minutes. Some pushed bicycles loaded with supplies. Others carried backpacks that looked almost empty. Emma noticed the difference. Some of them have a lot. Yes, and some have nothing. Yes. She watched a woman step carefully into the marketplace holding 2 small bottles of water. Immediately, several traders turned toward her. "Water?" one asked. "What do you want?" another called. "Food," the woman said. 3 different traders stepped closer. The negotiation happened quickly. Emma leaned forward. That was fast. "Water moves quickly now." The woman walked away a moment later with a small bag of rice and 2 cans of soup. But the traders immediately turned back to their blankets, because other people were waiting. More trades, more offers, more voices rising slightly as negotiations stretched longer. The market was working harder now. Emma noticed something else, too. The watchers had grown again. More people sat or stood along the outer edge of the crowd, quiet, still, watching the trades, watching the food, watching the water. Evan saw them, too. At least 20 now, maybe more. Across the street, Derek leaned closer to Mark. "This is the shift." Mark nodded slowly. "I know." "What do we do when it happens?" Mark didn't answer. "Because the neighborhood wasn't running the market anymore. The market was running itself." Emma watched a trader lift the last 2 cans from his tarp. "That's all I've got," he said. 2 batteries each. A man stepped forward immediately. "I'll take one." Another traveler spoke up. "I'll take the other." The cans changed hands. The tarp was empty. Emma blinked. "He sold everything." "Yes." "What does he do now?" The trader folded his tarp slowly. Then he stepped back into the crowd, looking, searching for something else to trade. Emma noticed the movement ripple outward. Other blankets were getting smaller too, rice bags shrinking, battery piles disappearing, food stacks thinning. The market was eating through its own supplies. "Dad?" "Yeah? What happens when all the food is gone?" Evan looked at the edge of the crowd, the watchers, the empty backpacks, the tired faces, and the traders now running out of things to sell. "When the food disappears," he paused, "the rules change." Emma looked uneasy. "What rules?" Across the intersection, a man raised his voice. "That's not enough!" Another voice answered sharply. "It's what I've got left." Several people turned to watch. The tension stayed in the air even after the argument faded. Emma hugged her knees. "They're getting louder." "Yes." More travelers arrived from the city. 6 more. Then another 4 behind them. They slowed when they saw the market. Then they stepped into it. The crowd thickened again. 150 had become closer to 170, and the road behind them still held more. Emma looked up at Evan. "Dad?" "Yeah? Do you think the market will break?" Evan watched a man quietly slip a can of food into his jacket when he thought no one was looking, but someone saw him. 2 travelers noticed immediately. One stepped forward. The man with the can turned. The first shove happened seconds later. Nothing violent. Not yet. Just sudden, sharp. Enough to make people near them step back. Emma gasped softly. "They're pushing." "Yes." The traders tightened their grips on what they had left. The watchers leaned forward. The crowded intersection felt smaller. Evan looked down the road toward the city. More travelers were already coming. The market had grown too big. The supplies had grown too small. And the moment Derek had warned about earlier was starting to arrive. The moment when trading stopped being enough. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Morning did not arrive gently. The tension from the afternoon before had carried straight through the night, and the neighborhood woke with the uneasy feeling that something had shifted while everyone slept. Evan stepped outside just after sunrise. The intersection was already crowded. Not the slow, sleepy gathering of travelers like the previous mornings. This time, people were awake early, standing, watching, waiting. Emma came out a moment later and stopped beside him. "There's more." "Yes." "How many?" Evan looked carefully across the intersection. The crowd had grown overnight, 200 now, maybe more. Backpacks were piled near the curb. Bicycles leaned against street signs and fences. Blankets covered nearly every patch of grass near the corner. The marketplace still existed, but it didn't look the same. Many of the blankets that had held supplies yesterday were nearly empty. Emma noticed immediately. "They're running out." "Yes, almost everything." Across the intersection, the canned food trader from the previous morning sat on the curb beside an empty tarp. He had nothing left to sell. Several other traders looked the same. Their blankets still lay on the grass, but the piles that once sat on top of them were gone. Emma pointed quietly. "Why are they still sitting there?" "Habit," Evan said. "And hope? For what?" "That someone else still has something to trade." A few trades were still happening, but slower now, more tense. A traveler lifted a small bag of rice. "What do you want?" "Water. Don't have any." "Then food?" "Only crackers." The trader shook his head. "No deal." The conversation ended quickly. Emma watched the man walk away, empty-handed. "That's happening a lot now." "Yes." Across the intersection, Mark and Derek were already standing near the folding table again. They looked more serious this morning. Mark leaned toward Derek and spoke quietly. "See the edges?" Derek nodded. "Yeah." The watchers had doubled. Dozens of people now sat or stood outside the market lanes, studying every exchange. Some leaned against bicycles. Others rested on backpacks. All of them had the same expression. Hungry. Emma followed their gaze toward the remaining food. "Dad?" "Yeah." They're staring at it. "Yes." "Like they're waiting." Evan nodded slowly. "Because they are." More travelers arrived from the city, but these ones looked different. Their bags were lighter. Some carried nothing at all. Emma noticed immediately. That group doesn't have backpacks. No. Where did their stuff go? Used already, or traded, or taken. The crowd shifted as the new arrivals stepped into the marketplace. One of them approached a trader holding 2 remaining cans. "How much?" "Batteries." "I don't have any." "Then water." "Don't have that either." The trader shrugged. "Then I can't help you." The man stood there for a moment, looking at the cans, not moving. Emma shifted uneasily. "He's not leaving." "No." The silence stretched. Then the man turned and walked away slowly. But several watchers had seen it, and they kept watching the food. Across the street, Derek muttered quietly, "Here we go." Mark nodded. "Yeah. What do we do when it starts?" Mark didn't answer, because the neighborhood wasn't in control anymore. Emma hugged her knees tighter. "Dad." "Yeah?" "Why does it feel different today?" Evan looked across the crowd again. The empty blankets, the shrinking supplies, the growing number of people with nothing left to trade, and the watchers studying every movement. "Because the market's almost empty." Emma looked back toward the traders. The last cans, the last rice, the last batteries. Then what happens? Evan watched 2 men arguing quietly near the curb over a half-empty bottle of water. Several watchers had moved closer, listening, waiting. "When the market runs out," he said softly, "people start looking for other ways." Emma didn't like that answer, and the morning had only just begun. By late morning, the marketplace was still operating, but barely. Trades happened slowly now, and every exchange drew attention from the growing ring of watchers around the edges. Evan stood near the driveway, watching the tension ripple quietly through the intersection. The crowd had grown again. More travelers had arrived from the city, and fewer of them had anything left. 200 had become closer to 250. Emma sat beside him, hugging her knees. It's bigger again. Yes. And there's less stuff. She wasn't wrong. The blankets that once held rows of food now held only a few scattered items. One trader had 3 cans left. Another had a small bag of rice. A third had batteries, but even those were shrinking. Emma watched a negotiation near the curb. A traveler lifted a half-empty bottle of water. What do you want? The trader looked at it carefully. 2 cans. That's crazy. Then keep walking. The traveler hesitated, then shook his head and moved on. Emma frowned. Why didn't he trade? Because the price is too high now. Across the intersection, another trader lifted a flashlight. Food. A man stepped forward with a small packet of crackers. The trader stared at it, then shook his head. Not enough. Emma shook her head slightly. People can't agree anymore, because they don't have enough left to agree with. She looked back toward the watchers. More of them now. Dozens. Maybe 50. They weren't browsing. They weren't negotiating. They were watching. Emma's voice dropped. They're not even pretending anymore. No. Across the street, Mark and Derek studied the same thing. Mark rubbed his jaw. This is the breaking point. Derek nodded. Yeah. You see the numbers? More watchers than traders. Evan counted again. Less than 20 traders still had items out, but nearly 60 watchers sat or stood around the edges, waiting. A trade finally happened near the center. Rice for water. The watchers leaned forward slightly as it changed hands. Emma noticed. They all looked at it. Yes. Why? Because every trade means less is left. Across the street, a man who had sold everything yesterday tried to restart. He spread a tarp, placed a single can in the middle. What do you want? Someone asked. Water. I don't have any. Then batteries. Don't have those either. The conversation ended. The can stayed. Emma watched carefully. He looks nervous. Yes. Why? Because everyone can see that can. She looked at the watchers. Several had shifted closer. Not aggressive, but closer. Their eyes kept returning to the food. Across the intersection, a woman holding a child stepped forward. Please, she said quietly, just a little food. The trader hesitated, then shook his head. I can't. The woman stood there for a moment. Emma's voice dropped. That's not fair. Evan didn't answer. The woman turned and walked away. The watchers followed her with their eyes. The tension thickened. Across the street, Derek spoke again. People are getting desperate. Mark nodded. How long? Mark looked across the crowd. The last supplies. The watchers creeping closer. Not long. Emma looked uneasy. Dad? Yeah? It feels like everyone is waiting. He nodded. That was exactly it. The market still worked, but just barely, and everyone could feel the moment coming. The moment arrived quietly, not shouting, not a fight, just a decision. Evan saw it happen first. A young man at the edge of the market stepped forward toward a blanket that still held food. 2 cans, a small bag of rice. The trader beside it turned his head for a second. That was enough. The young man grabbed a can and stepped back. 2 seconds. Gone. Emma blinked. Did he just... Yes. The trader saw it immediately. Hey, that's mine. Heads turned. The young man froze, then tried to walk away. The trader lunged and grabbed his arm. Give it back! The crowd shifted. Some stepped back. Others leaned in. The young man pulled free. I'm hungry. That's not yours. The argument exploded. Voices rose. Hands grabbed. Emma stood up. They're fighting. Yes. The shove came next, hard enough to knock the trader back. The can rolled across the pavement. For half a second, the entire crowd froze. Then 3 people lunged for it. Emma gasped. The can vanished into someone's hands, and the crowd surged. Not chaos, not yet, but tight, closer, faster. People pushed toward the blankets, toward the traders, toward the food. Across the street, Mark stepped forward. "Hey! Back it up!" But no one listened, because the balance was gone. Emma grabbed Evan's sleeve. "They're all moving." Yes, the watchers were no longer watching. They were stepping in, some reaching, some pushing, some grabbing whatever they could see. The traders reacted fast, grabbing what they had left, stuffing it into bags, covering blankets, backing away. But it was too late. The moment had changed everything. Across the intersection, Derek moved beside Mark. "Here we go." Mark shook his head. "This is bad." Emma looked scared now. "Dad?" "Yeah?" "Why are they doing that?" "Because the market just broke." Voices rose louder now. "That's mine." "Back off! Stop pushing!" A blanket flipped, cans scattered. People dove for them. The traders backed away, protecting what they could. Emma squeezed Evan's arm tighter. "They're stealing now." "Yes." Across the street, Mark looked toward the houses. "This is exactly what I didn't want." More travelers arrived from the road. They slowed when they saw the pushing. Then some of them joined in. Emma looked toward the houses. "Are they coming here next?" Evan watched the crowd shift, watched the market collapse into something else. Maybe another shove, another shout, and then someone yelled the word everyone had been avoiding. "Food!" The word moved through the crowd like a spark. Emma felt it instantly. The hunger, the fear, the shift. The quiet suburban intersection that had briefly become a marketplace now looked like something else entirely. Something unstable, something unpredictable. Evan took Emma's hand. "Come on." "Where?" "Inside." Because the line had been crossed. Trading was over, and survival had taken its place. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. The shouting faded slowly. Not because anything was solved, because the crowd had burned through the first burst. The marketplace at the intersection no longer looked like a marketplace. The blankets and tarps that had held neat rows of supplies were gone now, folded fast by the traders who managed to grab their things before the surge reached them. Some escaped with most of what they had. Some didn't. Evan stood near the driveway, watching the last of the scramble settle into something worse. Uneasy silence. Emma stayed close beside him, gripping his arm. The crowd still filled the intersection, but the movement had changed. No browsing, no negotiating, no careful trades. People stood in small clusters now, breathing hard, clutching whatever they had managed to grab or protect. A few voices still argued. "That was mine." "You dropped it." "I didn't drop anything." But the sharp energy was gone. The moment had passed. What remained was tension. Emma spoke quietly. "Is it over?" "For now." She looked toward the intersection. A man knelt beside an overturned blanket, picking up the last few items from the grass. A woman backed toward the sidewalk with a small bag of rice clutched to her chest. 2 men stood face to face beside a bicycle trailer, arguing over a flashlight. Emma swallowed. "They're still mad." "Yes." Across the street, Mark and Derek stood near the curb. Neither looked surprised. Mark spoke first. "That escalated faster than I hoped." Derek nodded, but slower than I expected. Emma looked at him. "What does that mean?" "It means people held it together longer than they usually do." Emma looked back. It didn't look held together. It looked fragile. The market was gone. The tarps were gone. The traders, who had sat behind their supplies, were now standing with everyone else, guarding whatever they had left. Evan noticed something else. The watchers were gone too, not gone from the street. Gone as a category. Yesterday they had sat around the edges. Now they were mixed into the crowd. No traders, no watchers, just people. Emma noticed. They're all standing now. Yes. Why? Because no one feels safe sitting. The man who stole the can was gone. Evan had noticed that too. He had disappeared during the surge. No one seemed to know where or care. The damage was already done. A new voice rose from the center of the crowd. Everybody just calm down. Heads turned. A tall man stood near the curb with both hands raised. We're not helping ourselves by fighting, someone shouted back. Easy for you to say, another voice followed. Then stop taking stuff, the tall man tried again. We can still trade. No, we can't. That came from a trader standing near the grass. There's nothing left. The words stayed there. Emma felt them. Everyone did, because it was true. The food piles were gone. The rice bags were gone. The battery stacks had disappeared. Only a few scattered items remained. A tool, a flashlight, a half-empty water bottle. But the things people actually needed were gone. Emma looked up at Evan. So, the market's finished? Yes. But people still need food. Yes. She didn't ask the next question. She already knew it. Across the intersection, several travelers began gathering their bags. Some looked ready to leave. The tension had drained the place of usefulness. Without supplies, the market had no reason to exist. But not everyone moved. A group of 5 men stood near the corner, speaking quietly. Another cluster lingered near the grass, where the trading blankets had been. Emma saw the hesitation. Why aren't they going? Because they don't know where to go next. The city behind them was still broken. The roads ahead were still unknown. For a while, the market had offered something. Information, supplies, hope. Now it offered nothing. Mark stepped forward. All right, folks, he called firmly. That's enough for today. Several travelers turned. This is a neighborhood street. The tall man who had tried to calm everyone nodded. He's right. A woman lifted her backpack. So where are we supposed to go? Mark pointed west. Same direction everyone's been heading. Some travelers began moving again. Backpacks lifted, bicycles rolled. The flow restarted slowly, but the intersection did not empty. Too many people stayed, resting, thinking, watching the houses. Evan noticed immediately. The market had ended. The crowd had not. Emma saw it too. Dad. Yeah? They're looking at the houses again. Yes. This time the looks lasted longer, more careful, more thoughtful. One man studied Mark's garage for several seconds before turning away. Another looked toward Derek's yard, where a small stack of firewood sat beside the fence. Emma felt the shift. They didn't look like that yesterday. No. Why now? Because the market is gone. Without the market, the intersection was no longer a place to trade. It was just a street lined with houses. Houses meant supplies, food, water, shelter. Emma squeezed Evan's arm. They're thinking about coming here. Some of them are. Across the street, Derek stepped closer to Mark. They're evaluating. Mark nodded. I see it. How long before someone asks? Mark watched the crowd. Travelers were leaving again now, but slowly, and every few seconds someone's eyes drifted toward a house. Emma whispered, Dad. Yeah? Is the street safe anymore? Evan looked at the intersection. 200 strangers, hungry, tired, uncertain, and now aware that the houses around them held things they needed. No, he said, I don't think it is. Because the marketplace had been the buffer, the thing that kept the crowd focused on trading instead of taking. Now, It was gone. There was nothing between the travelers and the neighborhood except doors, and doors could open or break. The crowd did not leave all at once. Some travelers shouldered their backpacks and continued west. A few pushed bicycles slowly down the street, tires crunching over gravel and debris left behind from the market. But many stayed. Evan noticed that first. The intersection should have cleared once the market collapsed. That had been the pattern before. People rested, gathered what they could, moved on. Today was different. Nearly half the crowd lingered. Emma stood beside him at the edge of the driveway. They're not going. No. Why? Because they're tired. That was part of it. Not all of it. Across the street, a man sat heavily on the curb and dropped his backpack beside him. Another traveler leaned against a bicycle and rubbed his face with both hands. Several people just stood in the road, staring down the quiet suburban block. Emma noticed. They keep looking around. Yes. At the houses. Yes. The houses had always been there. Rows of lawns and driveways, garages, porches, normal homes, but the travelers were seeing them differently now. A house wasn't a house anymore. It was possibility, food in kitchens, water in containers, shelter from weather. Emma followed the gaze of a woman near the curb. The woman studied Derek's front windows for several seconds before looking away. She was thinking about it. Yes. About what? Going up to the door. Emma didn't like that. Across the street, Derek stepped closer to Mark. You see it? Mark nodded. They're scouting. Yep. How long? Mark watched carefully. Not everyone was looking at houses. Some travelers were focused on the road ahead, but enough were lingering that the shift was obvious. Soon, Mark said. Emma whispered, What's scouting? Checking things first. Before what? Before asking. The first person finally did. A middle-aged man walked slowly toward Mark's driveway, backpack loose over one shoulder, dust on his clothes. He stopped near the edge of the driveway and raised a hand, polite. Hey. Mark walked over. Yeah? The man looked embarrassed. You got any water? Mark didn't answer right away. Evan watched the moment. This was the line. The market was gone. Now the crowd would start asking the houses directly. Mark shook his head slowly. Not much left. The man nodded. Figured I'd ask. He lingered another second. Any place nearby where we might find some? Mark pointed west. Couple miles that way. Creek. Still flowing. As far as I know. The man nodded. Appreciate it. He turned and walked back toward the road. Emma exhaled quietly. That was nice. Yes. He just asked. Yes. But not everyone would. Across the intersection, two younger travelers whispered to each other while studying the houses farther down the block. One pointed toward a garage. The other shook his head. Emma saw it. They're planning something. Maybe. Maybe again. Yes. Across the street, Derek leaned toward Mark. That was the first. Mark nodded. Yeah. More coming? Definitely. As if the street wanted to prove him right, another traveler stepped toward the curb. Older, gray hair, exhausted. Excuse me, he said to Derek. Derek stepped forward. Yeah? Any chance we could fill a bottle somewhere around here? Derek scratched his beard. Water pressure died yesterday. Oh. The man looked disappointed. You sure there's nothing? Derek hesitated. Evan saw it. Derek was thinking. Not about the water, about the crowd behind the man. More than 100 people still stood in the intersection. If he gave water to one person, others would see. Derek shook his head. Sorry. The man nodded. I understand. He walked away quietly. Emma watched him go. That feels sad. Yes. Because we have some water. Yes. But we can't give it. No. Why? Evan looked at the crowd. Because once the crowd saw the houses as supply points, everything changed. Mark muttered quietly, "This is the start." Derek nodded. "Yep. What happens when someone doesn't ask?" Neither answered. They didn't need to. Emma noticed something else. A group of travelers had drifted farther down the block now, not leaving, just walking slowly past houses, looking, studying. One paused near a driveway and peered toward a garage window. Emma's voice tightened. "They're checking." "Yes. For what?" "Signs." "Signs of what?" "Food, water, anything useful." The group moved on after a moment, but the message was clear. The houses were being evaluated. The street was being studied. More travelers shifted their attention away from the road west and toward the neighborhood. Emma hugged her arms. "They're thinking about staying." "Yes. But they're strangers." "Yes. That's scary." Evan didn't argue. Across the street, Mark finally said what everyone was thinking. "We need to bring everyone together tonight." Derek nodded slowly. "Neighborhood meeting. Before this gets worse." Emma overheard. "Why?" Mark looked down the crowded street. Because the market had hidden the real problem. Now that the market was gone, the neighborhood itself had become the resource. And resources attracted attention. Emma watched another traveler approach a house farther down and knock gently. The homeowner didn't answer. The traveler waited, then knocked again. Emma whispered, "It's starting." Evan nodded. Yes, it was. The knocking spread faster than anyone expected. At first it was just the one traveler Emma had noticed, a tired man with a dusty backpack who walked up a driveway and knocked politely. When no one answered, he waited, knocked again, eventually stepped back toward the road. But people in the crowd had seen it. That was the problem. Evan watched the ripple move through the intersection. One person asked, then another. Within minutes, 3 travelers had approached 3 different houses along the block. Some knocked, some stood near doors and waited. Others walked up to fences or garages and looked around quietly. Emma stayed close, gripping Evan's arm again. "They're all doing it now." "Yes?" Across the street, Derek swore under his breath. "Damn!" Mark watched the same thing. This is exactly what we were trying to avoid. The market had kept the crowd focused on trade. Now that it was gone, people turned to the only other source they could see, the neighborhood. Emma noticed something. Some people are still walking west. Yes. Why them? Because they still think there's something better ahead. And the others? They're not sure. Down the block, the man who had knocked earlier was speaking with a homeowner now. The door had opened. Emma leaned forward. They answered. The conversation was quiet, but Evan could read the body language. The traveler lifted an empty bottle. The homeowner shook his head. The traveler asked something else. The homeowner pointed west, same as Mark had. The man nodded and walked away. Emma exhaled. That was okay. Yes, for now. But the crowd had seen the door open, and that changed things again. 2 more travelers approached the same house minutes later. The homeowner did not answer the second time. Emma noticed. He's not opening it again. No. Why? Because now he sees the crowd. Mark stepped into the road. "All right, folks," he called. "Let's keep moving." A few travelers glanced toward him. Most ignored him. Mark was just a man on a street. He wasn't in charge of this anymore. The crowd had its own momentum. Emma saw another traveler step up to Derek's fence. He didn't knock. He looked through the yard. Derek saw him immediately. "Hey!" The man looked up. Derek stepped closer to the curb. "Move along." The traveler raised both hands. "Just looking." "Don't." The man nodded and backed away. But people watched that too. Emma whispered, "They're testing." "Yes. They want to see what happens." The crowd thinned slightly as some travelers resumed walking west, but nearly 100 still lingered. Too many. Emma watched a woman approach another house. She knocked gently. A man opened the door halfway. Even from across the street, Emma could see the fear in his body. The woman spoke quietly. He shook his head quickly and closed the door. Emma swallowed. "They're scared." "Yes. Everyone is." Across the intersection, Derek leaned toward Mark. "This is getting too close." Mark nodded. "We need to shut this down." "How?" Mark looked down the street. Travelers scattered along sidewalks now, some knocking, some walking slowly past houses, some just standing in the road, thinking. Then Mark stepped into the middle of the street. His voice carried louder this time. "Folks," a few heads turned. "This is a residential block." More people looked now. "We don't have supplies for hundreds of people here." Silence moved through part of the crowd. "We've been helping where we can," Mark continued, "but knocking on doors isn't going to solve anything." A traveler spoke up. "Then where do we go?" Mark pointed west, out of the city. Another voice answered from deeper in the crowd. "That's where everyone else is going." "Yes," Mark said, "and that's still the best direction." Emma looked around. Some travelers nodded. Others didn't move. The problem was obvious. Leaving meant uncertainty. The houses meant visible chance. Desperate people followed visible chances. Evan watched a small group of men speaking quietly near the corner. They weren't knocking. They were watching the houses, studying them. Emma noticed too. They're not asking. No. Why? Because they're thinking about something else. Derek saw them. "I don't like those guys." Mark followed his gaze. "Me neither." The men eventually drifted away from the houses and back toward the intersection. But the tension they left behind stayed. Emma squeezed Evan's hand. "Dad?" "Yeah? Are they going to come back tonight?" Evan looked down the street. Many travelers were finally moving west again. The road filled with slow figures carrying bags and pushing bicycles. But dozens remained, resting, watching, waiting for evening. Some of them will. Why? Because night changes things. Emma didn't ask how. She could already feel it. Daylight made people cautious. Darkness gave people room. Across the street, Mark stepped back toward Derek. "We're having that meeting tonight." "Yep." Everyone on the block. Emma heard him. "Why tonight?" Mark looked down the quiet street lined with homes. Because the market was gone. The crowd had found the neighborhood. And the next time they came, they might not knock first. "We need a plan," Mark said. The long shadows of evening were already stretching across the road. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. The neighborhood meeting began before the sun had fully set. No invitations, no flyers, no one knocked on doors to gather people. Word just spread. By the time Evan and Emma walked down the block toward Mark's driveway, nearly every house on the street had someone outside. Some families came together, others sent one person. A few elderly neighbors sat in folding chairs pulled onto driveways, watching the gathering quietly. The mood wasn't angry. It was heavier than that. Emma walked close beside Evan, holding his hand. "How many people live on this street?" "About 20 houses." "That's a lot?" "Yes, but it still feels small." Evan understood. 20 homes was nothing compared to the crowd that had filled the intersection earlier. 200 strangers could swallow a neighborhood block in minutes. Mark stood near the front of his driveway, talking quietly with Derek and two other neighbors Evan recognized. Mrs. Caldwell from 3 houses down, and Greg, who lived in the corner house closest to the intersection. Greg looked exhausted. He spoke first. "They knocked on my door 3 times today." "Same here," Mrs. Caldwell said. Derek looked at her. Did you answer? Once. And? They asked for food. What did you tell them? That we didn't have any. Greg nodded. That's what I said too. Mark rubbed his forehead. Did anyone give anything out today? A younger neighbor raised his hand slightly. Just a little water. Everyone looked at him. It was one bottle, he said quickly. Family with kids. No one criticized him, but the silence said enough. Emma whispered to Evan, Why are they all so serious? Because they're figuring something out. What? How to keep the street safe. More neighbors arrived. A woman from the blue shutter house joined the circle. An older couple stepped out from the yellow house near the corner. Soon, nearly 20 adults stood around Mark's driveway. Emma noticed something. Everyone kept glancing toward the intersection, even now. Even with the crowd mostly gone for the evening. They're still thinking about it. Yes. Mark raised his voice. All right, folks. Small conversations stopped. We all saw what happened today. Several people nodded. The market collapsing. The crowd sticking around. The knocking on doors. Greg crossed his arms. That's the part I didn't like. Mark nodded. Me neither. Derek stepped forward. We need to talk about what happens next. Emma leaned closer to Evan. Next what? The next time a crowd comes through? Derek continued. Because it will. That sat over the group. No one argued. The city still held thousands of people trying to survive without power or water. The road west would keep bringing them past this street. Mrs. Caldwell spoke softly. Today was 200. Greg nodded. Tomorrow could be more. A murmur moved through the group. Emma looked uneasy. 200 already felt like a lot. It was. Mark took a breath. So here's the situation. He pointed toward the intersection. That corner became a market. Everyone nodded, and that market kept the crowd focused. Focused on trading, Derek added, not on houses. Another neighbor spoke. Until the food ran out. Yes, Mark said. That's the key. When the supplies disappeared, the crowd looked elsewhere. Emma whispered, The houses. Yes. Greg kicked at the gravel in the driveway. I don't want people knocking on my door all day. No one does, Derek said. Mrs. Caldwell looked worried. What if they don't knock? The silence lasted longer this time. Everyone had already thought about it. Mark nodded slowly. That's why we're here. Emma squeezed Evan's hand. Dad. Yeah? Are we in trouble? Not yet. But maybe later. Across the group, someone spoke up. So what's the plan? Mark looked around the circle. We need 3 things. He held up one finger. First, we stop the intersection from becoming a market again. Several people nodded immediately. That place attracts crowds, Derek said. And crowds attract problems. Mark raised a second finger. Second, we stay visible. What does that mean? Someone asked. People walking past need to see this street is organized. Greg understood right away. Neighbors outside. Exactly. An empty street looked vulnerable. A visible street looked harder. Mark raised a third finger. And third, he hesitated. Everyone needs to be careful what they give away. The younger neighbor shifted. The water thing. Yes. Emma didn't like that. But helping people is good. Evan nodded. It is. Then why can't they? Because crowds change the math. Mrs. Caldwell looked troubled. So we just say no? Mark shook his head. No. We just don't show everything we have. Derek stepped in. If people think this street has supplies, they'll keep coming, Greg finished. Emma understood now. That's bad. Yes. Greg pointed toward the intersection. What about those guys watching the houses? Mark's expression hardened slightly. Those are the ones we watch back. The group went quiet again. Everyone had noticed them. The men who hadn't knocked. The men who just studied the street. Emma whispered. They looked scary. Evan didn't disagree. Mark spoke again. So tomorrow we start early. Early how? Greg asked. Before the travelers arrive. Neighbors nodded slowly. The street needed to look organized before the crowd appeared, because once 200 people arrived, it was too late to improvise. Emma looked up at Evan. Do you think it will work? Evan looked down the street toward the intersection, the quiet corner that had briefly turned into a market, the place where desperate strangers had gathered. I hope so, because the neighborhood had just taken its first step toward something new, not a market, not a rest stop, a defended street. And tomorrow would test it. Morning came earlier for the neighborhood than it had in days, not because the sun rose sooner, because people were awake before it did. Evan stepped onto the porch as the first pale light crept over the rooftops. The air was cool, quiet, the kind of quiet that used to feel peaceful. Now, it felt watchful. Across the street, Mark stepped outside carrying a mug of coffee. Derek followed a minute later, pulling on a jacket while scanning the road toward the intersection. They had said the street needed to look organized. They meant it. Emma came out rubbing her eyes. Why are you up already? Because the meeting wasn't just talking. She followed his gaze. Neighbors were outside. Almost every driveway had someone in it. Greg leaned against the hood of his truck near the corner. Mrs. Caldwell sat in a folding chair beside her front steps with a thermos in her lap. Two other neighbors stood near a mailbox, talking quietly while they watched the road. Emma blinked. Everyone listened. Yes. They're doing it. The street looked different now. Not crowded, present, people outside, doors open, movement visible. Anyone approaching the intersection would see it right away. This was not an empty neighborhood. It was awake. Mark waved when he saw Evan. Morning? Morning. Sleep any? Some. Mark nodded toward the intersection. They'll start coming soon. Emma looked that way. The corner was still empty. Stop sign, mailboxes, driveways, normal, for the moment. How many do you think today? She asked. Evan thought about the last few days. The waves of travelers leaving the city, the market, the collapse, the knocking. More. How many more? I don't know. Derek stretched his arms and spoke quietly. We just need to keep it calm. Mark nodded. Calm and visible. Emma studied the street. So, we just stand here? For now. Doing nothing? Watching. She looked toward the intersection again. Something moved in the distance. A small figure walking slowly down the road. There's one. Evan saw him. A lone traveler. Backpack loose over one shoulder, pushing a bicycle beside him. When he reached the intersection, he slowed. Emma leaned forward. He's looking. Yes. The man studied the street. He saw the neighbors standing outside. Mark near the driveway. Greg leaning on his truck. Mrs. Caldwell in her chair. Derek near the curb. Evan and Emma on the porch. The traveler hesitated, then lifted one hand. Morning. Mark nodded back. Morning. The man pointed west. Road still clear? As far as we know. He nodded. Appreciated. Then he pushed the bicycle forward and kept walking. Emma smiled slightly. That worked. Yes. What worked? He saw people. And he kept moving. Emma looked pleased. That's good. But the road was still sending more. 10 minutes later, another pair appeared. Then 3 more. Then a small family walking slowly together. The morning wave had started again. Emma noticed the difference immediately. They're stopping at the corner. Yes, but they're not coming up the street. Because they could see the neighbors. Every driveway held someone. Every house looked occupied. The message was quiet, clear. This street was not empty. Across the road, Mark spoke quietly. "That's already better than yesterday." Derek nodded. "Yeah." Greg watched the travelers. Still early, though. He was right. More people were coming. Emma counted as they reached the intersection. 5, 7, 10. Most paused at the corner and looked down the block. But every time they saw the neighbors outside, they kept walking west. Emma leaned against Evan. "They're choosing the road." "Yes. Because we're here." "Exactly." But not everyone passed easily. Late in the morning, 6 men approached together. Emma recognized 2 immediately, the ones who had been watching the houses yesterday, the ones who never knocked. Her grip tightened on Evan's arm. "Those guys." "Yes." The men slowed at the corner. Their eyes moved along the street, counting, evaluating. Emma could see it now. They're doing the thinking thing again. Across the street, Derek straightened and stepped closer to the curb. Greg moved off the hood of his truck. Mark stayed where he was. No one raised a voice. No one threatened. But the message changed. The street was alert. The 6 men spoke quietly among themselves. One pointed down the block. Another shook his head. Emma held her breath. "Are they coming?" Evan watched carefully. The men looked at the houses, then at the neighbors, then at the road west. Finally, the one who had pointed shrugged, and they turned away. Emma exhaled. "They left?" "Yes." Derek nodded slowly. "That was the test," Mark agreed. "Yep." Emma looked at Evan. "What kind of test?" "Whether we were paying attention." More travelers came. More passed. The street held, for now. By early afternoon, the rhythm had become clear. Travelers arrived from the city. They slowed at the intersection. They looked down the street. They saw the neighbors. Then most kept moving west. Evan stood beside the mailbox while Emma sat on the porch steps behind him. They watched it happen again and again. People arrived. People looked. People moved on. The plan was working. For now. Emma noticed. They're not coming down the block anymore. Not as much. Yesterday, travelers had drifted into the neighborhood almost immediately, drawn by the market and the visible supplies. Today, the houses looked occupied. The street looked awake. That changed the calculation. Mark leaned against the hood of his truck across the street, talking quietly with Derek. Greg remained near the corner house, watching the intersection closely. Neighbors rotated through the day. Some went inside to rest. Others came out to replace them. But the street never looked empty. Emma tilted her head. "It's like we're taking turns." "Yes, like guards." That's one way to think about it. More travelers passed through. One group asked directions. Another asked about water. Mark answered politely and pointed west toward the creek. Same answer. Short conversation. "No invitation," Emma whispered. "They're not staying." "No." "That's good." Derek nodded toward the intersection. "Numbers are down today." Mark followed his gaze. "Still a lot." Evan counted again. About 80 people had passed through in the last hour. Not 200 gathered in one place. But enough. Enough to remind everyone how fragile the street still was. Emma watched a pair of travelers walking slowly past the corner. "They look really tired." "Yes." The pair paused. The man pointed down the block. The woman shook her head. Then they continued west. Emma exhaled. That one was close. Greg chuckled quietly. Every one of them is close. Derek nodded. "That's the game now." "What game?" Emma asked. "Making the street look harder than the road." Emma thought about that. The road west meant uncertainty. The neighborhood meant resistance. So travelers chose the road, most of them. but not all. Late in the afternoon, 3 men appeared from the direction of the city. They walked slower than most, carried almost nothing. Emma recognized the type now. They don't have backpacks. No, like the ones yesterday. Yes. The men reached the intersection and stopped. Their eyes moved down the street, counting houses, counting people, evaluating. Emma's stomach tightened. They're thinking again. Derek saw them too. He stepped closer to the curb. Greg straightened beside his truck. Mark stayed still, calm, alert. The 3 men spoke quietly. One pointed toward a driveway farther down the block. Emma's fingers tightened around Evan's sleeve. Are they coming? Evan watched. The men studied the houses, then the neighbors. Every driveway held someone. Every porch had movement. The street looked awake. After a long moment, one of the men shook his head. They walked west. Emma let out the breath she had been holding. That worked again. Yes. But the victory felt temporary. Even as those 3 disappeared down the road, more travelers were already approaching. The city was still emptying. Emma looked toward the skyline hidden beyond the suburbs. How many people are still there? Evan thought about the city. Hundreds of thousands, maybe more. And every day, more of them would walk. A lot. Emma watched another wave pass the intersection. They're all coming this way. Yes. Does that mean we have to stand here forever? Probably not forever, but for a while. Mark crossed the street and joined them near the curb. First day's going better than I expected. Derek followed behind him. Yeah. Greg glanced toward the road. But this is still the easy part. Emma looked confused. What's the easy part? Greg pointed west where the travelers were going. The people who still believe they'll find something better ahead. Emma followed his gaze. And the hard part? Greg looked back toward the road leading out of the city. The ones who come back. Emma felt that. So did everyone else. Because eventually some travelers would reach the suburbs ahead and find nothing. No water, no food, no help. And when they turned around, they would remember the quiet neighborhood with people in the driveways and houses behind them. They would remember who looked prepared. They would remember who looked like they had something to protect. Evan saw the same thought move across the faces of the neighbors standing along the street. The first day had worked. The crowd had moved past them. But tomorrow might bring people who already knew what this street looked like. And knowledge changed everything. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Morning came with a different kind of quiet. Not the tense quiet of people waiting for something to happen, the quiet of people listening for it. Evan stepped onto the porch before sunrise again. The air was cool and still, carrying the faint smell of dust and grass. At first glance, the street looked peaceful. Lawns, trees, neat houses in neat rows. The kind of place that used to feel safe because nothing ever happened there. But the neighborhood wasn't asleep. Lights moved behind curtains. Doors opened. Neighbors stepped outside with coffee mugs and folding chairs. The routine from yesterday had already begun. Emma came out a moment later wrapped in a sweatshirt. You're up early again. So is everyone else. She followed his gaze. Mrs. Caldwell was already sitting in her chair near the sidewalk. Greg leaned against his truck at the corner house. Mark stood halfway down his driveway, speaking quietly with Derek. The neighborhood had learned quickly. No empty street, no quiet houses, always someone watching. Emma yawned. Do you think it'll be the same today? I don't know. Fewer people, maybe. Maybe. But he didn't believe that. The city behind them was still sending travelers outward like water from a broken dam. Every day the flow changed. It never stopped. And this morning already felt different. Emma noticed first. There's someone. A figure moved slowly near the intersection. But this traveler didn't look like the others. No bicycle, no backpack, no cart, empty-handed. Evan watched him carefully. The man stepped into the intersection and stopped. Not a glance, not a quick check down the block. He stayed there, looking. Emma tilted her head. He's not leaving. No. The man turned slowly, scanning the road behind him, then the houses along the street. Then he sat down on the curb. Emma frowned. Why is he sitting there, waiting? For what? Maybe someone else. Across the street, Derek noticed. That's different. Mark nodded. Yeah. They had seen hundreds of travelers pass through now. Most kept moving. The road west always pulled them forward, not this one. Emma watched him. He looks tired. Yes. He didn't even try the houses. No. More movement appeared behind him. Another traveler, then two more. Within minutes, a small group had gathered near the curb. 5 people. Then 7. None of them rushed west. None of them looked hopeful. Emma's voice lowered. They're talking. Yes. What about? Probably the road ahead. The group stayed longer than any group had the day before. 10 minutes, 15. And instead of leaving, more travelers arrived. By the time the sun crested the rooftops, nearly 20 people stood or sat near the intersection. Emma noticed. They're staying. Yes. Why? Evan studied them. Not much gear, no carts, no full bags. These people had already traveled far, maybe farther than most. Because they might have already reached the suburbs. Emma blinked. You mean west? Yes. And there was nothing there? Maybe. So they came back? Some of them might have. Across the street, Mark spoke quietly. This is the second wave. Derek nodded. Yeah. Not the ones leaving the city. The ones who already tried. Emma didn't like that. The road west had been the answer. The direction everyone believed might lead to safety. But if travelers were coming back from that direction, the answer had failed. More people arrived. 30 now. Some sat, some stood. None moved west. Emma hugged her arms. They're not leaving. No. Are they coming here? Evan watched the group. Several travelers were studying the neighborhood again. Houses, driveways, neighbors standing outside. The street still looked organized, still alert. But the people at the intersection felt different today. They weren't passing through. They were deciding. Greg stepped closer to the corner. You see this? Mark nodded. They're regrouping. Derek's voice stayed low. Yeah. Emma looked at Evan. What does that mean? He didn't answer right away, because the truth was getting clearer. The first wave had believed the road ahead would solve the problem. Now some of them had returned. And returning travelers carried something different. Information. Emma watched the group grow to nearly 40. Some talked quietly. Others sat on the curb, staring down the neighborhood street. Waiting. Dad. Yeah? Are they going to try the houses again? Evan looked at the crowd, hungry, exhausted, and now aware that the road west might not hold what they needed. Yes, he said quietly. I think they might. Because the first wave had been desperate. This group was different. This group had already learned that leaving the city was not enough. And that made the neighborhood more than a place to pass through. It made it the next option. The group at the intersection did not move for a long time. That alone made everyone uneasy. For days, travelers had followed a pattern. Reach the corner, look down the street, ask a question, keep moving. Movement had been the constant. Now the movement had stopped. Evan leaned against the mailbox near the edge of the driveway, watching carefully. Emma sat on the porch steps behind him, hugging her knees. 40 had become closer to 50. Still arriving, still not leaving. Instead of pushing west, most drifted into the group already gathered there. Emma whispered. They're making a meeting. In a way? What are they talking about? Probably what everyone is thinking. The road? Yes. The travelers stood in small circles, speaking in low voices. A few sat along the curb. One man leaned against a street sign while listening to another describe something with sharp gestures. Emma could tell it wasn't good. No one looked relieved. Across the street, Derek folded his arms. They're telling each other what they saw. Mark nodded. Yeah. What do you think it was? Greg asked. Mark answered without looking away. Nothing. The word landed hard. Emma heard it. What do you mean, nothing? Mark spoke louder so the nearest neighbors could hear. Nothing out there. Nothing how? Emma asked. Derek answered. Nothing organized. No shelters, no stores, no working towns. Emma looked down the road west, the direction that had been the answer for days. So people just kept walking? Mark shook his head. Only for so long. Evan watched the group at the intersection. One man near the center had started talking louder. I'm telling you, it's the same everywhere. Several others nodded. We walked 10 miles. Nothing. Another group said 15. Still nothing. Emma swallowed. That's far. Yes. And they didn't find anything? Not enough. The man at the center kept talking. Every neighborhood is doing the same thing. Someone asked, same thing how? People standing outside, watching the streets, not letting anyone stop. Emma looked up at Evan. That's us. Yes. Greg nodded quietly. They've seen it already. Derek watched the crowd. Other streets like ours. The travelers shifted. The man speaking lifted his hands. Look, I'm not saying those people are wrong. They're protecting their homes. But that means we're all walking past houses full of supplies. The words carried clearly. Emma felt the tension ripple through the group. The travelers weren't shouting. They were thinking. That was worse. Mark stepped closer to the curb. Here it comes. Emma looked at him. What? The debate. The man at the intersection continued. So what's the plan? One traveler shrugged. Keep walking. Until when? Until we find something. Another voice cut in. And if we don't? Silence followed, because everyone already knew the answer. Emma noticed several travelers turn toward the neighborhood again. Their eyes moved across the houses, driveways, neighbors, windows. They're counting, she whispered. Yes. Across the intersection, another voice spoke. What if we just ask again? Someone shook his head. They'll say no. Maybe some won't. They all will. Another voice joined. Not if enough of us ask. Emma's stomach tightened. That sounds bad. Yes, Derek muttered. Yep. Mark nodded slowly. That's the pressure point. Greg looked at him. What do we do? Mark didn't answer right away, because technically the travelers were not doing anything wrong. They were talking, deciding, but everyone on the street felt the moment building. One traveler stepped away from the group and walked a few steps toward the neighborhood. He stopped halfway between the intersection and the first house. Just stood there, looking. Then he turned back toward the group. They're watching us. Yes, someone answered. So what? Another traveler said. So it means they're ready. More travelers arrived while they talked. 60 now, maybe more. But unlike the waves from yesterday, these people weren't flowing past the corner. They were gathering. Emma whispered. Dad. Yeah? What happens if they decide to try? Evan watched the arguments, the frustration, the hunger, the slow realization spreading through the group. If they try, he said quietly, this street becomes the answer they're testing. The man near the center raised his voice again. We can't just sit here forever. Several travelers nodded. Then what do you suggest? He looked straight down the neighborhood street. "Maybe we try again." Emma's grip tightened on Evan's arm. Because this time, the group was not talking about asking one by one. They were thinking about asking together. The decision did not come all at once. For several minutes, the travelers argued quietly among themselves. Clusters shifted. People moved from one small circle to another. Some still believed the road west was best. "Keep walking," one man said. "We'll find something eventually." Another shook his head. "We've been walking 10 miles, 15. What's 20? The answer came from a woman sitting on the curb. Hunger. The word settled into the group. Emma heard it from the porch steps. Hunger. She looked up at Evan. "They're really hungry." Yes. Across the street, Mark and Derek stood shoulder to shoulder. The neighbors had spread across the block the way they had planned. Every driveway had someone visible. Doors stayed open behind them so people could move quickly if needed. The street still looked organized, but the travelers at the intersection were no longer passing through. They were calculating. Emma noticed something else. "They're looking at us." Yes. Not just the houses. No. Some travelers were studying the neighbors directly now, counting people, watching where each person stood, noticing the spaces between homes. The man who had been speaking stepped forward again. He looked tired, but his voice carried. "Look." The group quieted. "I'm not saying we start breaking doors." Several travelers nodded. "But walking forever isn't working either." Someone called from the crowd. "So what do we do?" The man looked down the street. "We talk to them." Another traveler laughed bitterly. "They already told people no." "Not all of them. Enough of them." Emma watched closely. "They're deciding." "Yes," Greg muttered. "Feels like watching a storm build." Derek nodded. "Yep." The group grew quiet again, not silent, thoughtful. Then someone said, "What if we just ask together?" The idea moved fast. Some nodded, others hesitated. A woman near the back crossed her arms. "And if they say no?" The man shrugged. "Then we decide what comes next." Emma felt the chill in that sentence. Mark heard it too. "Here it comes." Greg asked, "What do we do?" Mark exhaled slowly. "Stay calm. And? Let them talk first." The travelers began moving now. Not leaving, turning. The large group at the intersection slowly faced the neighborhood. Emma felt her stomach tighten. "They're coming." Not all of them. About 20 travelers stepped forward, not running, not aggressive, walking slowly toward the houses. The rest stayed at the intersection and watched. Emma counted under her breath. 20. Evan nodded. Derek stepped toward the curb. Mark did the same. Greg moved closer to the corner. Neighbors along the block shifted, making themselves visible. The message remained the same. The street was awake. The travelers slowed when they saw the line of people outside. One raised both hands. "We're not here to fight." His voice carried clearly. "We just need help." Emma leaned closer to Evan. "They're asking again." "Yes," the man continued. "We've been walking for days. Some of us came back from the suburbs. There's nothing out there." The neighbors listened. No one interrupted. Another traveler spoke up. "We don't need much. Just a little food, a little water. Anything." Emma looked around. The neighbors looked uneasy. Some shifted. Others kept their eyes on the travelers. Mrs. Caldwell spoke softly to Mark. "We can't feed 60 people." Mark nodded. "I know." The man at the front waited. "Can anyone help?" No one answered. The silence stretched. Emma whispered, "Say something." But Evan knew the problem. If one house stepped forward, the entire crowd would see it. Mark finally spoke. "We don't have enough supplies for everyone." The man nodded slowly. I understand. But he didn't move. Neither did the others. Emma noticed. They're still standing there. Yes. Another traveler spoke from behind him. What about just a few of us? No, Mark said gently. That won't work either. The tension thickened. 20 travelers stood in the road. Neighbors stood in driveways, both sides watching carefully. Emma squeezed Evan's hand. What happens now? Evan looked toward the intersection. Nearly 60 more travelers stood there watching, waiting to see what happened. If they accept the answer, the crowd moves on. And if they don't? Evan didn't answer right away, because the man at the front was still thinking. Emma watched him. His eyes moved along the street, houses, neighbors, lawns. Then he looked back at the crowd behind him. Tired faces, hungry faces, faces waiting for direction. Finally, he spoke again, quieter now. Then what are we supposed to do? The whole street felt the weight of it, because no one standing there had an answer that would satisfy everyone. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. The question stayed in the air long after the man asked it. Then the quiet stretched. Not peaceful, tight. The kind of quiet that settles when everyone knows the next few words matter. Evan stood near the mailbox with Emma beside him, watching the travelers in the road. 20 had stepped forward from the larger crowd at the intersection. Behind them, nearly 60 more waited. Watching, Emma whispered, Why isn't anyone answering? Because there isn't a good answer. Across the street, Mark stood with Derek and Greg near the curb. Mrs. Caldwell remained in her folding chair, hands clasped tight in her lap. The man who had spoken earlier still stood at the front of the travelers. What are we supposed to do? He asked again. Mark exhaled slowly. I wish I had something better to tell you. The man nodded. But you don't. No. Emma felt the tension ripple through both sides. The neighbors had already talked about this. They knew the limits. One neighborhood couldn't feed 80 travelers. Not for more than a day, maybe not even that. And if word spread, tomorrow might bring hundreds. Derek finally spoke. There's water west of here. The traveler shook his head. A creek, 2 miles. We found it. Emma blinked. How can a creek be bad? Evan answered quietly. When everyone goes there. The man continued. People are camping around it. Fighting over spots. Another traveler spoke behind him. And the water's already getting muddy. Emma looked uneasy. That's bad. Yes. Mark rubbed his jaw. What about farther out? We tried farther out. How far? 10 miles. What did you find? The traveler gave a tired shrug. Houses. That word landed hard, because everyone knew what it meant. More neighborhoods, more people standing outside, more closed doors. Emma whispered. They just keep finding more streets. Yes. Across the intersection, the larger group shifted restlessly. Some sat along the curb, others stood with arms folded. All of them watched. The man in front spoke again. We're not asking to stay. We just need enough to keep moving. Mark nodded slowly. I understand. But understanding didn't create food. The silence came back. Then Greg spoke. What about organizing something? Several neighbors turned toward him. Derek asked, Organizing what? Greg gestured toward the intersection. If people are gathering anyway, maybe we guide them somewhere. The traveler frowned. Where? Greg hesitated. That was the problem. The city behind them was broken. The suburbs ahead were overwhelmed. There was no obvious place left to send people. Emma whispered, That idea didn't work. No. Mrs. Caldwell finally spoke. Soft, clear. What about rationing? Everyone looked at her. Mark asked, What do you mean? If everyone on the street gave a tiny amount, Derek shook his head immediately. That feeds maybe 10 people. And we have 80, Greg added. Emma looked toward the travelers. They waited patiently, but patience had limits. The man at the front rubbed his face. We don't want trouble. He looked back at the crowd behind him. But people are running out of options. Someone from the larger crowd shouted, Ask them about the garages. Another voice followed. People store food in garages. Emma felt the tension spike. The neighbors heard it too. Derek stepped forward slightly. All right, he said firmly. Let's keep this calm. But the seed was already planted. Several travelers at the intersection turned their eyes toward the garages along the street. Emma noticed. They heard that. Yes, Mark spoke quickly. Listen. The group of 20 looked back at him. We don't want this turning ugly. Neither do we, the man replied. Then help us keep the crowd calm. The man looked over his shoulder. Some travelers were still sitting. Others had stood now. Restless energy was coming back. Emma whispered, They're getting impatient. Yes, Greg muttered. This is slipping. Mark nodded. Yeah. The man at the front took a deep breath, then turned back to the neighbors. What if we move smaller groups through? Mark narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? 10 at a time. Ask houses one by one. If people say no, we keep moving. Emma looked up at Evan. That sounds better? It sounds better. Derek didn't look convinced. And when the 10th house says no? The traveler didn't answer right away. Because he knew. Behind him, the crowd at the intersection was getting louder. More voices, more frustration, more hunger. Emma looked toward them. They're not going to wait much longer. No. The man finally spoke again. We're trying to keep this peaceful. Mark nodded. So are we. But both sides understood something now. Peace required agreement. And agreement was running out of time. Behind the man, another traveler shouted. Well! The group near the houses turned slightly. Dozens of tired faces waited at the intersection, watching, listening. Emma felt the moment tighten. What happens if the crowd comes too? Evan looked behind the travelers. At the intersection, at the 60 people gathered there, at the hunger and frustration. If the crowd moves, he said quietly, this conversation ends. The man standing in the road knew it too. If the crowd behind him moved, the conversation would end. Not because everyone wanted violence, because crowds changed rules. One hungry person could listen, 10 could negotiate, 80 people with empty stomachs became something else. The man turned halfway toward the intersection and raised both hands. Hold up! His voice carried. The restless travelers behind him slowed, not silent, but watching. Give us a minute, he called. A few mutters drifted through the group. No one moved forward. Yet, Emma watched carefully. He's trying. Yes. Across the street, Mark leaned closer to Derek and Greg. We need something. Derek whispered. Like what? I don't know. Because no isn't going to hold forever. Greg rubbed the back of his neck. We could give directions to the creek again. Derek shook his head. That place is already packed. Then, farther west. People already tried that. Emma listened to every word, then said what no one wanted to say. There isn't anywhere left. Across the road, the man leading the travelers turned back. They're getting restless. We can see that, Mark said. What can you offer? Mark hesitated, because the answer felt too small. But small was all they had. We could give a little water. The traveler frowned. How little? A cup. Emma blinked. A cup? Evan leaned down. Per person? Oh? The man did the math in his head. You're saying 80 cups. Spread across the street, Mark said. Every house contributes. The traveler looked uncertain. That's not much. It's something. Emma studied the neighbors. Some looked uncomfortable. Others nodded slowly. Even a cup of water was a sacrifice now. The traveler looked back at the intersection. The crowd was shifting again. People standing, watching, waiting. "All right," he said slowly. "Water might calm them." Derek spoke up. "But that's it." The traveler nodded. "Understood. No food." "No. Just water." "Yes." The man took a breath. "Let me talk to them." He turned and walked back toward the intersection. Emma watched. "They're listening." "Yes." The man raised his hands again. "They'll share water." A few travelers clapped weakly. Others looked unimpressed. Most looked relieved. "Line up," he continued. "Small groups." "No pushing." Emma saw shoulders drop across the crowd. Not all of them. Enough. Hunger was still there, but thirst was easier to answer. Mark exhaled. "That bought us time." Derek nodded. "Not much." "No." But time was something. Neighbors moved quickly. Doors opened. People disappeared into houses. Within minutes, they returned carrying bottles, jugs, and containers. Emma watched Evan step into the kitchen. He filled a large pot from one of their stored containers. "Are we giving away our water?" "A little." "What if we need it later?" "We will." "Then why?" Evan knelt beside her. "Because if we don't help at all, the crowd might decide to take it." Emma thought about that. "That's worse." "Much worse." They carried the pot outside. Mark had set up a small row of cups along the folding table. The lantern sat between them, unlit in daylight, but still somehow the center of everything. One by one, travelers approached. The man who had spoken earlier organized the line carefully. 10 at a time. Slow. No grabbing. Emma watched the first traveler step forward, a young woman with sunburned cheeks. Mark handed her a cup. She drank it in 3 seconds, then stepped aside quietly. Another traveler followed, then another. The line moved slowly, calmly. Emma noticed something surprising. "They're being nice." Yes. Thirst could make people desperate. It could also make a cup feel like mercy. Across the intersection, the rest of the crowd waited, watching cups pass hand to hand. Every few minutes, the man organizing them shouted reminders. "Stay in line. Everyone gets one. Don't rush." The system worked, for a while. Emma sat on the curb beside the driveway, watching traveler after traveler step forward. Some thanked the neighbors. Some were too tired to speak. Some just nodded and kept moving. A small moment of cooperation in a world that had lost most of its rules. But Evan noticed the containers emptying fast. Mark noticed too. "We're halfway," Mark said quietly. Derek looked at what remained. "That's it?" "That's it." Greg leaned closer. "What about the rest?" Mark didn't answer, because he was counting the travelers still waiting. At least 40. Emma noticed. "There's still a lot of people." "Yes." The man organizing the line saw it too. His shoulders tightened. He looked toward Mark. "How much longer?" Mark lifted a container and tipped it slightly. "Not much." The man turned back toward the waiting travelers. He knew the problem. Everyone near the table knew the problem. But the people at the back hadn't realized it yet. Emma whispered, "They're going to run out." "Yes." The last container emptied into cups. Mark placed the jug on the table. "Empty." He looked at the man organizing the travelers. "That's all we have." The man closed his eyes for a moment, then turned slowly toward the remaining crowd. 30, maybe 40 people still waiting, hungry, thirsty, and now watching the cups stop moving. Emma felt the tight quiet return, only heavier this time, because hope had just been handed out. And then it was gone. Someone at the back shouted, What about us? Another voice followed. Yeah, we're still here. Emma's stomach tightened. The man who had organized the line lifted his hands. Listen. But the crowd was louder now. You said everyone. We walked all day. What about us? Derek muttered. Here we go. Mark stood slowly. Easy. But the line had already broken. Travelers who had waited patiently were now stepping toward the table, not running, not yet, but no longer waiting either. Emma squeezed Evan's arm. They're coming. Yes. The man who had been helping stepped in front of them. Stop! Some did, some didn't, because hunger could wait, thirst could wait, disappointment didn't. And now the crowd understood something dangerous. The neighborhood had supplies, just not enough. Desperate people did not always care about the difference. The first few travelers stepped forward slowly, not shouting, not charging, just closing the distance. But that small change shifted the whole street. Emma felt it. The calm from the last hour was gone. People who had been sitting were standing. People who had been watching were talking. The circle around the table was shrinking. Evan placed a hand on Emma's shoulder. Stay behind me. She nodded without arguing. Across the street, Mark stood beside the empty containers. Derek and Greg moved closer. Not aggressive, ready. The man who had organized the line stepped in front of the approaching travelers. Hold up! A few stopped. Others didn't. Listen, he said firmly. They shared what they had. A voice behind the front group answered. That wasn't everyone. More murmurs rose. We walked all day. You said everybody! Emma looked up at Evan. They're mad. Yes. But Evan noticed something important. Most of the travelers still weren't angry, tired, hungry, frustrated, but not violent, not yet. The problem was the louder ones, the ones pushing forward. The man raised his hands again. Stop pushing. The front slowed slightly. Behind them, the larger crowd leaned forward to watch. Mark spoke calmly. That's everything we had available tonight. A traveler stepped forward. That can't be true. It is. You're telling me none of these houses have water? They do, Derek said. But not enough for 80 people. The traveler shook his head. You could share more. Mark's jaw tightened. We already did. More voices rose. Come on, just a little. You've got houses full of stuff. Emma felt the tension climbing. Dad. I know. The man organizing the travelers turned toward the louder voices. Back up. Some did, some didn't, because now a different thought had entered the crowd. If supplies existed behind those doors, maybe asking wasn't the only option. Evan saw the shift in their eyes, desperation becoming calculation. Derek saw it too. He stepped forward beside Mark. That's far enough. The words weren't shouted. They didn't need to be. The travelers at the front stopped again. Emma held her breath. For a moment, the whole street froze. Empty containers, tired neighbors, hungry travelers, darkening sky. Everyone deciding what kind of day this was going to become. Then the man with the duffel bag spoke. He had been sitting near the curb the whole time. Now he stood slowly. That's enough. His voice carried. The advancing travelers turned toward him. He stepped into the center. They shared. Someone shouted back. But there's still people back here. I know. So what now? The man looked around at the exhausted faces, then back at the neighbors near the table. You move on. Murmurs rose. Move where? Anywhere. That's easy for you to say. No, he said quietly. It isn't. He gestured toward the houses. You push this. It won't end well. The crowd got quieter. Not calm. Listening. Emma studied him. He's helping again. Yes, he continued. These people aren't the enemy. They're another neighborhood trying to survive. Someone shouted from the back. Then what are we supposed to do? The man took a breath. Keep moving. The answer didn't satisfy anyone, but it was honest. Emma watched the travelers, some angry, some defeated, most exhausted. Mark spoke again. There's a larger creek farther west. Several travelers looked up. 3 miles, Derek added. Bigger water source. The man with the duffel nodded. That's true. Whispers moved through the crowd. 3 miles? If there's more water. Bigger creek? Emma felt the tension loosen. Not disappear, just soften. Information gave direction. Direction gave people something to hold on to. The man organizing the travelers turned back to the crowd. You heard them. 3 miles west. A traveler near the front rubbed his face. That's a long walk tonight. Then sleep near the creek. More space out there. People started stepping back, a little, not rushing, not happy, but moving away from the table. The decision spread slowly. Keep moving. Don't make it worse. One traveler shook his head and lifted his backpack. All right. Another followed. Then another. Within minutes, the front of the crowd drifted back toward the intersection. The pressure eased. Emma let out a breath. They're leaving. Yes. Mark sat back down in his folding chair. Derek wiped his forehead. Well? Greg nodded. That was close. Too close, Mark said. The man with the duffel lifted his bag and started toward the intersection. Before he left, he glanced back. Good luck. You too, Mark said. The travelers slowly broke into smaller groups near the corner. Some headed west. Others sat for a few minutes before starting. The lantern table became small again. Just cups, empty containers, a little circle in a much bigger dark. Emma leaned against Evan. That almost went bad. Yes, but it didn't. No. Derek looked down the road where travelers were disappearing. That's not the last time that happens. Mark nodded. Not even close. Emma looked at the quiet houses. So, what do we do next time? Evan watched the final silhouettes walking away from the intersection. Then he looked at the empty containers on the table. We prepare. For what? He paused, because the answer was heavier than anything she had asked all day. For when the next crowd is bigger. Emma looked down the road again. The lantern still glowed softly against the dark street. Beyond that small circle of light, the world had become something else entirely. A place where every neighborhood would face the same question. How much could they give? Before they had nothing left to protect. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. The night after the crowd left felt quieter than it should have. Not peaceful. Empty. Emma noticed it first. She stood at the edge of the driveway beside Evan, watching the last silhouettes disappear down the road toward the west. Their footsteps faded into the darkness until the only sound left was leaves shifting in the trees. That was weird, she said. Evan glanced down at her. What part? They were here, and now they're not. That's how traveling works. I know, she said, still staring down the street. But it feels like something just passed through. Across the road, Mark blew out a slow breath and leaned back in his folding chair beside the lantern. I think that's exactly what happened. Derek nodded. A wave. The word sat there. Emma tilted her head. A wave of people? Yeah, Derek said. And waves usually come in more than one. Emma looked uneasy. So another one is coming? Mark shrugged. Probably. No one said anything for a while. The lantern flickered on the folding table, its warm glow stretching across the curb and a few feet into the road. Without the crowd around it, the light looked small. Earlier, it had felt like the center of the neighborhood. Now it looked fragile, temporary. Evan, noticed the same thing. "That worked tonight," he said. "For information," Mark replied. "But next time..." He didn't finish. He didn't need to. Everyone standing there knew what next time could look like. Emma hugged her arms around herself. "I didn't like when they started walking closer." "No," Evan said. "Neither did I." Greg kicked lightly at a pebble in the road. "That could have turned ugly fast." Derek nodded. "If that guy hadn't stepped in." "Yeah," Mark said. "The man with the duffel bag." Emma thought about him. "He helped." "Yes," Evan said. "Why?" "Because he didn't want things to get worse." Emma frowned. "But he was one of them." Evan smiled faintly. "Sometimes the best help comes from inside the crowd." She thought about that. "That's kinda cool." Mark stood and stretched. "All right." Derek looked at him. "What?" "We can't do that again tomorrow." "What do you mean?" "The water thing." Derek nodded immediately. "Yeah, that burned through a lot." Emma looked confused. "But it helped them." "It did," Mark said. "But it also told everyone something." "What?" "That we have supplies." Emma blinked. "Oh." The realization hit her. "That's not good." "No," Evan said. "It isn't." Greg rubbed the back of his neck. "So, what's the plan then?" The word plan sat in the air like a challenge. None of them had expected to need one this fast. Mark looked down the street toward the intersection. The road was empty now, but it would not stay that way. "Tomorrow," he said slowly, "we change how we do things." "How?" Derek asked. "We don't let the crowd get that close." Emma looked up quickly. "What does that mean?" Evan answered. "The conversation happens at the intersection." "Oh, so they don't come here?" "Exactly." Greg nodded. "That's smart. Less pressure." Derek folded his arms. "And if they keep walking anyway?" That question stayed there, because the answer wasn't simple. Mark looked down the quiet row of houses, then back toward the intersection. "Then we stop them there." Emma's eyes widened slightly. "Stop them how?" Evan placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "By talking. But louder? That's part of it." It didn't sound convincing, because it wasn't enough. Derek muttered quietly, "Talking only works if people still want to listen." The street fell silent again. Emma stared down the road where the travelers had gone. "Do you think they'll make it to the creek?" "Some will." "Some won't? Why not?" "Because walking all night is hard." Emma pictured the tired faces around the lantern. The woman with the sunburned cheeks, the man with the bicycle, the older man with the hiking stick. They looked really tired. They were. The lantern flickered as a breeze moved through the neighborhood. Mark reached over and adjusted the knob, brightening the flame. "Anyone else notice something today?" he asked. "What?" Derek said. "The cars." Greg nodded slowly. "Yeah." Emma looked between them. "What about them?" "There are fewer moving," Mark said. "That's good, right?" "Maybe." Evan looked toward the road. Earlier in the day, a few cars had still rolled slowly through the area. Now, the streets were empty. "Fuel," Derek said. Emma tilted her head. "What about fuel?" "People are running out." "Oh." Greg pointed down the road. "That means more walkers." Emma looked back toward the intersection. "So, tomorrow?" "Yes," Evan said. "More people." The thought settled over the group. Tonight's crowd had been around 80. If the city really was pushing people outward like a broken dam, tomorrow might bring hundreds. Mark finally folded the table. "All right." "You shutting it down?" Derek asked. "For tonight." The lantern stayed lit, though, a quiet signal in case someone arrived needing direction. But the gathering was over. Neighbors drifted back toward their homes. Greg headed into his garage. Derek crossed his yard and disappeared through his front door. Mrs. Caldwell wheeled her chair back toward her porch with slow, careful movements. Within minutes, the street returned to darkness and silence. Emma and Evan remained near the driveway. She looked up at the stars. They seemed brighter now. Without the glow of city lights, the sky had opened wider than she had ever seen it. "Dad? Yeah? Is the whole world like this right now?" He thought about the rumors. Half the country without power, hospitals running on generators, cities emptying. "I think a lot of it is." Emma looked back toward the road. "That's a lot of people walking." "Yes." She leaned against him. "Tomorrow is going to be bigger." Evan nodded slowly. "Yes, it is." Because the pattern was clear now. Day 1 had been confusion. Day 2 had been movement. Day 3 would bring crowds. And somewhere beyond the quiet houses and dark streets, the city was still emptying itself, sending wave after wave into the dark. Morning arrived before anyone felt ready for it. The sky was already pale gray when Evan stepped outside with a mug of coffee that had gone lukewarm before he finished it. Without electricity, there was no alarm clock, no phone buzzing, no normal reason to wake up. But the neighborhood had developed a new rhythm. People woke with the light, and most of them did not sleep well. The street looked almost normal, almost. Sunlight slid across the houses. A light breeze moved the leaves. The air smelled like damp grass and dust. For 1 second, it could have been any other morning. Then Evan looked down the road. The intersection was already busy. Emma stepped onto the porch a few seconds later, rubbing her eyes. "You're up early." He nodded toward the corner. "Not early enough." She followed his gaze. A cluster of travelers stood at the intersection already. Some sat on the curb. Others leaned against bicycles or backpacks. At least 30 people, and the sun had barely cleared the rooftops. Emma frowned. They got here overnight? Some. Others were arriving now. 2 figures appeared from the direction of the city, walking slowly with bags over their shoulders. Behind them, another small group emerged from the same direction. Emma's shoulders dropped slightly. "That's more than yesterday morning." "Yes." Across the street, Mark's garage door rolled upward with a metallic rattle. He stepped out carrying a thermos and stopped halfway down his driveway when he saw the intersection. "Well," he muttered. Derek appeared from his yard a moment later. "Yeah." Neither sounded surprised. Greg walked up from the far side of the block holding a small notebook. "You guys see that?" "Hard to miss," Mark replied. Emma studied the travelers. They looked more organized. Evan nodded. She was right. Yesterday people had arrived in scattered pairs and families. Today some moved in larger groups. A cluster of about 15 stood near the corner talking with someone holding a map. Emma tilted her head. "That's the map guy again." "Looks like it." He had returned, and now he was pointing down the road while explaining something to the group around him. More travelers arrived behind them. Within minutes, the intersection nearly doubled. Emma counted under her breath. 40, 45, maybe 50, and it was still early. Mark rubbed his jaw. They started moving earlier today. Derek nodded. Probably slept closer to the city. Greg flipped open the notebook. I started counting. Emma looked curious. Why? Because we need to know what we're dealing with. What are we dealing with? Greg looked toward the growing crowd. Numbers. More figures appeared on the road. The steady trickle from yesterday had returned. Except now it felt faster. Within 15 minutes, the intersection held nearly 70 travelers. The day had barely started. Emma whispered, "That's already like last night." "Yes." Mark spoke quietly. "We need to get ahead of this." Derek nodded toward the corner. "Then we go there." Evan agreed. That was the plan. Emma watched as the men started down the street toward the intersection. She followed a few steps behind. "Stay back a little," Evan said. "Okay." But curiosity kept pulling her forward. As they approached, the travelers turned to look. Dozens of tired faces, dusty shoes, backpacks, bags packed in a hurry. The map man recognized Mark. "Morning." "Morning." "How many so far?" Mark asked. The man shrugged. 70-ish. "More coming?" "Yeah." Emma heard the exhaustion in his voice. He had probably been walking as long as everyone else. A woman nearby spoke up. "Is there water here?" The question rippled through the group. Emma saw several heads turn toward the houses behind them. Evan stepped forward before Mark could answer. "Not much." "We shared some last night," someone said. A man near the back frowned. "That was this place?" "Yes," Mark said. The mood shifted, hope mixed with expectation. Emma noticed immediately. "They remember." Mark nodded slowly. "Listen," he said. "We need to talk about that." The travelers quieted. His tone had changed. Yesterday had been improvising. Today, there was a plan. "We can't do the same thing again," Mark continued. Several travelers looked disappointed. "But we're thirsty," someone said. "I know." "So, what do we do?" Mark pointed west. "There's a larger creek 3 miles that way." Emma saw several travelers nod. They had heard it last night. The one past the small woods. "Yes," a young man stepped forward. "We found that creek." "Good, but it's getting crowded." "That's expected." The man frowned. "So you're sending everyone there?" "No," Mark said. "We're telling you where water is." Emma watched carefully. The travelers were listening, not satisfied, but listening. A woman holding a small child asked quietly, "Is there anywhere to rest around here?" Evan answered gently, "Not for large groups." The truth hung there. The neighborhood could not become a camp. Not if they wanted to survive what came next. Emma studied the faces. Most were tired, but calmer than last night. Daylight made people more patient. The map man folded his arms. "So the plan is keep moving." "Yes," he nodded slowly. "That's fair." The word moved through the group. Fair, not generous, not comforting. Fair. Emma felt a small relief. "They're not getting mad." "Not yet." Greg counted quietly. 80. 85. More travelers were still arriving. But something was different now. The conversation was happening at the intersection, not at the houses. The crowd stayed near the corner. No one moved farther down the street. Emma whispered, "The plan worked. So far." Even as she said it, more figures appeared in the distance. A larger group, maybe 20 people walking together. Emma's stomach tightened. "Dad, I see them." The wave from yesterday had returned. Now it was growing. The group reached the intersection 20 minutes later. Dusty, sweaty, exhausted. The travelers already gathered made room for them. Greg checked his notebook. Over 100 now. Emma's eyes widened. "Already? And it's still morning," Derek said. The map man stepped onto the curb so the larger group could see him. "If you're looking for water," he called, 3 miles west." Emma watched the message spread through the crowd like a ripple. Some travelers started moving right away. Others sat down to rest before continuing. The system was working. Barely. Then something unexpected happened. A man near the back of the crowd pointed toward the road from the city. "Wait!" Emma followed his gaze. Another group was approaching, much larger, not 20 people. Closer to 50. The intersection grew quiet, because now the numbers were changing fast. Greg checked his notebook again. 130. 140. Emma felt the same tightness from the night before return. "That's a lot of people." "Yes." The map man looked toward Mark. Mark looked toward Evan. Derek muttered quietly, "Here comes the next wave." Because the city was sending them faster now, and the morning had only just begun. The larger group reached the intersection 20 minutes later. From a distance, they had looked like one moving mass. Up close, they were people, families, students, workers, parents carrying children, people pushing bicycles loaded with bags, people dragging rolling suitcases that rattled across the pavement. Emma counted automatically. 40, 45, 50, and more behind them. The intersection swelled as the new arrivals merged with the travelers already gathered. Greg opened his notebook again. 148. 150, Emma whispered. That's twice as many as last night. Yes. The sound level rose immediately. More voices, more questions, more people talking at once. With that came pressure. The map man stepped onto the curb again and raised both hands. If you're looking for water. Several travelers interrupted. Where's the creek? Is there food anywhere? Is this the place that gave out water? Emma felt the shift. They heard about it. Yes. Word had traveled faster than the people. Mark spoke loudly enough for the front of the crowd. We shared what we could yesterday. But we can't do that again today. The statement moved through the travelers in waves. Disappointment, frustration, not surprise. Most had already heard rumors. The map man helped quickly. There's a larger creek 3 miles west. A few people nodded. Others looked unsure. A man in a baseball cap stepped forward. We went there last night. And? It's packed. Emma glanced up at Evan. That again. Yes. The man continued. People camping everywhere. How many? Derek asked. Hundreds. The word landed heavy. Emma looked around at the crowd. Already close to 200 here. How big is the creek? She whispered. Big enough for water, Evan said quietly. Not big enough for a town. Greg counted again. 162. More travelers arrived every few minutes. Some joined the crowd. Others slowed when they saw how many were already gathered. The intersection had become something else now. Not just a crossroads, a bottleneck. The map man spoke again. If you head west early, you'll find space near the creek. He paused. Probably. Emma noticed. You said maybe again. Because nobody knows. The travelers shifted restlessly. Some sat along the curb. Others stood with arms folded. Several looked toward the houses lining the block. Emma saw it. They're looking again. Yes. Mark noticed too. He stepped forward slightly. This neighborhood isn't a camp. His voice carried clearly. We're just another street trying to survive. The words were calm, firm. A few travelers nodded. Others didn't. A young man near the back spoke up. If there's hundreds at the creek already, where are the rest of us supposed to go? The question drifted through the crowd like a slow echo. Emma felt the tension creep back. Same feeling as last night. Bigger now. Because the crowd was bigger. The map man answered carefully. You keep moving. West, north. Anywhere with water. The young man frowned. That's not much of a plan. No, the map man admitted. It's not. But it was the only one anyone had. More travelers arrived behind the crowd. Greg checked the notebook again. 180. Emma's eyes widened slightly. And it's still morning. The street behind the neighbors remained empty, but the intersection now held nearly 200 people, and the city behind them was still sending more. Evan watched the road carefully. Then he saw something new, movement farther back. Not a small group, a line. People stretching around the corner from the direction of the city. Emma followed his gaze. Her voice dropped. Dad, I see it. More travelers were coming. Dozens, maybe more. The map man saw it too. He climbed onto the curb again and rubbed his forehead. "That's not slowing down," Derek muttered beside Evan. "Nope." Emma studied the distant figures. "They're not stopping." No. Because the city had reached the point where waiting was no longer an option. People were leaving in waves now, real waves, not scattered groups, crowds. The man in the baseball cap stepped forward again. "If that many people are coming..." He didn't finish. He didn't need to. Everyone understood the math. The creek would fill, the suburbs would fill, and eventually people would start looking closer, at houses, at neighborhoods, at places like this one. Emma whispered, "That's too many people." "Yes." Greg closed his notebook slowly. "We just passed 200. The intersection had never held that many people before. The quiet block that once felt like the edge of the world had become the edge of something much bigger. A human river moving out of the dead city. Emma watched the new wave coming in the distance. "How many people live downtown?" Evan thought about the skyline miles away. Hundreds of thousands. Maybe more. Too many to pass one neighborhood without consequences. He looked back at the crowd filling the intersection. Then at the distant line still coming. "The real problem," he said quietly, "hasn't even reached us yet." Chapter 19. Chapter 19. The crowd passed 200 before noon. Greg stopped counting after that. Not because the numbers stopped mattering, because they had become something else. Movement. The travelers filled the intersection, spilled onto sidewalks, and stretched down the road in both directions. Some sat along the curb, resting tired legs. Others leaned against bicycles or backpacks. Parents held small children close while they listened to the constant stream of questions and half-answers moving through the crowd. Emma had never seen that many strangers in their neighborhood. Not here, not on their street. "Dad? Yeah? Are they all leaving the city?" "Yes." "All of them?" "No." She looked back toward the road leading downtown. "Then how many people are still there?" Evan didn't answer right away. He didn't know the number, but he knew the scale. A lot. Emma tried to imagine it. Thousands of people walking through streets that no longer worked, buildings without power, hospitals on generators, traffic frozen in place. It made the intersection in front of them feel small. And that made it worse. Across the road, Mark stood beside the map man again. The two of them had fallen into a rhythm over the last hour. Mark handled the neighborhood boundary. The map man handled directions. "If you need water," the map man repeated, pointing west. 3 miles that way. "Follow the old rail trail. Stay left when it splits." The instructions moved through the crowd again and again. Some travelers listened and started walking. Others stayed where they were, resting before they had to move again. A few asked new questions. "Is there food anywhere? Any gas stations open? Any working hospitals?" Most of those questions didn't have answers. Emma noticed something new. "Dad? Yeah. They're forming groups." Evan saw it too. Travelers who had arrived alone were clustering with strangers. 5 here, 10 there, someone with a map, someone with a bicycle, someone who knew where the creek was. "Safety," Evan said. Emma nodded slowly. "That makes sense." Across the street, Derek had pulled a folding chair into the shade of a tree. From there, he watched the crowd carefully. Not suspicious, just aware. Greg leaned beside him with the notebook. "I'm seeing patterns." Derek looked over. "What kind?" "People arriving faster than they're leaving." Derek followed his gaze. He was right. The directions west were working, but the incoming flow from the city was stronger. Emma whispered, "The crowd is getting bigger." Yes. By noon, the intersection held nearly 300 travelers, and still they came. College-aged students pushed through with backpacks and sleeping bags. A father pulled a wagon filled with supplies. Two elderly women walked slowly with hiking sticks. The variety of people told its own story. Everyone had reached the same conclusion. Staying in the city was worse than leaving. Emma spotted a familiar face moving through the crowd. The bicycle guy. Evan followed her gaze. The young man with the loaded bike rolled slowly toward the intersection. His face was dusty and tired. When he saw the neighbors, he gave a small wave. "You make it to the creek?" Evan asked. "Yeah." "How was it?" "Packed." Emma sighed. "That again." The man nodded. "People everywhere." "Water still good?" "For now." The way he said it made Mark look up sharply. "What do you mean, for now?" "Too many people stirring it up." Emma frowned. "How do people stir up a creek?" "Feet," the man said. "Buckets. Washing clothes." "Oh," he continued. "There's already arguments starting out there." That news moved through the neighbors fast. Derek muttered under his breath. "Of course there are." Emma leaned closer to Evan. "That means the creek won't last either." "Not the way it's being used." Across the intersection, someone shouted a new question. "Anyone know where the nearest open town is?" The crowd stirred again. Several travelers offered different answers at once. "Try north." "I heard there's a working station 20 miles west." Someone said the military set up checkpoints south of here. Emma listened carefully. "There are a lot of rumors." "Yes." "Which ones are true?" Evan gave a faint smile. "That's the hard part." Information had become the most valuable thing people carried, and the least reliable. The map man climbed onto the curb again. "Listen up." The crowd quieted slightly. "If you're resting here, that's fine. But this neighborhood can't hold everyone. Move west when you're ready." The message was simple, clear, difficult. Because resting felt good. Walking felt terrible. Emma noticed something else now. People were studying the houses again. Not aggressively. Not yet. Just looking. Evaluating. "How many houses are on this street?" she asked quietly. "About 30. She did quick math in her head. 300 people. "Yes. That's 10 per house." "Roughly." Emma's stomach tightened. "That's too many." "Yes." Across the street, Mark saw the same calculations spreading through the crowd. He stepped forward again. "Folks," he said calmly, "this neighborhood can't become a camp." Several travelers nodded. They understood. Some did not like hearing it. A man near the back crossed his arms. "So, where are we supposed to go?" Mark pointed west. "The creek." The man shook his head. "That place is already chaos." "Then keep moving." "To where?" Mark hesitated, because the honest answer was uncomfortable. "Anywhere you can find water and space." The man looked unconvinced. Emma whispered, "That's not a real answer." "No." But sometimes the truth wasn't satisfying. More travelers arrived. Greg checked his notebook again, then closed it. Derek looked at him. "What now?" Greg looked over the swelling crowd. "Now we see what happens when the creek fills." Emma followed his gaze westward. Hundreds of people were already walking that direction. Hundreds more were gathering here first. The river leaving the city was getting wider, and sooner or later it would reach its banks. Emma leaned closer to Evan. "Dad?" "Yeah?" "What happens when there's nowhere left to go?" Evan watched the endless line appearing from the direction of the city, then looked back at the quiet houses along the street. "That," he said quietly, "is when things really start changing." The first sign that things were changing didn't come from the crowd. It came from the road behind them. Emma noticed because she had been watching the city side of the intersection all morning. For the last 2 hours, travelers had arrived steadily. Small groups, pairs, families, students, workers, but now something else appeared. Vehicles. "Dad!" Evan followed her gaze. 3 pickup trucks rolled slowly around the corner from the direction of the city. They moved cautiously through the stalled traffic that still clogged the outer streets. The drivers had clearly been weaving through abandoned cars and blocked lanes. The trucks reached the edge of the intersection and stopped, engines idling. 3 men stepped out. The crowd turned almost immediately. Vehicles had become rare. Rare meant important. Rare meant supplies. Emma whispered. They're driving. Yes. How? Probably had fuel stored. Across the intersection, the drivers looked over the crowd carefully. They weren't military, not police, ordinary men in work clothes. The tallest one stepped onto the curb. Who's running this spot? The map man laughed quietly. Nobody. A few travelers chuckled tiredly. The man nodded. Figures. Mark stepped forward slightly. What do you need? Information. That's what everyone needs. Fair. The man pointed west. That creek really the closest water? Yes. How crowded? Very. The man looked back at the trucks, then at the hundreds of travelers filling the intersection. Damn. Emma studied the vehicles. The beds were covered with tarps, boxes stacked beneath them. What do they have? She asked quietly. Supplies. The word spread through the crowd like a ripple. Supplies. Within seconds, travelers near the trucks shifted closer, not aggressive, interested. The tall man noticed immediately. He raised a hand. Relax. We're not selling anything. That confused people. Then, why stop? Someone asked. The man nodded toward the map man. We heard this intersection had information. That's true. So we stopped. Emma watched the drivers. They looked calm, alert, used to dealing with crowds. The second man climbed onto the tailgate of one truck. Anyone know what's happening north of here? Several travelers shouted different answers. More suburbs. Heard there are farms. Someone said a checkpoint. The drivers exchanged looks. None of it sounded reliable. The tall man stepped closer to Mark. How big is this crowd? Mark looked around. 300 now. The man whistled quietly. And more coming. He glanced toward the city. Another line of travelers was already approaching. Emma felt that uneasy feeling again. That's a lot of people. Yes? The driver studied the crowd a moment longer, then lowered his voice. You might want to start pushing people through faster. Mark frowned. What do you mean? Because this many people standing still? He gestured toward the intersection. Turns into trouble eventually. Derek nodded slowly. We know. The driver looked back at the trucks. We're heading farther west. Greg asked, to where? Rural communities. Emma tilted her head. Why? The man answered plainly. Food. The word landed heavily. Food. The resource nobody wanted to say too loudly, because most people had been thinking about water. But water alone didn't keep people moving forever. Emma whispered. That's the next problem. Yes, several travelers near the trucks heard it too. Food? You guys have food? The men exchanged a quick look. The second driver spoke fast. Not for sale. We're transporting it. For who? Someone shouted. The driver shrugged. People farther out. The explanation satisfied nobody. Hungry crowds heard the word food differently. Emma saw the shift again. Small, real. People stepped closer to the trucks. The tall driver noticed. He hopped down from the curb. All right. That's our cue. The men moved quickly back toward the vehicles. Mark stepped forward. You might want to leave now. That's the plan. Engines rumbled. The crowd parted slowly as the trucks rolled through the intersection, but many travelers watched them closely, following the vehicles with their eyes. Emma noticed. They know what's in those trucks. Yes. Is that dangerous? It can be. The trucks moved west and disappeared down the road. For a few seconds, the intersection stayed quiet. Then the conversations started again. But the topic had changed. Food, where to find it, how long supplies would last, who had some, who did not. Emma listened as rumors spread. Someone said farms north of here are giving out vegetables. Heard there's a warehouse west of the rail line. My cousin said the National Guard is handing out rations somewhere. Most of it sounded uncertain, but the pattern was obvious. People were already thinking beyond water. The map man climbed onto the curb again. If you're heading west, keep moving. Don't crowd the creek. But fewer people moved this time. The trucks had introduced a new idea. Maybe farther out there was more than water. Maybe there was food. Emma watched the travelers. They're staying longer. Yes. Greg checked the road toward the city again. More figures were approaching. Still walking. Still coming. 350 now, he muttered. Emma looked at the intersection. People resting, talking, waiting. The human river had slowed here. Only for a moment. But that moment was enough to create something dangerous. A gathering point. She looked up at Evan. Is this turning into a place people stop? Yes. That's bad. It can be. Mark studied the crowd the same way. Then he turned quietly toward Derek. We need to break this up. Derek nodded. Soon. Because if the intersection kept filling like this, the neighborhood wouldn't be dealing with travelers anymore. They would be dealing with a camp. And camps had a way of becoming permanent. The trucks had only been gone 10 minutes when the change began. It started quietly. So quietly most of the crowd didn't notice. The neighbors did, because they were watching. People weren't leaving. Yesterday, the pattern had been simple. Travelers arrived, rested briefly, asked questions, moved west. Now they were staying. Emma noticed before anyone said it. Dad? Yeah? They're sitting. He followed her gaze. She was right. Small clusters of travelers had started settling along the curb and grass near the intersection. A few spread out jackets or blankets. One family sat under the shade of a tree while their children shared a bottle. Another group leaned bicycles against the stop sign and opened backpacks. Lunch. Or what passed for it now. The intersection had changed from a checkpoint into something else. A pause. Emma whispered. They're resting longer. Yes. Mark watched the same thing. So it begins. Derek folded his arms. We knew this was coming. Greg opened the notebook again. 370. And growing. More travelers were still arriving from the city. The flow had not slowed. If anything, it had become steadier. Emma counted the latest group approaching. 10, 15, 20. They reached the intersection and joined the others resting near the curb. No one asked directions right away. No one rushed west. They sat. Evan exhaled slowly. That's the problem. Emma looked confused. But they're just sitting. Yes. And if 300 people decide to sit, her eyes widened. Oh? The map man noticed too. He stepped onto the curb and clapped his hands. If you're resting, keep it short. Water is west. 3 miles. A few travelers nodded. Most did not move. Tired legs didn't care about plans. Emma watched one man stretch out on the grass beside the sidewalk. He's sleeping. Yes, that's not short, Derek muttered. Once one person lays down. Others will, Greg finished. Within minutes, 2 more travelers lay down beside the first. Another family sat in the shade of a garage wall. Someone leaned a bicycle against a mailbox and closed their eyes. Emma watched it spreading, like water soaking into soil. They're making a camp, not intentionally, but it's happening. Across the intersection, a woman called out, Anyone know if there's food around here? The question drifted through the resting travelers. Several people answered at once. Nothing here? Try farms west. Heard about a warehouse somewhere. The same rumors came back. But now they had a different tone, because hungry people sitting still started thinking about food. Emma noticed something else. They're looking at the houses again. Yes, not aggressively. Not yet. Curiosity, backyards, garages, windows. The quiet neighborhood felt exposed. Mark stepped forward. Folks, his voice carried across the intersection. We need to keep people moving. Several travelers looked up. Why? A man sitting on the curb wiped sweat from his forehead. Because this street can't hold everyone. But we're tired. I know. So we sit for a bit. Mark nodded slowly. But not all day. The man looked around at the crowd. Where else are we supposed to rest? The question lingered, because it was fair. Walking miles with heavy bags took a toll, but rest created crowds, and crowds created pressure. Emma whispered, "This is hard." "Yes." Derek spoke quietly. "We have to be firmer." Greg nodded. "If we let this turn into a camp." "It never stops," Mark said. Evan watched the travelers. Most were not trouble, just exhausted. But exhaustion could become frustration. Frustration could become something worse. More travelers arrived. Greg checked the notebook again. 400. Emma blinked. That fast? Yes. The intersection looked different now. People filled sidewalks. Clusters spread down the road. Voices blended into a constant low murmur. The map man tried again. Water west. Fewer people moved. The creek had already become a known problem. Crowded, arguments, dirty water. So travelers hesitated, looking for alternatives. Emma saw a man studying a nearby backyard, just for a moment. Then he looked away. But the thought had appeared. What if? Mark saw it too. His voice dropped. We can't let this settle. Derek nodded. Then we start pushing people through. Greg closed the notebook again. Soon. Because if 400 people stopped moving here, the next 100 would have nowhere to stand. Emma looked down the road toward the city. More travelers were still coming. A constant line. Endless. How many people are walking right now? She didn't expect an answer. Evan didn't have one. He looked back at the crowd filling the intersection, then toward the quiet houses behind them, then toward the distant road still feeding people into the neighborhood. Enough, he said quietly, to change everything. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. By early afternoon, the intersection no longer looked like an intersection. It looked like a gathering. People sat everywhere now. The curb, the grass, the strip of cracked pavement beside the road. Bicycles leaned against signs and fences. Bags and backpacks lay scattered near their owners while travelers rested in small clusters of shade created by trees and garage walls. Emma stood beside Evan near the edge of the street and stared at the crowd. Dad. Yeah? That's not 400 anymore. He followed her gaze. She was right. More people had arrived in the last hour. Families, couples, groups of strangers who had clearly joined together somewhere on the road. Greg stepped closer and flipped open the notebook again. 460. Derek exhaled quietly. And they're not leaving. The map man was still trying. Every 10 minutes he stepped onto the curb and repeated the same message. Water 3 miles west. Follow the rail trail. But the words didn't move people the way they had earlier. Travelers listened, then sat back down, because resting felt better than walking. Emma watched a young boy chase a stick across the grass beside the road. Some of them are acting like it's a park. That's the danger, Evan said quietly. When exhaustion mixed with hope, people slowed down. And when people slowed down, they stayed. Across the intersection, Mark had moved his folding table out of the road entirely. The lantern from the night before sat on top of it, unlit in the daylight. Now it looked less like a signal, more like a reminder of how quickly things had changed. Mark spoke quietly to the small group of neighbors. "We have to break this up." Derek nodded. "Soon." Greg looked at the crowd again. "If this hits 500, it becomes a camp," Mark said. Emma heard the word again. Camp. She didn't like it. "What happens if it becomes a camp?" Evan answered honestly. "People start building around staying. Like tents?" "Yes." "Then fires. Then arguments." Emma looked back at the crowd. A man had already spread a small blanket near the curb. Another traveler leaned a bicycle against a mailbox and began unpacking something from a bag. "They're unpacking." "Yes." Across the intersection, a voice called out, "Does anyone have food to trade?" Several heads turned. Someone held up a small bag of crackers. Another traveler pulled a can from a backpack. The first trade of the day happened quietly. Emma watched the exchange. "They're making a market again." "Trying to." Trade appeared anywhere crowds gathered, even exhausted crowds. Greg noticed too. "That's a bad sign." Derek nodded. "Means they're settling in." The map man stepped onto the curb again. His voice was louder now. "Folks, listen." A few travelers looked up. Many stayed seated. "We need to keep moving west." Someone in the crowd called back. "Why?" "Because this neighborhood can't support this many people." A man sitting on the curb shook his head. "We're not asking for anything. We're just resting." Emma heard the logic. It sounded reasonable, but she could also see the numbers. Hundreds of people, resting, waiting. Mark spoke again. "You can rest, but not here all day." The man shrugged. "Where else?" The question again. Always the same question. Emma whispered, "They don't have anywhere." "Yes." Another traveler spoke up. "What about the empty houses?" The words hit the air like a stone dropped in water. Ripples spread immediately. Emma felt the tension tighten. Mark turned toward him. "What empty houses?" The man pointed farther down the road. "There." A few houses near the end of the block had dark windows. No cars in the driveway, no movement. Emma had noticed them before, but she had never thought about them like that. "Those people left," the man continued, "so the houses are empty." A few travelers turned to look. The idea spread fast. Empty houses meant shelter. Shelter meant safety, Emma whispered. "That's not good." "No." Mark stepped forward. "Those houses belong to someone." "But they're not here," the man replied. The crowd stirred, because the logic was simple. Too simple. Derek's voice came out firmer. "This neighborhood isn't open property." "We're not saying it is," another traveler said, "but we need somewhere to stay." Emma watched the faces around the intersection. Most people looked uncomfortable. They understood the rule. They also understood the need. The map man spoke carefully. "If you stay here, the next wave of people will trap you." The crowd quieted slightly. "What wave?" someone asked. Emma turned toward the road, because she already knew the answer. The line of travelers from the city had never stopped, and now another larger group was approaching. 30, maybe 40. Greg saw them too. He checked the notebook. 500. Emma's stomach dropped. "Already?" "Yes." The intersection had become a sea of people now, resting, talking, waiting. And the houses along the quiet block suddenly felt very close. Evan watched the new arrivals merging with the crowd. Then he looked back at the empty houses down the road. He knew what came next, because crowds eventually solved their own problems, one way or another. Emma tugged on his sleeve. "Dad?" "Yeah?" "I think someone's going to try one of those houses." He followed her gaze. A man standing near the edge of the crowd had started walking slowly down the street, toward the empty driveway, toward the dark front door. and suddenly the entire neighborhood felt like it was holding its breath. The man didn't run, that was the strange part. He simply walked, slowly, like someone heading toward a place he had every right to be. Emma watched him the whole way. "Dad, I see him." The man moved through the crowd and stepped out into the open stretch of road leading down the block. A few travelers noticed and turned their heads to follow him. Others kept sitting, talking, resting. But attention spreads quickly in a crowd. Within seconds, dozens of eyes were tracking him. The empty house sat halfway down the street. 2 stories, white siding, dark porch. No car in the driveway, no curtain moving in the windows. Emma whispered, "That's the Wilson house." "Yes." The Wilsons had left 2 days earlier. Evan remembered the hurried way their SUV had backed out of the driveway that morning, trying to beat whatever they thought was coming. Now, their house looked exactly the same as before, except quiet. The man reached the edge of the driveway and stopped. For a moment, he simply stood there, looking. Emma leaned forward slightly. What's he doing? Thinking. Across the intersection, Mark noticed too. So here we go. Derek stepped off the curb immediately. Hold on. The crowd shifted as people stood to see better. 500 travelers had been sitting quietly moments ago. Now, many of them were watching the same thing. The man stepped slowly up the driveway. Greg muttered beside Mark. If he opens that door, everyone else follows, Derek said. Emma felt the truth of that in her stomach. Crowds didn't always need permission. Sometimes they only needed an example. The man reached the porch. He paused again, one hand on the railing. He looked back once toward the crowd, measuring the moment. Then he stepped toward the door. Mark started walking. Hey! His voice carried across the block. The man stopped. But he didn't turn right away. Derek and Evan moved with Mark down the street. Emma followed a few steps before Greg gently caught her shoulder. Stay here. But just watch. Her heart beat faster as the men approached the house. Behind her, the crowd had grown quieter. Hundreds of people watching one small scene. The man finally turned. His face was tired, dusty, calm. We need to talk, Mark said. The man nodded slightly. Yeah. You can't go inside. The man glanced at the door. Why not? Because it's not your house. The answer sounded obvious, but obvious things got complicated when people were desperate. The man looked back toward the intersection. 500 travelers, watching, then back at the door. It's empty. For now, Derek said. The man rubbed the back of his neck. My kids haven't slept in a bed in 3 days. Emma heard that clearly. Her chest tightened. The man continued. They're back there. He pointed toward the crowd. 2 small children stood beside a woman near the curb. Emma saw them now. A little girl holding a stuffed animal. A boy leaning against his mother's leg. The man looked back at Mark. I'm not trying to steal anything. I just need somewhere they can sleep. For a moment, no one spoke. Because the situation had become human again. Not a crowd. A father, 2 kids, a locked door. Emma whispered. That's really sad. Greg nodded. Yeah. Down the driveway, Mark took a breath. I understand. But that house belongs to someone. The man looked tired. They're not here. They will be. How do you know? Mark didn't answer right away. Because he didn't know. But that didn't change the rule. Derek spoke quietly. You open that door, and this whole street fills with people. The man looked past them toward the intersection. Hundreds of travelers still watching, some sitting, some standing, all of them thinking the same thing. Empty houses, shelter. Emma saw it spreading, a quiet idea moving through the crowd. Greg muttered softly, This moment matters. Because if the man walked through that door, the neighborhood would change instantly. The man stood on the porch for another long moment. Then he stepped back from the door. Relief moved through Emma's chest in one quiet breath. He stopped. Yes. The man walked slowly back down the driveway. Mark stayed where he was, watching, waiting. When the man reached the sidewalk, he turned toward the crowd. They said no. The words carried farther than expected. A ripple of disappointment moved through the travelers, but also something else. Acceptance, for now. The man walked back toward his family. Emma watched the little girl hug his leg when he reached them. They're still sleeping outside. Yes. Mark returned slowly to the intersection. Derek walked beside him. That won't be the last time. No. Greg closed the notebook. 520. Emma looked down the road toward the city. Another cluster of travelers was approaching. Still walking, still coming. The man who had approached the house sat down beside his children in the shade. The empty porch at the end of the driveway remained closed. But the idea had already entered the crowd. Emma could feel it. One man had tried. Next time, someone else might not stop. For about 20 minutes after the man left the porch, the intersection stayed calm, not quiet. 500 people could never be quiet. But calm enough that the tension loosened again. The man sat with his children near the curb while his wife unpacked something from a backpack. A few travelers nearby offered them space in the shade. Someone passed a small bottle of water to the little girl with the stuffed animal. Emma watched carefully. They're helping them. Yes, that's good. It was. Moments like that reminded everyone that most people in the crowd were not looking for trouble. They were just trying to survive. Mark stood beside Derek and Greg again, watching the travelers settle into small groups. That could have gone worse, Derek said. It will next time, Mark replied. Greg flipped open the notebook again. 5:38. Emma frowned. They're still coming. Yes, and the road from the city showed no sign of slowing. Small clusters appeared every few minutes. Some walked straight through after hearing directions to the creek. Many stopped, rested, talked, waited. The longer the crowd stayed in one place, the more the energy shifted. Emma noticed something new. Dad. Yeah? They're spreading out. He followed her gaze. She was right. At first, most travelers had gathered near the intersection. Now, small groups had drifted farther down the block. Some sat along the grass beside sidewalks. Others leaned against fences. A few had walked halfway down the street toward the quieter houses. They're exploring, Evan said. Emma didn't like that. Mark noticed too. Hey, he called. A few travelers looked up. Let's keep the resting near the intersection. The request sounded reasonable. Not everyone listened. One man kept walking slowly down the street, not toward the same empty house, toward another one farther along the block. Emma's stomach tightened. He's doing it too. Derek stepped forward. Hey. The man stopped. He raised his hands slightly. Just stretching my legs. Stretch back this way, Derek said. The man gave a small nod and returned toward the intersection. Emma let out another breath. That almost happened again. Yes, but this one felt different. The first man had reached the porch. The second had not even reached the driveway. But the thought had appeared again. And the more people who thought it, the harder it would be to stop. The map man stepped onto the curb again. Louder now. If you're resting, 30 minutes. Then move west. A few travelers groaned, but many nodded. Because deep down, they understood. Crowds could not stay in one place forever. Emma studied the faces around the intersection. So many people, different ages, different lives, all pushed together by the same broken system. How many people live in the city? She asked again. Evan looked toward the road where the travelers continued appearing. Hundreds of thousands. Emma swallowed. And they're all going to walk past here? Not all, but a lot. She looked back at the intersection. The crowd filled every corner now. Bicycles stacked near fences, backpacks scattered along the grass, children sitting beside exhausted parents. It looked less like travelers passing through, more like a temporary village. Greg checked the notebook again. 570. Derek shook his head. This thing's growing. Yes. The longer people stayed, the more others would stop when they saw the crowd. Because crowds meant information. Crowds meant safety. Crowds meant maybe someone had supplies. Emma pointed suddenly. Look! A small group near the edge of the intersection had started arranging bags in a circle. One pulled out a camping stove. Another unpacked a pot. They're cooking, she whispered. Mark saw it immediately. Hold on. He walked quickly toward them. The group looked up as he approached. We're just making something quick, one man said. I understand, Mark replied, but fires and cooking will make people stay longer. The man frowned. We're hungry. I know, but if 500 people start cooking... The group looked around. They understood the math. Slowly, the man packed the stove away. Emma watched. They listened. For now. But the pattern was becoming clear. Every hour, the intersection held more people. Every hour, it became harder to keep them moving. And the city was still sending more. Emma looked down the road again. Another large cluster was approaching. 30, maybe 40. Still walking. Still coming. She felt the weight of it settle quietly in her chest. Dad. Yeah? I think this place is turning into something. He nodded slowly. So do I. Across the intersection, the map man shouted the directions again. Water west. Fewer travelers moved, because now the intersection offered something else. People, information, a place to stop. And places to stop had a way of growing. Greg closed the notebook again. 600. Emma looked back at the houses lining the block. The same houses that had once felt like a peaceful neighborhood, now surrounded by a growing crowd of strangers. How big can this get? She asked quietly. Evan watched the road from the city one more time. The endless line of travelers still walking toward them. Big enough, he said, that we're going to need a new plan. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. By mid-afternoon, the intersection stopped feeling temporary. Emma noticed it first. Not because the crowd had grown again, though it had. Not because more travelers were arriving from the city, though they were. The road behind them still carried a steady stream of tired figures walking west with bags, bicycles, and children in tow. What she noticed was the way people had arranged themselves. The crowd wasn't random anymore. Clusters had formed. College students had taken over the curb beside the stop sign. Their backpacks were stacked neatly behind them while they rested in the shade. A few families had gathered under the wide maple tree near the corner, spreading blankets and sharing water bottles. Travelers with bicycles leaned them together like a small metal fence beside the mailbox. Even the road had changed. Instead of wandering everywhere, people had left a clear lane through the middle of the intersection so others could still pass. Emma watched quietly. They organized. Evan followed her gaze. She was right. No one had ordered it. No one had planned it. But people arranged themselves when they stayed somewhere long enough. Yeah, he said softly. They did. Across the street, Mark stood with Derek and Greg, studying the intersection. Greg opened the notebook and shook his head. 620. Derek let out a low whistle. That's a town. Mark didn't respond. He was watching something farther down the block. More travelers were arriving. But now, when they reached the intersection, they slowed. Some walked straight through after hearing directions to the creek. Many didn't. Many saw the crowd and decided to stop. Emma noticed it happening again and again. They see the people and think it's safe. Yes. Safety in numbers. Even when the numbers created the danger. The map man had given up shouting instructions every few minutes. Now, he stood near the curb, answering questions for people who approached him directly. Creeks west, 3 miles. Follow the rail trail. The directions repeated like a quiet chant. Some listened, some didn't. Across the intersection, a woman called out, "Does anyone have pain medicine?" A man near the bicycles dug through a bag. "I've got 2 pills." He handed them over. Emma watched carefully. They're helping each other. Yes, crowds did that, at least in the beginning. Another small trade happened nearby. A can of soup for a bottle of water. A pair of socks for a flashlight battery. The intersection had become more than a rest stop. It was becoming a market again. Greg saw it too. Trading now. Derek nodded. That's stage 2. Emma tilted her head. What's stage 3? Neither man answered right away. Because stage 3 was the part nobody wanted to say. Mark finally spoke. We're losing control of this. Evan didn't argue. The truth was obvious. The intersection no longer belonged to the neighborhood. It belonged to the travelers. Emma watched a group of strangers set up another blanket beside the sidewalk. They're staying longer. Yes. Some travelers had already been sitting there for more than an hour, long enough that leaving felt harder than staying. Across the road, the man with the duffel bag sat with his children again. The little girl had fallen asleep against her mother's shoulder. Emma smiled slightly. She finally got to rest. Yes. But the man himself was watching the crowd carefully, like someone who understood how thin the calm really was. Mark stepped closer to the edge of the intersection. Folks. His voice carried through the nearby clusters. Several travelers looked up. We need to keep people moving west. A man sitting near the stop sign replied, We will. Just resting a bit. Mark nodded. But if too many people rest. He gestured toward the swelling crowd. It becomes something else. The man shrugged. It already is. Emma felt the weight of that, because it was true. 600 people sitting together was no longer a checkpoint. It was a settlement, temporary, fragile, but real. Greg checked the notebook again. 6:50. More travelers were arriving every few minutes. Fewer were leaving. Emma whispered, This is getting bigger. Yes. Derek rubbed his forehead. If this hits 800, then we're done, Greg said quietly. Emma frowned. What do you mean done? Evan answered. It means we can't control anything here anymore. The map man climbed onto the curb again. He tried one more time. Water west. 3 miles. A few travelers stood, gathered their bags, started walking. Most stayed, because resting had become normal. Emma looked down the road toward the city again. More figures appeared around the distant corner. Still walking, still coming. The river leaving the city had widened into something unstoppable now, and the intersection had become its first real dam. Emma tugged on Evan's sleeve. Dad. Yeah? I think the crowd is starting to belong here. He watched the travelers arranging themselves along the curb. Blankets, bicycles. Bags! Trades, quiet conversations. She was right. This place had become something people recognized. A stop, a gathering point, a place on the map. Yes, he said quietly. I think it is too. And once a place became that, it was hard to make it disappear. The first argument of the afternoon started over a backpack. Emma didn't see the beginning. She heard it. A sharp voice cut through the low murmur of the crowd. Hey! Several travelers turned immediately. Emma followed their gaze. 2 men stood near the cluster of bicycles by the stop sign. One held a dark green backpack. The other stood a few feet away with his hands clenched at his sides. That's mine, the second man said. I found it sitting here, the first replied. It's mine. You left it. The voices weren't shouting yet, but they were climbing. Emma whispered. Is that stealing? Maybe. Around them, travelers shifted closer. Not aggressive, curious. Crowds gathered around conflict the way water gathered in low places. Mark noticed, too. Damn. Derek stepped off the curb. Greg followed. The man holding the backpack lifted it slightly. You weren't even here! I went to the bathroom, the other snapped. So now it's mine. That's not how that works, the surrounding travelers murmured. Emma could hear the tension spreading. Not anger exactly, nerves. Because once arguments started in a crowd this size, they didn't stay small. Derek reached them first. All right. Both men turned. What's going on? He took my bag, the second man said quickly. It was sitting there, the first replied. The backpack looked worn, heavy, probably filled with everything its owner had left. Emma understood why it mattered. That's his house, she whispered. Yes. When people lost their homes, their bags became their homes. Derek spoke calmly. Did you see him take it? The man shook his head. No. Then how do you know it's his? Because it's my bag. A few travelers nearby nodded. That was the problem. Proof didn't exist anymore. Greg spoke carefully. Describe what's inside. The man answered immediately. 2 cans of soup. A flashlight. A blue sweater. The man holding the bag hesitated. Greg held out a hand. Let's check. The bag opened. 2 cans of soup. A flashlight. A blue sweater, Emma whispered. He was right. The man holding the backpack sighed and handed it over. Fine. The owner grabbed it quickly. Thanks. But the tension didn't disappear, because the crowd had watched the whole thing. Now everyone was thinking about their own bags, their own supplies, their own survival. Mark muttered quietly. That's the first one. Derek nodded. Won't be the last. Emma hugged her arms around herself. That felt scary. Yes. But the argument ended peacefully. For now. The crowd slowly returned to its previous murmur. People sat back down. Conversations resumed. But something had shifted. Emma could feel it. Before the argument, the intersection had felt cooperative. Afterward, it felt watchful. More people kept their bags closer now. More eyes followed strangers moving through the clusters. Greg flipped open the notebook again. 680. Derek stared at the crowd. They're not leaving. No. And the road from the city kept feeding more travelers into the intersection. Emma counted the next group approaching. 20. 30. They're carrying more stuff. Evan noticed it too. These travelers looked different. More carts, more wagons, more people pushing bicycles loaded with supplies. They had left the city later, which meant they had seen more of what was happening there. When they reached the intersection, one of them spoke immediately. Is this the rest spot? The question moved through the nearby travelers quickly. Emma looked at Evan. They think this is a place. Yes. The man with the wagon continued. Someone back there said there's water and people here. The map man stepped forward. Water's west. 3 miles. The man nodded. But everyone said to stop here first. Emma felt the truth of that settle heavily. The intersection had become known. A landmark in a world where maps barely mattered anymore. Greg whispered quietly. This place has a reputation now. Derek shook his head. That's bad. Because once a location had a reputation, more people aimed for it. The new arrivals joined the crowd without hesitation. They didn't ask permission. They sat down, rested, opened bags. Emma watched. They're not even asking anymore. No! Mark spoke quietly to the neighbors again. We're losing the intersection. Greg looked up from the notebook. We already did. The crowd now stretched far enough down the block that travelers were resting near the second row of houses, not touching the doors, but close. Too close. Emma watched a man sit on the curb directly across from one of the quiet homes. They're getting closer again. Yes. Across the intersection, the little girl with the stuffed animal woke up and looked around sleepily. Her father spoke quietly to her. Emma felt two things at once: kindness, fear, because every person here had a reason to be here, but reasons didn't change the math. Greg closed the notebook again. 700. Emma swallowed. That's a lot of people. Yes. She looked back toward the city road. More travelers were still appearing around the corner, still walking, still coming. How big can this crowd get? She asked. Evan looked out over the sea of strangers filling the intersection, then toward the houses behind them, then back toward the endless road. Big enough, he said quietly, that something is going to break. The next problem didn't begin with an argument. It began with hunger. Emma noticed it because the conversations around the intersection changed again. Earlier, people had been asking about water, then directions, then places to sleep. Now the same question kept appearing in different voices across the crowd. Anyone got food? Any stores open? Where are people getting supplies? The word food traveled through the crowd the way rumors always did. Quietly at first, then everywhere. Emma watched a group near the bicycles open a small plastic container. Inside were crackers and a few pieces of dried fruit. They passed them around slowly, careful not to drop anything. Another traveler traded a flashlight battery for half a granola bar. Across the road, someone held up a can of beans. 2 bottles of water. The trading had grown louder, more urgent. Emma tugged lightly on Evan's sleeve. They're running out. Yes. Already? People didn't leave the city with much. Mark and Derek were watching the same thing. Greg flipped open the notebook again, but didn't write. The number didn't matter anymore. The intersection was simply full. The map man had stopped shouting directions entirely. He now stood near the curb answering questions one at a time, but fewer people asked about the creek. Most questions were about food. Emma noticed something else. People were opening their bags more carefully now, checking what was left, counting, planning. Across the intersection, the man with the wagon spoke to the travelers around him. I've got 4 cans left. Family of 5. A woman beside him shook her head. We've got 2. 3 people. Another man lifted an empty bottle. That's it for us. Emma felt the tension coming back. Not loud, heavy. Hunger had a different energy than thirst. Thirst made people desperate quickly. Hunger made them think. Derek muttered quietly. This is the shift. Greg nodded. Food stage. Emma tilted her head. What does that mean? Evan answered gently. It means people start looking for food instead of directions. She looked back at the houses along the block and understood. Oh! Across the intersection, a voice called out. Nearest grocery store? Several travelers laughed tiredly. Empty. Looted. Nothing left. The answers were blunt. Everyone already knew. The city had run out first. Now the people were spreading outward. Emma watched a small group walking slowly down the block again. Not toward a specific house, just looking at gardens, garages, trash bins near the curb. They're searching, she whispered. Yes. Mark noticed the same movement. Hey! The travelers stopped. We're just looking, one said. For what? Anything. Emma felt the quiet settle again. Because anything had a lot of meanings. Derek stepped closer. This isn't a supply stop. The travelers nodded. We know. But they didn't move right away. Because when people were hungry, even trash bins looked interesting. Emma watched a man lift the lid of a recycling container. Empty bottles, cardboard. Nothing useful. He closed it slowly. The man with the duffel bag spoke quietly to Mark. "We're not trying to cause problems." "I know. But people are getting hungry." Mark nodded. "So are we." The truth hung there. Because the neighborhood had been watching the crowd all day. Not cooking, not eating. Saving, Emma whispered. "How much food do we have?" "Enough for us. But not for them." "No." Another small argument began across the intersection. Not loud. Two people arguing over a plastic bag. A traveler had picked up a bag sitting beside someone's backpack. The owner grabbed it back. "That's mine. I thought it was trash." "It's not." The argument ended quickly. But the pattern was growing. Food, bags, supplies. Emma hugged her arms again. "I don't like this part." "No," Greg spoke quietly. "If they get desperate." Derek nodded. "Yeah." Mark looked back at the houses. Quiet porches, closed doors, kitchens behind those doors. Hundreds of hungry travelers sitting just yards away. Emma followed his gaze. "They know food is in the houses." "Yes." A long silence stretched across the intersection. Hundreds of people resting, waiting, thinking. Then a voice near the back spoke loudly. "What about the gardens?" Emma looked up. A man stood pointing toward a small vegetable patch beside one of the houses farther down the block. Tomatoes, peppers, a few rows of lettuce. The air tightened instantly, because vegetables growing in a garden looked very different to hungry travelers than they did to homeowners. The man started walking toward the patch, slowly, not running, curious, hungry. Emma whispered. "Dad." "Yes?" "I think something just broke." Because once people started seeing food growing in the open, it stopped looking like someone else's garden and started looking like dinner. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. The man didn't rush the garden. That was the strange part. He walked the way the others had walked toward the empty houses. Slowly, carefully. Like the distance between curiosity and permission could be measured in quiet footsteps. Emma saw him before most of the crowd did. "Dad?" "I see him." The small vegetable patch sat beside a narrow house halfway down the block. One of the older homes on the street. White fence, narrow strip of soil. The kind of garden someone had clearly spent years building one season at a time. Tomato plants climbed thin wooden stakes. Peppers hung low on green stems. Lettuce filled the darker rows near the ground. Emma knew who owned it. Mr. Alvarez. He worked in that garden most evenings after dinner. Now the gate stood closed. The house behind it was dark and quiet. The man from the crowd stopped at the edge of the sidewalk. For a moment, he only looked. Emma could almost feel the thought moving through his head. Food. Right there. Across the intersection, nearby travelers noticed, too. Heads turned. People sat up. 500 conversations seemed to pause at once. Mark saw it immediately. "Hey." His voice cut through the quiet street. The man at the garden stopped, but he didn't turn around yet. Derek and Evan were already moving, walking quickly down the street toward him. Emma stayed where she was this time. Greg stood beside her. "Watch the crowd," he murmured. She did. Dozens of travelers were standing now, not rushing forward, just watching. The way people watched a moment they knew might decide something important. Down the block, the man finally turned. "I'm not stealing," he said immediately. Mark slowed slightly. "That's good. I'm just looking." The man gestured toward the plants. "That's food." "Yes. No one's using it." Mark shook his head. "That belongs to someone." "They're not here." Emma felt the familiar argument forming again. The same logic from the empty house. Different resource, same idea. Derek spoke quietly. "That garden feeds a family." The man looked exhausted. "So will it feed them if it rots?" Mark stepped closer to the fence. "It won't rot today, but it's not yours." The man rubbed his face. "I've got 2 kids sitting back there." Emma glanced toward the intersection. There were children everywhere now, sitting beside tired parents, holding empty bottles, watching adults argue about food they could see but could not touch. The man gestured again toward the plants. "That's enough for a meal." "And if you take it," Derek said, "everyone else will too." The man looked back toward the intersection. Hundreds of travelers, watching, thinking. Emma whispered beside Greg, "If he picks 1 tomato?" Greg nodded. "Yep, that's it." Because 1 tomato would change the rules. Not legally. Legally felt like an old word now. Socially. If 1 hungry person picked from the garden, everyone else would believe they could too. The man understood that. Emma could see it on his face. He looked back at the plants, then at the crowd, then at Mark. "You're protecting vegetables." "We're protecting the neighborhood." The 2 ideas collided quietly in the middle of the sidewalk. The man stood there for another long moment. Then something unexpected happened. The man with the duffel bag stepped forward from the crowd. Emma recognized him immediately. "He's helping again." The man walked down the block slowly and stopped beside the traveler at the fence. "You take that," he said quietly, "and the whole street turns into a food fight." The traveler didn't argue. He knew it was true. The man with the duffel bag nodded toward the intersection. "There are 600 people here. If even half of them start picking." He didn't finish. He didn't need to. The traveler looked back at the plants one more time. Emma held her breath. Then the man stepped back from the fence. "All right." A ripple moved through the crowd. Relief, disappointment, acceptance. For now. Mark nodded slowly. "Thank you." The traveler turned and walked back toward the intersection. The man with the duffel bag followed. Emma exhaled. That was close. "Yes." Greg opened the notebook again. 680. Emma blinked. "Still going up?" "Yes." Because even while the garden moment had been happening, more travelers had arrived. Still walking, still coming. The intersection was swelling again. Emma looked back toward the garden. The tomatoes hung quietly on the vine. Red, ripe, visible from the road. She realized something then. They're going to keep looking at it. Yes. Hunger didn't disappear because someone walked away. The crowd slowly settled back into its restless rhythm, but the tension remained. Quieter now, more thoughtful. Emma looked down the street toward the city again. More travelers were still appearing around the corner. How long can we keep stopping things like that? Evan watched the road, then the crowd, then the quiet houses behind them. Not forever, he said. Because the moment someone ignored the rule, the entire street would change, and the gardens would be the first place it happened. For about 30 minutes after the garden incident, the intersection held together, not peacefully, tightly, like something under pressure that had not yet decided where to crack. Travelers returned to their clusters. Conversations resumed. Some people sat back down. Others checked their bags again or traded small items quietly. But the energy had changed. Emma could feel it. Before, the crowd had been tired. Now it was hungry and aware. "Dad," she whispered. "Yeah?" "They're all looking at the houses now." Evan followed her gaze. She was right. Not everyone. Enough. Eyes drifted toward backyards, garages, gardens, anything that might contain food. Mark stood with Derek and Greg again. The 3 men had moved slightly closer together, speaking quietly while they watched the crowd. Greg flipped open the notebook again, but didn't write. 700. Derek shook his head slowly. And counting. The road behind the intersection still carried the steady trickle of travelers from the city. Smaller groups now, constant. Each new arrival looked at the crowd first, and many stopped. Because a crowd meant information, a crowd meant safety. A crowd meant maybe someone knew where food was. Emma watched a small group sit near the curb beside the mailbox. One of them opened a backpack and pulled out a plastic container. Inside were 3 small apples. The group stared at them like treasure. One apple was cut into 4 pieces with a pocket knife. Emma swallowed. They're sharing one apple. Yes. The slices were passed slowly between them. No one spoke while they ate. Across the intersection, someone called out again. Anyone know where farms are? That question spread faster than the others had, because farms meant food. Several travelers answered immediately. North. I heard west of the creek. Someone said there's cattle 10 miles out. The answers were scattered, uncertain, but the idea had taken root. Food somewhere out there. The map man stepped onto the curb again. If you're looking for farms, he pointed north this time. Rural roads that direction. Emma tilted her head. That's different. Yes. The creek had been the first destination. Now the conversation had moved beyond water. People were looking for food, and food didn't come from creeks. Derek muttered quietly. If they start heading north. That's farms, Greg said. Yes. And farms mean fences. Emma didn't fully understand the tone, but she understood enough. Farms meant someone owned the food, just like the gardens. Across the intersection, a man stood suddenly. I'm heading north. 2 others grabbed their bags. We'll go with you. Within seconds, 5 travelers had formed a group, then 10. Emma watched them move toward the road leading north out of the neighborhood. Are they leaving? Yes. Good. But even as that small group walked away, more travelers from the city reached the intersection and filled the space they left behind. Greg sighed quietly. That didn't help. Emma looked back toward the road. The flow had slowed slightly compared to earlier, but it had never stopped. How many people are still in the city? She asked again. Evan shook his head slightly. I don't know, but he knew it was enough. Enough to keep this crowd growing. Across the intersection, the man with the duffel bag sat beside his children again. The little girl with the stuffed animal watched the travelers carefully. Then she tugged on her father's sleeve. Emma couldn't hear the words, but she saw the man nod. He reached into his bag and pulled out something small, a granola bar. He broke it into 3 pieces, 1 for each child, the smallest piece for himself. Emma felt the sadness of that settle in her chest. They're running out too. Yes. Mark noticed the same thing. His voice dropped. This isn't sustainable. Derek nodded. Not for them. Not for us. Because the crowd wasn't only a traveler problem anymore. It was a neighborhood problem. Every hour more people arrived. Every hour fewer left. The intersection had become a gravity well. Emma noticed another shift. The travelers who had been here the longest were starting to stand, not to leave, to stretch, to move, to look around. The man who had almost picked the tomatoes earlier walked slowly along the sidewalk again. Not toward the garden this time. Toward another backyard farther down the block. He didn't open the gate, but he looked through it. Emma whispered, They're checking everything. Yes. Because when hunger grew stronger than patience, people began searching. Greg closed the notebook again. 7:20. Emma blinked. That fast? Yes. The number barely surprised anyone now. The crowd kept expanding, like a tide rising 1 inch at a time, then another, then another. Mark rubbed his face. We need a new boundary. Derek looked up. What kind? Something bigger than the intersection. Emma looked between them. What does that mean? Evan answered quietly. It means we can't let the crowd spread into the neighborhood. She looked back down the street. Travelers were already resting halfway down the block now, near the houses, near the gardens. The boundary had already begun to blur. Emma felt the truth settle in her chest. They're already inside. Yes, they were. And every hour they stayed, the line between travelers and neighbors grew thinner, until eventually it would disappear completely. The afternoon heat made everything heavier. Emma noticed it first in the way people moved. Earlier, travelers had been restless. They shifted from place to place, stood up to stretch, or gathered into groups to talk about where to go next. Now, most of them stayed where they were. The sun had climbed high above the trees, and the shade had shrunk to narrow strips along fences, porches, and the edges of houses. The travelers who had arrived earlier had claimed those spaces first. Everyone else sat in the open, 600 or 700 people resting under the same quiet sky. Emma sat on the curb beside Evan and watched the intersection breathe, not moving forward, not falling apart, just holding. But she could feel something underneath it. Pressure. Dad. Yeah? Everyone looks worse. He followed her gaze across the crowd. She was right. People looked slower now, more drained. Children cried more easily. Parents spoke in tired voices. The conversations drifting through the air had changed again. Less about directions, more about survival. Mark wiped sweat from his forehead and looked down the block. We can't let this go into evening like this. Derek nodded. Night will be worse. Greg leaned against the mailbox. Crowds get weird at night. Emma looked up. What do you mean, weird? Evan answered quietly. People get nervous. People get desperate. And when it's dark, she understood enough. Oh. Across the intersection, the map man had finally sat down beside the stop sign. His voice was hoarse from repeating the same directions all day. Creek west, farms north. But the instructions weren't moving people the way they had that morning. The crowd had grown too comfortable. Emma watched a young couple lying on a blanket near the sidewalk. They weren't sleeping, just resting, like travelers at a campsite. This really is turning into a camp, she said. Yes. Greg opened the notebook again. 750. Derek shook his head. We're about to hit 800. Emma stared at the sea of strangers. That's bigger than our whole neighborhood. Much bigger. The houses on their block held about 30 families. Now nearly 800 people sat around them, hungry, tired, uncertain, and the road from the city was still feeding more. Emma noticed another small shift near the back of the crowd. 2 men were standing near one of the houses again, not the garden this time, the garage. They were looking at the door, just standing there, thinking. Mark saw them too. Hey, the men turned. Let's keep away from the houses. One nodded. Just stretching. Stretch back toward the intersection. They stepped away slowly, but Emma saw the look. Curiosity, calculation, hunger. They're still thinking about it, she whispered. Yes. Derek muttered quietly. The longer they stay, the worse it gets, Greg finished. Because people who stayed long enough noticed details. Which houses looked empty, which yards had gardens, which garages might contain tools, food, something worth taking. Another argument began near the bicycles, not loud. 2 travelers arguing over a bottle of water. Someone thought it had been taken. Someone else insisted it hadn't. The voices rose, then fell when others stepped in. But the pattern was growing. Little cracks, tiny fractures in the calm. Greg closed the notebook. 780. Emma felt the number settle in her chest. That's too many. Yes. Across the intersection, the man with the duffel bag stood again. He stretched his back slowly, then looked around, at the crowd, at the houses, at the road leading west. Emma watched him carefully. He's thinking too. Yes. The man walked toward Mark. They spoke quietly for a moment. Emma couldn't hear the words, but she saw him gesture toward the crowd, then toward the road west. Mark nodded slowly. Then the man turned back toward the travelers and raised his voice. "If you're staying here tonight," heads turned, "this place will collapse." The statement moved through the crowd like a ripple. "What do you mean?" someone called. The man gestured around them. "Too many people. No food. Not enough water." A woman near the curb shook her head. "We're too tired to keep walking." "I know," the man said, "but if 800 people stay here overnight—" He paused. "The neighborhood won't survive it." Emma felt the truth settle heavily across the intersection. Everyone understood the math. 800 hungry people, 30 houses. A long silence stretched across the crowd. People looked at each other, at their bags, at the road west. Then a man near the front stood slowly. "All right." He picked up his backpack. "Let's move." Another traveler followed, then another. Not many. A few. Emma watched them begin walking west down the road, a thin line leaving the intersection. "Is it working?" she whispered. Evan shook his head slowly. "Not enough." Because while a handful of travelers began moving again, hundreds stayed where they were. Too tired, too hungry, too uncertain. And the sun was already beginning its slow drop toward the rooftops. Emma looked toward the west road, then back at the massive crowd filling the intersection. What happens if most of them stay tonight? Evan watched the travelers quietly, then looked back at the houses behind them. The same thing that always happens when too many people need too little food. Emma waited. He didn't finish. He didn't need to. The answer had already appeared in the crowd's eyes, and everyone could feel it coming. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. The sun began dropping behind the rooftops earlier than anyone wanted. Not because time had changed, because the day had been too full. Emma noticed it while she was still watching the small line of travelers who had started moving west after the man with the duffel bag spoke. There had been maybe 20 at first, then 30, now closer to 40, but the crowd behind them barely changed. Hundreds still sat along the sidewalks and grass, resting, waiting. 7, maybe 800 people. Emma hugged her knees where she sat near the curb. "They're not leaving." "No." Evan stood beside her, watching the intersection carefully. The movement west had slowed almost immediately. The travelers who were tired stayed. The ones who were desperate left. But the majority remained exactly where they were. Because walking again meant more miles, more uncertainty, more hunger. And staying meant at least being surrounded by other people. Across the street, Mark leaned against the mailbox and rubbed his face. That didn't work. Derek shook his head. Not enough. Greg flipped open the notebook one last time. 792. Emma stared at the crowd. Almost 800. Yes. The number felt impossible for their quiet block. Only 2 days earlier, the street had held nothing but parked cars and children riding bikes. Now it looked like the edge of something else entirely. Blankets, bicycles, backpacks, families sitting shoulder to shoulder in the fading afternoon light. Emma noticed something else changing. People were quieter now. The trading had stopped. The arguments had faded. Even the constant murmur of conversation had softened. Hunger and exhaustion were slowly draining the crowd of energy. Across the intersection, the man with the duffel bag returned to his family. The little girl with the stuffed animal leaned against him again. Emma watched him carefully. He tried, yes, but it didn't fix it. No, because the crowd had reached a size where momentum worked differently. Stopping was easy. Starting again was hard. The map man stood slowly from the curb. His voice had become rough from hours of talking. Last call for anyone heading west. A few travelers looked up. Most didn't move, because the moment when walking felt possible had already passed. Across the street, Derek muttered quietly, "If they're still here at dark." He didn't finish the sentence. Emma looked up. What happens at dark? Evan answered gently. Everything gets harder. Across the intersection, a small child began crying. The sound carried through the crowd like a thin thread. Her mother rocked her gently while whispering something Emma couldn't hear. Nearby, a man leaned against a bicycle with his eyes closed. Another traveler stretched out on the grass and covered his face with his arm. The exhaustion was visible now, not just tired, empty. Emma looked down the road toward the city again. The flow of travelers had slowed slightly, but it had not stopped. A few more figures appeared around the distant corner. Still walking, still coming, she whispered quietly. How many people are still out there? Evan followed her gaze. He didn't know. But the answer was large enough to make this crowd feel like only the beginning. Too many. Across the street, Mark stood up straighter and looked around the intersection. The quiet block had transformed into something completely different. Not a checkpoint, not a crossroads, a gathering. And gatherings had gravity. Once people stopped, others followed. Greg closed the notebook slowly. We're about to hit 800. Emma watched the last small group of travelers reach the edge of the crowd and sit down. They didn't even ask questions. They just rested, like they already understood this was the place to stop. She whispered, I think this place is real now. Evan looked at the blankets, the bicycles, the families, the bags stacked along the curb. Yes, he said quietly. It is. Across the intersection, Mark spoke to Derek again. We need a plan for tonight. Derek nodded. Because 800 people won't stay calm forever, Greg finished. Emma looked back at the crowd one more time. Hundreds of strangers sitting in the fading sunlight, hungry, exhausted, thinking, waiting. And beyond them, the road from the city stretched out of sight, still feeding people into the gathering. Emma leaned her head lightly against Evan's arm. Dad. Yeah? I think tomorrow is going to be worse. He watched the long shadows stretching across the crowded intersection. Then the quiet houses behind them. Then the road where the last travelers of the day were still arriving. Yes, he said softly. I think tomorrow is when the real story starts. The sun slipped behind the rooftops slowly, but the change in the crowd happened all at once. As the light faded, people began shifting, not leaving, preparing. Emma saw it first in the way travelers began organizing their space. Blankets were pulled tighter together, backpacks were stacked closer. Families gathered their children beside them instead of letting them wander the edges of the crowd. Daytime had allowed the intersection to feel open. Night made everything smaller. Dad, Emma whispered. Yeah? They're settling in. Evan followed her gaze. She was right. People were no longer sitting randomly. They were arranging themselves in tighter clusters. Groups that had met earlier in the day had clearly decided to stay near each other through the night. Safety in numbers, even within the larger crowd. Across the street, Mark stood with Derek and Greg again, watching the same transformation. Greg didn't even bother opening the notebook this time. It's over 800 now. Derek exhaled slowly. That's a village. The word fit. Because the intersection no longer looked like a resting crowd. It looked like a temporary settlement. Emma noticed the first lantern appear. A traveler near the stop sign lit a small camping lantern and set it on the ground beside his group. A few minutes later, another light flickered on across the road, then another. Small islands of light spread slowly through the crowd as dusk deepened. Emma watched them appear one by one. That looks pretty. Evan gave a small smile. From a distance. Up close, the lights revealed tired faces. People who hadn't eaten properly in days. Parents whispering to children. Travelers checking bags again to see what little they had left. Across the intersection, the man with the duffel bag stood and stretched again. He walked toward Mark once more. Emma watched them speak quietly. This time she could hear a few words. Night watch. Crowd will shift. People get nervous in the dark. Mark nodded slowly. Derek joined them. Within minutes, several of the neighborhood men were talking together near the curb. Emma frowned slightly. What's a night watch? Evan answered gently. It means people stay awake. Why? To make sure things don't get out of control. She looked back at the massive crowd filling the intersection. 800 strangers, hungry, tired, sleeping only yards away from the houses. Oh! Across the road, Mark raised his voice just enough to carry across the nearby groups. Folks, several travelers looked up. We're going to keep the road open through the center tonight. A few people nodded. It made sense. Even camps needed paths. Try to stay near where you're already sitting, Mark continued. Let's not spread further into the neighborhood. The request was simple, reasonable, but Emma noticed something. Not everyone heard it. And even among those who did, not everyone looked convinced. Because when night came, people moved. They looked for better shade, better space, better safety. The crowd was too big for perfect control. Emma watched a small group near the bicycles begin unpacking something else. A thin blanket, a small pillow. They're really staying. Yes. The man with the duffel bag returned to his children again. The little girl with the stuffed animal was already asleep. Her brother leaned against his mother, eyes half closed. Emma felt the sadness of the scene settle in her chest again. They look so tired. They are. Across the intersection, someone quietly began humming a song. Another traveler joined in. The sound drifted softly through the growing darkness. A strange moment of calm inside the massive crowd. Emma looked up at the sky. Without the city lights, the stars had returned. Bright, sharp, clear. They're pretty tonight. Yes. But the calm feeling didn't last. Because Emma noticed movement again. At the edge of the crowd, two men were walking slowly toward one of the houses farther down the block. Not rushing, just looking. Evan saw it too. He stood up straighter. Derek! Derek followed his gaze immediately. Yeah. The men stopped before reaching the driveway, but the pattern was clear. Night made people curious again. Mark stepped forward and called quietly. Let's keep it near the intersection. The men nodded and turned back. For now, Emma whispered. They're still thinking about the houses. Yes? Because the hunger had not gone away. Darkness didn't change that. Across the crowd, another lantern flickered on. Then another. Small circles of light surrounded by hundreds of quiet figures. The intersection looked like a constellation fallen to earth. Beautiful and fragile. Greg leaned quietly against the mailbox. We're in it now. Derek nodded. Yep. Emma looked around the massive gathering one more time. Blankets, lanterns, families, strangers, all resting together in the same quiet neighborhood. What happens if they're still here in the morning? She asked. Evan watched the lights scattered across the intersection, then the houses behind them, then the road leading back to the city. Then this place stops being a stop. Emma waited. He finished the thought quietly. It becomes the beginning of something new. Night settled fully over the neighborhood. The last glow of sunset disappeared behind the rooftops, leaving only starlight and the scattered lanterns spread across the intersection. From a distance, the gathering looked almost peaceful, like a quiet campsite under the open sky. Up close, it felt different. 800 people breathing the same tired air. 800 people trying to sleep. 800 people wondering what tomorrow would bring. Emma sat beside Evan near the driveway, wrapped in a thin blanket. It's quieter now. Yes. Do you think they'll sleep? Some of them. Across the street, Mark and Derek kept watch. The road had quieted. but not completely. A few more travelers still arrived. Slow, exhausted. They sat without speaking. Emma whispered, "They're like us. They just want to sleep." Yes, because tonight sleep was all anyone could give. No one here could fix the world. No one could turn the power back on. No one could bring things back. But they could rest. Emma looked up at the sky one last time. So many stars. Yes, she closed her eyes slowly. That's kind of nice. Evan didn't respond. He was still watching. The lanterns, the road, the crowd. Because tomorrow would bring more people, more pressure, more decisions. The story wasn't ending. It was just beginning, and somewhere beyond the silent city, the broken world was still changing.